Welcome to Databricks PySpark 6 hours plus masterclass with Unity Catalog. In this masterclass, you are going to learn lazy evaluation in Spark and Spark Engine. Whatever or whichever the domain that you work on, you are going to learn end-to-end PySpark and become confident to attend interviews. You are going to learn Apache Spark architecture, driver program, cluster manager, and worker nodes, which are the key driving features of lazy evaluation. Also, you are going to learn Unity Catalog, how data is organized. F functions in PySpark, key difference between Python and PySpark, you are going to learn in a clear picture. Hi, my name is Sharat Chandra. I'm a Microsoft certified Fabric Data Engineer Associate and PowerBI Data Analyst Associate. What are you waiting for? Let's get started.
All right. So if you see, there are multiple cloud platforms available. So most of the companies in the current generation is, in the last couple of years, when the data is increasing, in order to save the data in their own servers, so people are preferring, the organizations are preferring to store the data of the organization in the cloud. So if you see, so there are different types of cloud platforms. Okay, if you see, so there are multiple cloud platforms. So we have the cloud platform Azure, and we have the cloud platform AWS, and also we have GCP. Okay, so we have GCP. So if you see, out of all these, all three, so most of the people, the Microsoft company affiliated are using Azure platforms. And those who are not affiliated and those who are independent, they are using AWS. Those of them are affiliated with the Google, they are using GCP. But out of three, most of the companies, they use Azure and AWS. They go hand in hand. So we can't say which one is better, which one is perfect, which one is faster. But that is based on the companies. That is based on the organization's terms and conditions. But as most of the companies, we got Microsoft applications available in the system. So most of them are using Azure. So what do we do generally? So we go to Azure portal and we practice, or we create the Databricks. So there is also the Databricks. And one more thing. So the Databricks is an independent platform. The Databricks is an independent platform that is being invented and that is being released by the Apache Spark. Okay. So it's like we know Python. The Python is being running, is utilized in the Jupyter notebook. So we also have the PySpark. PySpark can be used in the Databricks and also in the Microsoft Fabric. But both of them run, what is the architecture behind it is a Spark architecture. So whatever the platform that we take, Azure, AWS, and GCP, so the Databricks runs on the Spark sessions. Okay. So now, if you want to create the Azure, yes, we can go and create the Azure portal. We can create the Databricks in it. But now let us go with the free edition. Okay, Azure Databricks free edition. So what do we have? Databricks Community Edition. So let's see how can we sign up. Okay, so let me click on sign up for Databricks free edition. So let me click on this. So what do we need to do? We need to go for sign up for free edition. So click on sign up for free edition. So it is asking us, do we need to go with the email, or we can also go with continue with Google. So it's better. Each and every one of us have the Google mail and all. Okay, Gmail, which is attached to it. So what do you do? It's, if you want to make it so simpler, so click on continue with Google. So it would ask us to use whatever the account that we want to use. Let me click on the Gmail, okay, which is mapped with the Google. So let me click on this. So now we are into the Databricks. Okay, so simple and easy to create the Databricks Community Edition. So this is the view that we see in the Databricks. Okay, what do you see here? It's a free edition. So what do we have in here? So we have home. And if we click on the learn, we can see the recorded sessions of what we have it, the fundamentals and getting started with the data engineer, AI and BI. And we also have the workspace. If you see in the Microsoft Fabric or in the Power BI, what do we see? So we see the workspaces. And if I click on the recent, no recent, nothing at all. And the next one is catalog. So if you want to dump the data, so we can dump whatever the files that we can have, we can create, we can upload it in here. So these are all the sample sales, franchise, sales, supplies. These are the sample data set that we have inbuilt. And the next one is jobs and pipelines. Okay, so if you want to ingest the pipeline, ETL pipelines, orchestration of the notebooks or the pipelines, yes, we can have it. Runs, if you want to run anything, yes, we can trigger the run. Okay, so how much time? So if you see in Microsoft Fabric, we have a utilization capacity. So how many of them are using such report? So we can see it in the utilization metrics. So here also how many jobs are running. So which notebook is running. So how many, so what is the start time, what is the end time, and what is the run status, whether it is a completed, succeeded, failed or skipped. So we can see it in the jobs and runs. Next one is compute. But by default, what do we have? We have, I mean, there are multiple things. I mean, there are two things. So serverless, and also we have another one. So we will see that. We will see that. So by default, we get the serverless starter warehouse. So it will be ran. I mean, it is like compute engine. So we can run whatever the code that we run, it runs on this serverless starter warehouse. And if you see, the next thing is that SQL. So we can also go through the SQL editor. So we can select the workspace and we can click on new. So we can click on the SQL query. We get it into the SQL query and search whatever we want to, whatever the queries that we want to implement. Yes, we can implement. So this is the view of the SQL server. The way we have SSMS SQL Server Management Studio. So we can also go for select star from dummy. Let me check whether we have it or not. So we would also have something like, so let you see what it is asking. So it is asking us to attach the compute resource. Okay, what is the compute resource? So how do we want to run it? Okay, so if you see SQL warehouse and lake base post GR. And let me expand it, whether we have anything or not. No, we do not have anything. I think this is for free edition. So serverless starter is given to us. So what do we need to do? In order to run any code, in order to run any query, what do we need to do? We need to attach the compute engine. Okay, so let me click on start, attach and run. Let's see whether we are going to get it or not output. I don't know whether we have the dummy table or not. So let me check. Let's see. So it's running. So it's running. Okay, the table is not found. Okay, the dummy table is not found. So let me check whether we have any data or not. So let me click on anything. Yeah, we have, we do not have anything. Okay. So no data existing. Okay, we do not have any data. So that is the reason we are not able to see anything. So let me check whether we have anything. Yeah, in the sample, we have something called as, okay, let me check with this. Okay, we need to copy this. Okay. So what do we have? The next thing is that, so if you see, we also have a Genie code. Okay. So what do we have in here? So it works like, okay, it works like, so if you see each and every organization, they have built their own AI agents. So if you take Google, it's Gemini. So if you take OpenAI, ChatGPT, so Microsoft Copilot, Salesforce, Erwin. So each and every organization, each and every the big companies, they created their own agentic AIs. So here also, what do we have? We have Genie in Databricks. What do we have? We have Genie. So let me click on this. Let's try whether we get it or not. Okay. Maybe we are missing the database object. So we are directly pulling. Yeah. So if you see, okay, let me check whether we have it or not. I mean, these are all the shade. I mean, these are all the sample that we got from the Databricks. Okay, now if you see, okay, now we got, let me click on accept. So what Genie is doing, so whenever we want some help, okay, so we can ask Genie and it can edit our code and it can give rectify and it can edit the code. So if you see here, what we are able to see, so sample.accuweather is the default or inbuilt data set that we have in the shade received in the SQL editor. So what we can see, we are able to see the table. Okay, the complete table about the forecast hourly metric. Probably it is like weather. What is the weather condition? And we can also download this. Okay, we can also download this in the CSV format. So either CSV or Excel. We can download till 5 GB of data. Okay, then we can do whatever we want to do. Okay, top 1,000 records or top 500 records, we can go for top 10 records. Okay, so we can go for it, we can run it, and also we can select the particular columns. Okay, probably top 10 is not working in here. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, so this is about the SQL editors. We can go for the queries, we can go for the dashboards, we can go for the Genie spaces, we can go for the alerts. What is the SQL warehouse? What is the compute engine? Okay, it is already turned on. So if you see here, it is running. So if I want to stop this, yes, we can stop this. But whenever we get into the environment of the coding, the query environment, when we try to type anything and when we go for running the query, it would ask to attach the server. And what is the server? 2x small. I mean, by default, we got it. So we can go for a permission. So what is the permission? Admin can change all workspace users. Okay. So this can be query history. So what is the history that we are going to look into? So if you see here, select to start from, it ran. So it took 6.11 seconds for running. And now if you see, so it is initiated and we got the output. So this is about the query history in the SQL warehouse. So let us ignore other options. Now let us get into the home. Go to the catalog. Okay, the first and foremost thing to remember, if you want to get the data, so what do we need to do? We need to work on the PySpark. Okay, Databricks is the environment and we implement the PySpark. So I mean, there are different types of environments available in here. So first and foremost thing is that create the volume. Okay, what do we need to do? Okay, create the volume. Create the volume. So how do we create the volume? So if you see here, go to catalog. Once you get into the catalog, so what do we do? Click on create and click on create a volume. Okay, so let me name the volume as Databricks PySpark Masterclass. Okay, so we created the volume. So it is saying something to us. Name cannot include period, space, or forward slash. So what do I do? So let me go for giving underscore. Okay, it is not accepting the space or a slashes. Okay, and what is the next thing? Volume type. Okay, managed volume and external volume. So let us go with the default managed volume. And the next one, choose catalog and schema. Okay, so let me click on the catalog. For now, let me put it in the workspace. Okay, and schema is default schema. I do not want to create any schema. So let we upload the data or the files into the default schema. And what is the catalog? It's a workspace. What is the schema? Default. Let me click on the create. Okay, so the volume has been created. Okay, the volume has been created. So what do we need to do? The next step, we need to upload the files into this volume. Okay, the first thing is that we created the volume And the next step is to upload the files into this volume. So let me click on, what do we need to do? We need to click on upload to this volume. Let me click on this. And if you see, we can drag and drop the files. So up to 20,000 files are, we can add 20,000 files, or the maximum size is 5 GB per file. Okay. And let me click on browse, select files. Okay. So let me go to that path and have these files added. Okay. So what we are trying to discuss about, so we will go with the retail. So we have customer employee. So let me click on open first of all. First, let us upload and let's see. And let me click on upload. Yes, it is uploaded. And if you see here, let me click on close. So what is the path? The first thing is the volume that we created. Next thing, the catalog is workspace. And what is the schema? It is default. What is the name? Databricks underscore PySpark underscore masterclass. Let me click on copy the path. Why? When we try to execute the dim underscore customer.csv, what do we need to do? We need to know, enter the complete path. Now what do we need to do? Go to the workspace. Okay, go to the workspace. And let me expand the workspace. So what we are trying to look into, let me expand the user, expand the mail. So where do we have that workspace? Shade. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, in the workspace, let me create. Okay, click on the create, click on the notebook. Okay, click on the notebook. So this is, okay, what is this environment? Okay, so this is where we write the Python query and PySpark queries, and also we can also write SQL. Okay, so let me, yeah. Now what do we have? This is the cell. Okay, I think you found it so similar with the Jupyter Notebook or Google Colab, the same kind of environment that you see in that applications, in those applications. So what do we see here? So we have the environment Python by default, it is selected. We can also select the SQL. Okay, we can also select the SQL. So how can we select the SQL? So at the rate Python, okay, percentage Python, few of them work, few of them do not work. Okay, let me take this off. And also you can see, you can also select here, okay, Python. So do you want to mark it down or Python default notebook and also SQL? Okay, let me click on the markdown first of all. Okay, so what do we have in the markdown? So it is, what is this command? Percentage MD. MD is markdown. Okay, MD is markdown. So let me do one thing. So if you see, we have something called as a Databricks magic command. Okay, so what do we have? Some commands. So what do we do with this magic commands? Okay, actually we work. So when you go to the Fabric, we have four kinds of a, what do you say, environment that we can switch. Okay, so what we can do, percentage Python, then it changes into Python. Percentage SQL, then it changes into SQL query. Percentage Scala, it changes to Scala and R code. Okay, so let me check with percentage SQL. Okay, let me check with percentage SQL, whether it changes to SQL or not. Okay, now if you see, it has changed to SQL. Okay, when I clicked on percentage SQL, it changed to SQL. So let me click on Python. Yes, it changed to Python. Or let me make it into R. Does it change it or not? Okay, we do not have R in here. So let me go here. And for the documentation, if you want to write the text and headings, we go for markdown, percentage MD. If you want to go for the file system and shell scripting, we go for percentage FS, file system, percentage SH, shell. If you want to install any libraries, okay, Python packages, or if you want to run another notebook, so what do we do? Percentage run. Percentage pip is to install the Python packages. Pip install data, what do you say, pandas, numpy, okay? So we can install the packages and also the libraries. Percentage Conda, we use it in Anaconda. Okay. So in Anaconda, what do we have? We have like the Jupyter notebooks or Spider. So we have those things. And the next one is magic, another one utility. So we go for percentage ls magic. Okay. So these are all the magic commands that we have. But if you see it in the fabric, we find it all these. Okay. So we see it in the fabric. If you see, so let me go to any workspace. Okay. So here what do we have? We can go through any workspace. And if I open, okay, let me click on new item. So here what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to open the notebook. So this is okay. Let me click on upgrade. Okay. Let me click on the notebook. Whatever the environment that we see in the Databricks, okay, we find the same thing in here. Okay. So what do we see here? What is the environment? We have the Python. There are many environments over here. So Python, Scala, Spark SQL, Spark R, and general Python and SQL, transaction SQL. For example, if I go for percentage, okay, R, okay, let me go for percentage R. Okay, is it changing? Or let me go for percentage SQL. Is it changing? Okay. So here what happens? In the fabric, we need to enter double percentages. Okay. So when we go for double percentages, it changes to, okay, it changes to, okay, let me go for Spark R. Okay. So we need to enter the first layer. Okay. So if you go for percentage, double percentage, it changes to Spark SQL. If I go for Python, it automatically changed. If I go for R, okay, isn't it changing? Okay, let me click on here, Spark R. Let's see whether it is a capital R, small R. Okay, we need to enter Spark R. It's not R. Okay, so if I go for HTML, it changes to HTML. So here in the Fabric, Microsoft Fabric is a unified platform for data engineering, data analysis, business intelligence, and machine learning models. So here we also got the same thing. We can run all, we can connect whatever you see, the new standard. So here we have seen like run all, the concurrency in the compute, we have seen the serverless compute engines. So here also we have like the engines. Okay, here we can select different types of Spark engines. Okay, Spark environment. Okay, different types of programming language, and we can run it. But now let us see here. Okay, so let me check with whatever we got, Spark R. Okay, let me check with Spark R or Spark R. Okay, so let's see whether it runs or not. Okay, it is not running. First, let me type. Okay, let me type. So we generally know that print. Okay, so let me type something like welcome to Databricks PySpark session. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to print something, some text information. So if you see here, so I can run the cell or I can click on Control Enter. So for now, let me click on the play button. Okay, now you see we got welcome Databricks PySpark. Okay, we are missing one, welcome to. So what I did, I clicked on Control Enter or Shift Enter. Actually, I clicked on Shift Enter. Okay, Shift Enter. Okay, now what do we see? We are able to see the output. Welcome to Databricks PySpark session. What we can do here, so if you see 1, 2, 3, the numbering of the cells. So let me click on the numbering of the session. So let me write welcome session, welcome to the session. Okay, this is the heading of the cell, heading of the cell. Okay, this is the heading of the cell. Or I can also click on this. I can go for clicking on the three dots. Okay, so what do we have in here? I can add the title. For example, let me click on add the title. Okay, this is the title of the cell. No, I do not want to add the title, but I want to add what is that, markdown. Okay, if I want to add the markdown, what do I need to do? So I can click on percentage MD, small MD. Okay, markdown, and click on enter. Oh, sorry. So let me click on down. Okay. Mark down and let me write something. Okay. Title. Or what we can do, okay, the general way is first hash and give the title. Okay, let me write title. Okay, let me check whether does it work or not. Do you want to cancel the current execution and rerun the command? Let me click on yes. Okay, so here it is not working. Why it is not working? So let me click on hash. Okay, it is not working. Maybe double hashes would work. Okay, let me click on enter. So if you see in the Jupyter notebook, what do you see in the Jupyter notebook? You can enter the, you can give the title. Okay, you can give the title based on the, what do you say? You can enter the title. You can enter the size of the text. Okay, size of the text by using the hash. If you enter one hash, so it gives the bigger the text size. If you enter many hashes, it decreases the size. The only difference is that, so what is the syntax that we are going to use it in a different platforms? Okay, that is the only difference that we have it. Okay, so this is how we enter the title. Okay, or we can go for do we have that? Okay, hide, clear, skip cell, copy, export. Okay, we do not have, it looks like. Let me click on this. Okay, let me click on markdown. Yes, now if you see, when I click on markdown, okay, it is directly giving what we have got, MD. Okay, here what do I do? I'll take this off. Okay, I'll write PySpark. Okay, we got PySpark. Okay, this is markdown. Okay, so let me enter PySpark session. Click on shift enter. Okay, what is my regular practice? I do not click on this. Okay, what do? I just click on shift enter. Either you can click on control plus enter or shift plus enter. Okay, control plus enter or shift plus enter. For example, if you go to Databricks, okay, if you go to the fabric, so it is little different. Okay, you need to enter the what do you say, the double, you can enter a single hash. Here we are trying to enter multiple slashes. Okay, so let me click on one more hash. Okay, click on enter. The size changes. Okay, one more hash. Okay, multiple hashes. Now you see the size is changing. So this is how we can go for entering the size. I mean, the only difference is that the environment. That's it. The remaining concepts are similar. All right. Now what is the next step is, okay, the next step is to read the Spark session. Okay, let me enter the title, read the Spark session. Read the Spark session. So how do we read the Spark session? So what do we need to do? So if you want to import in Python, okay, in general, what do we do in Python? Import pandas as PD. Okay, or what we can do? So if you want to enter anything, or we can go for import numpy as NP. Okay, this is we regularly follow in the Python. But in here, okay, in the PySpark, what do we do? So we go for from PySpark, okay, dot SQL. Okay, so I recommend if you know the SQL, that's well and good. If not, we will see that. Now you see, we are getting auto-generated scripts over here. Okay, what it is asking? Import to Spark session. Let me click on the arrow, or it is not working. If I click on tab, I automatically get it. Okay, if I click on tab, I automatically get. But I do not want the next step. Okay, let me take this off. Okay, what do we have? From the Spark, we are importing the Spark session. From now onwards, whatever the code that we write, it runs on the Spark. Okay, so again, let me go for the next one. From PySpark.SQL. Okay, so now you see we are getting our code. Okay, .SQL .function import star. Okay, so let me click on tab again. Okay, now you see we have imported the call, but we do not want to import the call. So let me go for star. Okay, star represents all the functions will be imported. Or if I want to import the functions, okay, I can go for importing the functions as F. Okay, what do I do? Instead of using the functions every time, I just use F. Okay, instead of functions, I use F. So let me click on execute this. Okay, so we got one error. Okay, what is that error? Import functions. Okay, cannot import the name functions. What is the issue? From Spark SQL import function. Okay, import dot functions. Okay, so let me click on accept and run. So what it is saying, we are missing dot functions. Okay, let me click on that. Now we got, it is running. Okay, we got the output. Okay, now what is the next thing? Whatever the file that we got from the catalog. Okay, so we have taken the workspace. Under the workspace, we have the default schema, and under the volume, we have the Databricks PySpark session. We got all the tables over here. What is the next step? Next step is to read the customer data. Okay, customer data. So how do we read the customer data? So we need to enter the path. First of all, we need to enter the path. Okay, let me try to get it. Okay, I'm not able to drag it. Okay, so what do I need to do? Click on three dots. So you see copy volume file path. Let me click on this. Okay, paste it over here. Now what do we see? Volume. Under the volume, we have the workspace. Under the workspace, the catalog is workspace. Default is the schema, and Databricks PySpark Masterclass is the name. Under the folder name, we have dim underscore customer.csv as the CSV file. Okay, yes, we got it. We got the file, we got the path. But how do we read? How do we execute dim underscore customer? Okay, what do we do? Let me do one thing. Df underscore cus equal to, okay, df underscore cus is like customer. Okay, customer, if you want to execute spark.read. Okay, how do we read? Spark.read dot, okay, so option, open the bracket. So what do we need to do? Here we need to make it like header comma true. Okay, header comma true. What we are trying to say, so make the headers as the way it is. If we do not enter, it does not accept the first column as the header. Okay, in Power BI, what do? We click on use first row as header, the option. So here what do? We make it like option header, make it true. Okay, the accept. Okay, make the first row or first column or whatever the headers that we have, make it the way it is. If not, what do you see? C1, C2, C3, column 1, column 2, column 3. Okay, and the next one, close the bracket, dot. Okay, close the bracket, dot. You see, we are getting the suggestions. What do we want to select? We got the CSV, Excel format, JSON format. If we are looking into the JSON, if we want to load, yes, we can load. Options. Okay, schema. Okay, the next thing is that again, let me go with the option. Okay, where is that option? Open the bracket. Okay, what do we have? We have something like infer schema. Okay, infer schema. Infer schema. What is that infer schema? So infer schema is like, okay, we are saying it as true. In Power BI, if you remember, we have an option called as detect data types. Okay, when we select all the columns and if we click on detect data type, what do we get? We get automatically the data types of the columns are detected. Okay, here infer schema is like detect data type. We are not manually, we are not giving, okay, we are not mentioning this is the schema of the column. Okay, we are automatically saying whatever the data that you find, you detect the data type. Okay, after that, close the bracket. I think we need to enter true it in the double quotes. True. Close the bracket, comma. What is the format of the file? Okay, let me click on the tab. CSV. Okay, the format is CSV. Open the bracket and we need to enter the path. Okay, this is the path. In the CSV, we need to enter the path in the double quotes. Okay, here let me give the quotes. Okay, let me click on enter. Let me click on shift enter or click on the run the cell. Okay, let's see what we are going to get the output. Okay, now if you see it has run. Okay, it is executed. So if you want to see the data, okay, here what do? I'll go for reading the data. Okay, read customer data. Okay, here we need to see the data output. Okay, output. So here, if you want to see the output, there are multiple ways of seeing the output. Okay, so what do? df underscore customer dot show. Okay, dot show. So we can see the data. Okay, we can see the data. Let me click on execute. Okay, let me click on execute. Now, if you see, we got something like customer ID, first name, last name, email address, gender, birth rate, okay, birth date, segment, what is the segment, and geography ID, sign up date. Okay, this is about the customer information. Okay, this is about the customer information. So how many rows? There are 20 records in this table. Now I do not want to see the 20 records. I want to see only few records. Okay, in SQL, what do? We go for top 10 records to see the data. Here, what we can do in the show, we can give the number as 10. Let me click on enter. Okay, now we are able to see the 10 records. Okay, but if you see in the email, okay, if you see in the email, I'm not able to see the complete mails which are being truncated. Okay, dot 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 dot. Okay, so in Power BI, if we see this in the visualization, what do? We go for text to wrap. Okay, we enable disable that. So here what we can do is comma, okay, truncate, okay, truncate equal to false. So when we click on truncate equal to false, we get the complete text. Okay, now you see we got email, okay, Diya, okay, we got all the data. And if you also observe here, before Vivan, we got a space. Before Arjun, we got a space. We need to deal such kind of a data, okay, in the data transformation, okay, in the ETL. The transformation stands for data cleaning, data manipulation, data changes, joining the tables. Okay, all these are included in here. Okay, so what do we see? We need to exclude the extra spaces before the text. In Power BI, it is so simple. We click on trim. Once we click on trim, automatically the leading or what is that trailing spaces would be removed. In SQL, what do we have? We have trim, L trim, R trim, the functions or the commands. What do we have? We have the serverless. Okay, we can terminate the session, we can configure, and we can also schedule, and we can also share it. So this is to show. Okay, this is to show. And also, if you see what do we have here? Okay, if you want to see the schema, okay, if you want to see the schema, data df underscore customer. Okay, I think it heard me. Okay, so it heard me and it is giving us the suggestions. Let me go for only schema and click on execute this. Okay, so let me take off brackets and let me click on execute. Sometimes we need to enter the brackets. Some functions doesn't accept the brackets. Now what do we see? We see the struct field customer ID as the string type. Okay, true, nullable equal to true or false. Struct field. Okay, these are all the schema. But what is a schema? Okay, so you got a question. So in the interview, they would ask you, what is a schema? How do you define the schema? Okay, let me tell you the definition of the schema. Okay, what is a schema? So schema is the metadata, definition is the metadata definition of a data frame, that specifies column names. Okay, that specifies column names, data types, and nullability. Okay, whether they are nulls or not. It acts Okay, it acts as the blueprint, for how data is stored, how data is stored and processed in the Spark. Processed in the Spark. Okay, this is called as a schema. In the interview, if you want to sound technically, okay, you use this kind of a terminology while explaining about the schema in the interview. If you get a question like, what is a schema? Okay, so what do you say? You need to explain this definition perfectly. So you can change it. Okay, why schema is required? For example, if you see, we need to identify. How do we identify? For example, if you see another person, what do you say? He's a human being. He's a human being. If you see animals, you identify them as animals. And if you go in detail, animal, okay, frog, okay. So you again see something reptiles, okay. We also see that birds, okay. These are all comes under animals. And again, if you see the time, okay, tree, flower, okay, you see rock, paper, mineral, etc. These are all like you're trying to specify something. You're trying to separate something. Okay, you are defining something. If you see the date, you say it as a date. Numbers, yes, it is numbers. Alphabets, the way we are defining. So here also the schema is defined. Okay, the schema is defined. The schema describes what the data should look like, while the data contains actual records. Okay, while the data is the actual values that is stored in the data frame. Yes, you see. So you see it is giving text analytics. Okay, it is working on the text analytics. So we have like algorithms, natural language processing, NLP. So what do you see here? So it is like the columns. How do you define the columns? The schema is nothing but the data types and nullability. Okay, specifies the column name, data types, and nullability. Okay, so this is about the schema. So how do we see the schema? Okay, if you want to see df underscore customer dot print schema. Okay, when we click on print schema, and let me click on run the cell, so we get what is the root. Okay, what is the customer ID, whether it is a nullable or not, first name, okay, last name, and what is the, whether it is a string or not. Okay, whether it is a string, whether it is a what is that double type. Okay, and what do we see here? Okay, what do we see here? So there are different types of data types available. Okay, what do we have? There are different types of data types. Now let us see what are all the data types that we have in PySpark. Okay, what are all the data types that we have in the PySpark? In each and every programming language, whatever the programming language that you take, okay, so you take Python, you take SQL, or you take HTML, okay, or you take any Java. Okay, there are like predefined data types. Okay, the most used general regular data types are like number data type, text data type. I mean, in general, I'm saying, okay, generally I'm saying date data type. If it is a true false Boolean data type, okay, Boolean data type. If it is a date format, yes, date format, and also binary data type. Okay, so these are all the general data types that we use regularly. But if we go with PySpark, what are all the data types that we have? Okay, in general, number can also be called as a numeric, or it can be called as an integer. Text can also be called as a character, char in the SQL, string in other programming language. Date, general, yes, it is a date. Boolean, yes, it is a Boolean. In other, it can be called as a true, false, yes, no. Okay, true, false, yes or no. Now, what are all the data types that we have in here? Okay, and what is the beauty of PySpark? You should know. Okay, PySpark, okay, it is not like you every time, I mean, it is not like you do not load all the libraries, okay, all the libraries or the packages or the functions or the commands at a time. At a time. Okay. Whatever it is required, you need to import. Required packages, required functions, okay, can be imported. Okay. Only required functions can be imported from the library. Okay. Imported from the library. So this is the beauty of PySpark. So if I want to import the types, okay, the data types. What are all the data types that we have if you see? So from the Spark SQL types, okay, they are interlinked. Now you see, now you need to understand. SQL is one of the most used programming, I mean, the query languages in the world. Okay, so what I said before. So if you want to know, if you want to learn about the PySpark or Python, so if you know the SQL, that would be beneficial for you to understand other programming languages easily. Okay, so if you see, I mean, we have many query languages: PostGRE, Hive, IBM, Oracle, DB. So there are many databases and many query languages. But out of all the query languages, the most dominating is SQL. We have a Snowflake that is used in a different way. MySQL, MariaDB, MongoDB, Hive, PostGRE. Okay, SQL and NoSQL, relational and non-relational databases. We will see that. We will see that in further session. So what are all the types that we have? String type. Okay. So if you see here, it is every data type is defined with a type suffix with a type. Okay. String type text. Okay. It is a text data type. Integer type is the whole number. Long type, if you are dealing with the large numbers. Short type, byte, float, decimal points. Double type, more decimals. Okay. Decimal type, exact decimals. Okay. Exact decimals. Boolean type, whether it is a true false. Date, only date. Timestamp, date plus time. Array, list of values. We enter it in a square bracket or the flower bracket, list of values. Map type, key value pair. In Python, it is called as, we have a special data types in Python: list, tuples, sets, dictionaries. Okay, a dictionary, you see in the dictionary we have like key value pairs. Here what do we have? Map types. We enter it in a square bracket which are being separated by a column. Okay, so struct type. What is a struct type? Schema or nested structure. Struct field, one column definition. Binary type, raw data. Null type, whether it is a null or not. So these are all the data types available in the PySpark. Okay, these are all the data types available in the PySpark. Okay, the last thing. Okay, the last thing. Okay, there are two things in here. Okay, I'm trying to compare with other programming language, especially with the SQL. Why? So it's, you can compare with that and you can understand the functionalities of the commands or the functions syntax. So what do we do in general in SQL? So if you want to create a table, we create a table. Okay, we create table. So now you see it automatically identified. In Fabric, it doesn't identify when we try to enter create table. So when I typed create table, it automatically gave percentage SQL. In Fabric, you need to enter double percentage SQL. Create table. So what do? We create the table. And after that, what do we do? So we insert the values. Okay, we insert the values. Open the bracket, column 1. Okay, so what do? We define the data type. And after that, what do? We define the constraints. Okay, we define the constraints. What are all the constraints that we have? Okay, if you see, so we have different types of constraints available in the SQL. Now you see, so what are all the constraints that we have? The first thing is that primary key, foreign key, default, and the next one is check, not null, unique. Okay, what do? We define all these. Okay, the one which you see, okay, when we are trying to enter, okay, there are two things in here. Okay, so here we define the way we have it individually. This is called as, okay, individual. When we deal with, okay, when we deal with the table, it is called as structure type. Okay, structure type. What we are trying to do, we are trying to deal with, okay, we are trying to deal with the whole table represented by the structure type. Okay, here what do? We call it as a struct type. Struct type. Okay, what is that? Represents the entire schema. Okay, entire schema, all the columns, all the columns. Next thing is that struct field. In other way, field is also called as a columns. Okay, you see records rows, field columns. Okay, if you hear something like this, okay, represents a single column, within the schema, within the schema. Okay, this is when creating a schema. So we need to remember that what is a struct type, structure type, and struct team, struct field. Okay, so when we try to enter anything, okay, what do? When we try to enter anything, struct type. So we need to enter it in a small letter, struct type. And also what do we have? If you want to enter, the first letter should be capital. And when we try to go for the next one, the next letter should be capital. Now you see struct type. We got the struct type. Struct type here represents the complete column. Okay, now let me click on the tab. It is giving some examples. Okay, what do you see? ID, we are trying to define it as a string type and it is a true. Okay, let me go for comma. Okay, comma true. Okay, let me click on tab. Okay, let's see what we are going to get it. Okay. Now, if you see what we are trying to do, ID is string type. We are defining it as true. We need to check the data before we define the what is that schema. We need to see the data. Customer ID is in the format of both the text and the number data type. So what do? We go for, if there is a combination, if it is a alphanumeric, the combination of text plus number, always remember we go with the text data type. Okay, string data type. So this is the way we define. Okay, structure type, open the bracket, in the square bracket, we need to define the each and individual column struct field. Okay, so this is about the struct type and struct field. Okay, this is about the struct type and struct field. And if you also see here, so what did we do? We went with what is that? Show. We also have one more function. We also have one more function called as display. Okay, we see it in a Python. Okay, display df underscore customer. Okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, now if you see, we are able to see the data in the table format. Okay, we are able to see the data in the table format. Okay, just a second. Okay, so now if you see here, so what do we have? So these two commands are called as an inspection command. Okay, so everything whatever we take, it goes in the data frames. Okay, whatever you take, it goes in the data frame format. What is a data frame? We regularly hear in the Python. Okay, when we work on the Jupyter notebooks. So in the Python or Python for data science, in the machine learning models, we see the data frames regularly. Okay, what is the data frame? So see if the data are presented or represented in the table format. Okay, this is column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, column 5. Okay, and the data is in the row format. Row 1, row 2, row 3. Okay, row 1, row 2, row 3. Okay, this is a data frame. Okay, it should be in the table format. Okay, data frame should be in a table format. So what is the difference between schema versus display? Okay, what is that? So shows exact structure, metadata. So here what do we have? So it shows actual data, display. Output, the data types, column names, data types. Here if you see rows and column values. In the schema, what do we see here? Structure type. Here we see it in the table format. When we go with the schema, the performance is faster. So here it triggers the execution, only reads the data. Schema is used for data validation, data type checking. So here we use display. If you remember in the display, min, median, mode, okay, we will able to see it in when we work on the fact tables. We want to see the statistical information. What do we do? Display, and we give the data frame. What do we get? We get the data exploration analysis. Okay, data exploration analysis. When we go with the schema, we see the data in the schema format. When we go with the display, we see it in the data frame format. Okay, so this is the difference between the DF schema. Okay, if you see display, we are able to see the data in the regular table format. Okay, so when we typed show, okay, when we go for schema, df.schema, we also have one more called as df underscore customer dot schema. Okay, we can see it in the schema format. Okay, we can see the data in the schema, or we can also go for show. What do we have in the show? Show, we can see it in this format. Okay, so this is the difference between the show and display. So what does the Unity catalog, and why do we need to go for in the Databricks? Yes, the Unity catalog is one of the most important concepts that we have. And if you see on top level, so if you see on top level, so what do we have? How the data is organized. Okay, so there are three level hierarchy for the governance of the data. So what is governance of the data? So if you think of Power BI, so what do we have in Power BI? I mean, not only in Power BI, in any tool that you take that deals with the data. So what do we need to have is like the data governance. So you should not be giving others to access the complete data based on the roles and responsibilities of the person who is working in the organization. So what is a Unity catalog? So it is a one governance. Okay, it is a one governance layer over everything below: access control, lineage, and discovery. So if you take one thing, okay, Metastore, so which is like as one per region. Okay, Metastore as one per region. Under the Metastore, what do we have? We have a catalog. Okay, we have a catalog. Under the catalog, in the previous session, we created the catalog, we created the volume, and under the catalog we created the volume. So under the catalog, what do we have? We have the schema. Okay, so what is a schema? It's a kind of a table. Simply I can define it as a table structure. Okay, schema is nothing but the table structure. Under the schema, what we can do, we can add the table. Okay, we can add the table. So what do we have? Rows and columns. And the next one is volume. Volume is like files and folders. Okay, so there are two things. If you take, so there are structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data. The tables and views that goes under the schema are the structured data, and we created the view, the volume, where the volume can take the semi-structured and unstructured data. Simply, we can define it as a non-tabular data. So what we can define? So we can define this as non-tabular data. So what do we have? We have like non-tabular data. So in the non-tabular data, what the images, PDF, CSV, or any video, audio can be stored. So this is the volume. And again, we have the functions, reusable SQL, Python logics, and machine learning models. So this is the lower level under the catalog. So which is managed by the Metastore. So it is a one per region. And what is the next thing? So in the 3-level name, the first and foremost thing is like a catalog, schema, and a table. Okay, catalog, schema, and a table. Here in this example, if you see, samples is a catalog. Okay, sample is a catalog. Bakehouse is the schema. Sales underscore customer is a table. Okay, so and also what we did under the workspace or under the sample. So default is the schema that we selected, and under the default we pulled all the, we stored all the CSV files. And also if you see the table, so we have tabular data, rows and columns, so we can query it with SQL. So what are all the things that we have? So we can take the customer data, transaction data, employee data, and all. Volume. First, we created the volume. First of all, what we did in the catalog. Okay, catalog is the topmost layer. Above the catalog, we have the Unity catalog. Okay, Metastore. It is like one per region. For example, if you are working for region Asia, okay, we can create what we can create. We can create a catalog of the Asia so that we can separate the things. Okay, so if you see what do we have under the volume, so we can store the non-tabular data. What are all the non-tabular data? Images, PDF, CSV, audio, model, files, and all. Okay, so what we can do, so you got a question like what do we do with the images or PDFs or CSV or audio model files? So we can push it into the machine learning models. Okay, we can push it into the machine learning models. If you take the files like a text data, okay, the data which is being generated from the, the ratings and feedbacks. If you get, so if you go to any grocery stores or any movies or anything, so what do? We give the ratings. E-commerce website, if you see that, so if you would like to purchase any product, the clothing products, okay, so what do we do first? First, we look at the stars, okay, and after that, what do? We look at the feedback. So based on the feedback, okay, based on the feedback, what does it do? So it makes the products the topmost searchable product. Okay, if you are searching for one trouser, okay, based on the feedback, based on the stars, based on the ratings, so it shows at the top. So that is the files non-tabular. And if you see here, so what is that? Catalog is like a filing cabinet. Okay, schema is like a drawer, and table is like a structured form, and volume is a folder of the loose files. You remember like this. Okay, you remember like this. So it is like if you take a wardrobe, okay, wardrobe is like a catalog. Under the wardrobe, okay, so whatever we have the shelves, okay, the total shelves are like a schema. And under that, what do we store? So in one drawer we store the clothes. In another drawer we store the cosmetic products. Okay, and the next one is folders of the loose files. Okay, so what do we have here? So Metastore is a topmost container. Okay, top container, one per region. And under the Metastore we have the catalog. Under the catalog we have the schemas. So in the schema, what do we have? We have the table views, volume, functions, and ML models. So this is about the Unity catalog. And coming to the Databricks account workspace, okay, Databricks account. So what do we have? We have a workspace plus Unity catalog. Okay, so if you take Databricks account as the complete application, as a complete platform. So what do we have? The first and foremost thing is like the workspace. Okay, what is a workspace? So where users actually do their work. It's a place we log into. Our workspace contains your notebooks, code, jobs, pipelines, dashboard, and SQL queries. So which has the compute clusters. Okay, if you see workspace A, what do we have in the workspace A? We have the notebooks, we have the jobs running. I mean, we click on serverless, whatever the cluster that we create, okay, we have the clusters and the dashboards. At the end, we create that. And if you take workspace B, for example, workspace is like a finance. Okay, we are working for a finance project. The second is like a marketing project. Okay, we are working for the marketing project. Third workspace is like we are working for the sales. For each and separate workspaces, what do we have? We have the notebooks, jobs running behind it, whatever we scheduled, clusters enabled to work to execute the notebooks, and at the end we can go for dashboards. Okay, so workspace is like an environment, people, code, and compute. Okay, from the workspace, what do we have? We have a Unity catalog. Okay, managed at the account level. Okay, what do we have here? So we have the catalog sales, and again sales, tables and volumes. So actually what we did, okay, so we pulled the data into the volume. Okay, we pulled the data into the volume, but in real time, okay, we connect, okay, we get the data into the volume. We do not take the static flat files into the volume. So it will be connected to any cluster managed workspace. Okay, and here the second catalog is the finance catalog. Okay, so what is that? What do we have in the catalog? So it's a biggest container. It groups together related schemas, databases, which in turn hold the actual tables, volume, and so on. Okay, so this is a catalog, and volume is a table that governs tabular data, rows and columns, while a volume governs the files. Okay, volume is for the data governance. Catalog is where the workspaces are created, where working happens. It's a working environment. Okay, it's a working environment. So this is about the Unity catalog. So this is about the workspace. This is about the complete, I mean, it is like a administration. Okay, simply. So what do we do? How do we admin the Databricks account? Okay, when to start the, when there is an issue with the cluster, when there is an issue with the jobs, when there is an issue with the notebooks. Okay, how does the administration, the Databricks admin comes into picture and manage all these? Okay, so this is about the Unity catalog, overall Unity catalog, and the clusters. So if you see here, so what do we have in the workspace? We have a different types of workspaces. Under the workspace, I can create, right click, I can create a folders. Okay, I can create a folder. And what do we have? We also have the shade and also who is the user. So we get the official company domain, okay, the user. And what do we do under the catalog? So we create the volume. Okay, we create a volume. So what do we do in the volume? We dump the files. For example, if you see, what do we have? I can drag and drop, and I can click on create volume. Okay, I can click on create volume. So what do we have here? Files are stored in the location managed by the Unity catalog. Okay, the next one is external source. Where do you want to store this data? So most of the companies, they store only in the managed volume. So we can have the volume name. And this volume, where do we want to see this volume, under which catalog and schema? Okay, where do we want to store the files and folders? So that is the thing. So what we can do here, select a catalog. Okay, catalog is like a workspace. It's a top level of that hierarchy, the biggest container. Okay, it groups together the related schemas, the database, which in turn holds the actual tables, volume, and etc. Okay, so what do we do? So these are all the default catalog that we have within the Databricks. But actually, what do? We create a new catalog. Okay, I can create a catalog like finance catalog or finance. Okay, finance underscore whatever the company that we are working on, we can give the company name. Okay, so next FinCode. For example, I can click on something like FinCode. The company name is FinCode. I can click on this. And what is the standard? What is the catalog? And I can click on what is the default to storage, or I can create an external storage. I can click on default to storage. Okay, I can click on create a catalog. A separate catalog will be created. And after that, what do we do? After creating the catalog, and we need to select the schemas. Okay, I can click on the schema, sample schema, and I can enter the name of the schema. Under this schema, whatever the data that we have, it will be stored. Or I can go for some other schema. I think we have the default schema. Okay, these are all the default schemas. The next one, what do we have? Workspaces. And we can go for the default schema or information underscore schema. Or we can also go for, once we create the schema, we can also go. Or I can also create a new schema. I can enter the name. Okay, I can enter the location. What is the location I want to store? So this is about the Unity catalog and the workspaces. So this is how we work. But in general, if you go for the fabric, okay, so what do we do in the fabric? We directly create the workspace. Under the workspace, we go for creating the notebooks. Okay, we pull the data into the notebooks from the lakehouse, and we map the lakehouse to the notebook, and we go for the general notebook activities, whatever the transformation that we want to do. So this is a straightforward. But here we are working on the Databricks. Okay, so this is about the Databricks. Now let us see. So in the previous session, let me click on the recent. So we created a retail notebook. Let me go what we did in the previous session. So if you see here, what do we have? So we have created the PySpark session, and we imported the session and also the functions. Okay, now if you see, we have the serverless. So I don't think that it is being enabled. So first what I do, I will click on run the cell. Okay, so let's see whether we get a green mark. Yes, now you see the server has been turned on. The environment has been turned on. Okay, the session has been turned on. So whenever you open, I mean, within 15 minutes or within 20 minutes or within 1 hour, the session is going to terminate. So what do we need to do? We need to turn on when we work on that notebook. So if I, for example, if I go directly here and click on the read customer data, next day or whenever we open after 1 hour or 2 hours, so we get error stating that it is not found. Okay, let's see, let it run. So what we need to do after that, we need to go and we need to turn on the cluster. We need to import the functions, or if we have already imported the functions, we need to run it again. That's it. Okay. So first of all, let me interrupt this. So it's taking longer than. So let me click on and run this. Okay. It is good. Let me click on this. Okay. Yes. And let me click on this, whether it is working or not, to check what is the output. Yes. And also we have seen what is a schema. We also understood what is the schema definition. And the next one, we also seen how to see the schemas and all. And also we discussed about the PySpark, whatever the data types that we have. So now let's continue the next thing. Okay, now let's continue the next thing. So let me click on the catalog. So under the Databricks PySpark, so we included all of, I mean, we just ran only the customer table only. Okay, there are other tables that we need to get. I mean, other files that we need to get in here and run it. Okay, for that, what do we do? So let me copy that first, the customer table. Okay, let me copy paste. Okay, so we can read other tables also. Okay, let me click on this. In place of customers, we can replace with others. Okay, in place of customers, we can replace. So what is the other tables that we have? So we have like customer table, we have employee table, we have geography table. So there are different types of tables available. So what do we need to do? We need to run all the tables. Okay, we need to run all the tables. Let me check over here. What is the next table available? The next table is employee table. Okay, so let me click on this. Either we can copy the volume path and paste it over here. So let me click on Control V. So what do we have? Dim employee. So let me directly paste it over here. And instead of this, let me go for EMP and click on execute this. Yes, it is executed. So let me go for running others. So let me copy paste it. Okay. After the employee, what do we have? We have the geography. So let me enter the geography. Geography. Okay. Click on OK. Oh, sorry. Now, if you see what we did mistake, so we are trying to, okay, we are trying to load the same thing under the data frame. DF underscore employee represents the data frame employee. Okay, whatever the data, whatever we are giving something like this, it will be stored or it will be represented in the form of data frames. And what we are trying to do in the employee data frame, we are storing the geography. So what happens? So this geography is going to overtake the employee. So that is the thing. So now let me run the employee again. And after that, let me just rename this. So when we work on it, be careful. So to run in a different data frames, okay, try to separate all these. So let me go for another one. So let me paste it over here. After the geography, so we have like a product. So we have like a product. Okay. So let me enter the product, and here let me go for giving the name product. Just a second. Okay. So what is the next thing? So we have the product. So let me name this as a product and click on enter. And again, you got a question like, do we need to run these all one by one? Can't we make it? Can't we schedule it? Okay. So what we can do, we can do like we can give the path in any variable. Okay, we can give the path in a variable. Then we can automatically, instead of giving all these name, volume and all, so we can go for giving the path name. Okay, we can store this in a path. We can store this in a variable, and automatically we can give that variable name in this path. So that is what we can do. But for now, what do we need to do? As we are started, we just started. So we need to enter it in a separate way. After the product, we have another table called as a promotion. Okay. So what do I do? So let me enter the promotion. So in the next step, let me directly go for another one. Let me directly add other tables also. The next table is the store table. Dim store. And the last one is supplier. Supplier. So let me change the naming of the data frame. STO, store, and the next one is supplier, SUP. And let me click on execute. Yes, it is getting executed. Yes, now we got the tables are executed. And what is the next thing that we need? So we loaded all the dimension tables. Now we need to load the fact tables. So how do we store the fact tables? I mean, how do we run the fact table? Simple, straightforward, the same thing. So here, what do we need to do? So we can go for FACT, fact table. Okay. So after loading the fact table, so or we can go for, as it is a sales data. So let me give the naming as a sales. And here, what do we do? So we go for changing the name, okay, from fact underscore sales. Okay, let me check the name. Okay, fact underscore sales. Yes. So F should be capital, sales should be capital. Okay. Now let me click on run. Okay. Yes, it ran. Okay. Yes, it ran. So what do we see by default? We are able to see the data types. Okay. By default, we are able to see the data types. But if you want to see the data types, what we can do? So simple, straightforward. Df underscore sales dot t types and click on shift enter. So now we will be able to see what are all the data types that we have in here. Now you see, you feel like you are familiar with the Python's Anaconda, okay, Jupyter notebooks. So we have the similar kind of a syntax, we have similar kind of functions in the PySpark also. So if you know Python, it would be easy for you to understand PySpark, or if you know PySpark, it would be easy for you to understand the Python. So they go hand in hand. PySpark and Python are brothers. Okay. So now what do you see here? Now we are able to see the data types. What is the next thing? So let us see what kind of a data that we have in the sales table. Okay, that is important. So what do we do? Display the df underscore sales. Okay, let me go for, let's see what kind of a data do we have in the sales table. For just to see what kind of a data that we have. Okay, now if you see, we got the table. Okay, now we are able to see the data in the table format. So what do we have? Transaction ID, order date, product ID, customer ID, store ID, employee ID, promotion ID, and what is the quantity, what is the unit price of each and every product, how many quantities are being sold out, and what is the unit price of each quantity. And if you come down, so there are 308 records in here. Okay, 308 records. And how much does it take to run? So it took 5 seconds, 90, so 5.9 seconds runtime. And I can also download this, okay, into the CSV or into the Excel. Okay. The next thing is that, okay, after looking into this, what is the next thing is that, so if you want to see the columns, okay, so simple and straightforward. So let me put it, see columns. Okay, what we can do? So simple, straightforward, df underscore sales dot columns. Okay, let me click on shift enter. So we will be see the number of columns in this table. Okay, these are all the columns. Okay, these are all the columns. And after that, we want to see some statistical information. Okay, statistical information. So how do we do that? Okay, in the statistical information, few of you know, I think, df underscore sales. I want to see the minimum, maximum, okay, mean, median, mode, standard deviation. So if I want to see something like that, so what I can do? So what do? We go for describe. Okay, describe dot show. So once we click on this, describe and show, we will get, okay, so we got the summary of the data. What is the count? The number of records. And for what is the count of quantity? What is the count of unit? I mean, number of records simply. So what is the mean? So this describe, we use it when we deal with the fact tables. Okay. So what is the mean? What is the average? Average unit price. Standard deviation. And what is the minimum value? It is -2 quantity. And unit price 20. Maximum value 8. Unit price 160. Okay. This is how describe works. Okay. But if you want to see something in a summary format, okay, we want to see the data in the summary format, only particular fact data only. I mean, the measures, only the quantity and unit price we want to see. Okay, summary level data. Summary level data. So what do we do here? So we simply go for df underscore sales dot select. Select is the function which is used to select the number of columns that we want. Okay, we can select. For example, if we go with, okay, we go with the SQL. So what do we see? What do we see in the SQL? Select the star from table name. Okay, if we go for select the star from table name, so what do we get? We get star represents all the records, all the columns from the table. Okay, select the star from df underscore sales. So what does it do? It gives the output all the columns. Okay. For example, if I want to select only particular columns, so what do? We give particular columns over here. I want to see only the quantity column. I want to see only the price. Okay, unit price. So if I click on quantity comma unit price, so what do we get? We only get the specified columns. Okay, here also what do we need to do? I want to see only the summary data of the quantity. What do? Select in the bracket, I can represent the quantity. Okay, quantity dot. We have a function called as a summary. Okay, how do we want to see the in the summary? So do we want to see minimum, maximum, 25%, 70%? Okay, what do? Let me click on the tab. So before maximum, what do? I do not want to see the maximum, but I want to see the 25%. Okay, 25%, comma. I would like to see 50%. Okay, what is the value at 50%? I would like to see the 75%. Okay, and now let me click on execute. Okay, now let me click on execute. So in the show, we need to give the braces and click on OK. So we get the quantities 50%. What is the minimum? What is the 25% of the quantities? 50% of the quantities, 75% and maximum. And if you see here, if you observe here, what do we have a drawback? So we have like a minimum quantity -2. I don't think the minimum quantity can be -2. Okay, we sell the quantity in the positive numbers. So we can, it is -2 doesn't make sense. Like we are trying to get the quantity from the customer. Already they bought somewhere and we are trying to get it. Okay, or -2 quantities can also represent like maybe it is returned quantities. Okay, -2 can be like returned quantities. Okay, customer bought a product after a week, so he returned two products, two quantities. So it can be -2 can be returned quantities, or it can be a problematic. Okay, no quantity data would have negative numbers. Okay, this is what the data analysis comes into picture. Now let us go for example, I would like to select. Okay, in the this is a complete select one. Okay, select the columns. Okay, select the columns. Whichever the column that we need, we can easily select. What do we need to do? df underscore sales. First, we need to enter the table. I think you see it heard me. Okay, it has. Databricks have years. So if you see, let me click on, I entered select in the header. So that is the reason it is working on something like that. So let me click on select. Okay, what do I need to select? Open the bracket. So let me go for, now you see we are getting the suggestions. So what do we need to do? Click on the quantity, comma. Let me click on the double quotes. Let me go for the unit price. Okay, unit price. And after that, comma. So let me enter the promotion ID. Okay, promotion ID. Where is that promotion ID? Let me click on promotion ID. Dot show. And let me click on shift enter. So here what we are trying to do, we are trying to select only the required columns. So select is the function mainly we use after joining the tables. We do not want unidentified columns or the column which has the nulls or the columns which are not much useful in the data analysis. We drop those columns. How do we drop the columns? By using the function called as a select. Okay, by using the select column, we can use it. And the next one, for example, if you see, we are able to see there are 308 records available in the sales table. Okay, but by default, it shows only top 20 records. Okay, by default, it can only show top 20 records. If you take other environments, by default, it can be showing 100 records or sample 1000 records. But I want to limit. Okay, I would like to limit. So what do we do in the SQL? So we just select the top 10 records. Okay, select the top 10 records. Or in MySQL, so limit doesn't work in the SQL. So what do we do in the MySQL? We have a limit function. Okay, so limit 10 records. So here in PySpark, what do we have? We have the function called as a limit. So what we can do? So to see the general data, okay, what kind of a data, what kind of a columns does the table have? What do we do? Instead of running the complete table, if the table contains 1 million records or it contains 1,000 records, I do not want to see the complete data. So I would like to see only the limited data to see what kind of a columns does it have. So what do? We go for display and df underscore sales. And what do? Dot limit. And we can represent how many number of records that we need to have. Okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, the table would be limited to 10 records only. Okay, within 2 seconds it ran. For example, if you run the complete table, it takes 10 seconds or 5 seconds. So this is to limit. After limit, so what do we need to do? The next function is sorting the data. Okay, sorting the data. So how do we sort the data? Ascending order or descending order. Okay, ascending order, descending order. Why do we need to sort the data? So what is ascending and descending order? So what do? So we go for ASC. Okay, ASC. So we want to see the quantity by smaller to larger number or larger to smaller number. Ascending is like smaller to large numbers. Okay, descending, DESC, larger to smaller number. Okay, so sorting the data. So this comes under the sorting. So if you want to see the alphabetical order, what do? We go for ascending order. Or if you want to see the highest to lowest number, we go for descending order. But in any programming language that we take, in the query language also, by default it shows in a ascending order. So what do we do? How do we do that? So in order to perform the ascending and descending order, sorting the data, in the SQL, in the PySpark, we use a function, we use a command called as Orderby. Okay, Orderby. So what do? Orderby, we give the column name. Okay, we give the column name, and by default it is ascending order. If you go for descending order, yes, we get it in a descending order. So here, how do we implement this? We do not directly go for select the columns and we implement that. What do? We use the function. If you want to implement the function, what do we need to? How do we enter that? Okay, so how do we enter that? We go for data frame dot function. So how do we enter? Order by. Or if you want to select, select. Or if you want to implement other, show. If you want to show, show. So what is that combination? Data frame dot the functions. Okay, the syntax goes like data frames dot functions. So let me go for directly straightforward. So it doesn't work. Okay, display. It is a case sensitive. The SQL server is not a case sensitive. Okay, so in the SSMS, we can write the functions, commands, or any text data in a smaller letters or in the capital letters. But whereas in the PySpark, it is a case sensitive. We need to enter the functions or the commands the way it is. Okay, display, open the bracket, df underscore sales. Okay, now you see it understood. Dot. What do we need to do? Order by. Here in the order by function, the first letter of the order is smaller letter. When it is combining with other text by, okay, it should be the capital letter. Order by. So how do we do? So let me go for order by df underscore sales quantity. Okay, quantity. So let me go for quantity. Let me click on tab. Okay, quantity. And after that, how do we want to see this? How do we want to see this quantity, whether it is an ascending order or a descending order? First, let me take this off. Descending order or ascending order. Okay, after that, let me click on show. Let's see whether it works or not. Let me click on run. Okay, let it run. Now you see we got it. Okay, now you see even before that it failed, but now we got the output. So what do we see here? We would like to see the data in the ascending order. You see, by default, we are able to see the data in the ascending order. How do we get to know that it is an ascending order? So it started with the negative values and it is going on. Okay, and it is going on. So this is ascending order. Now I would like to see the data by the descending order. What do we need to do? So here we need to enter dot DESC. Okay, .DESC, and let me click on execute. Now let me scroll right side. Now you see the quantity, it started with the quantity. Okay, the quantity. But here what we are able to see, we are able to see the complete table. No, I do not want to see the complete table. I want to see the particular column only. Now you see, we got none type. Okay, it is not working. So what do we do? Yes, it is executed, but it is giving some errors. Don't worry about it. So what do we see here? Display, we are trying to display the df underscore sales. How do we want to display this? Order by the quantity. What is the sorting? By descending order, larger to smaller, and show the table. But I do not want to make this as an, I do not want to show the complete data. I would like to only select the columns. So what do? I select what kind of a columns that we need to see. So I would like to go with the transaction ID, comma. The next thing is that quantity. Okay, next thing is that quantity. Here I can go for, okay, here I can go for dot, either I can go for limit. And let me click on execute. Okay, now you see we are only able to see the transaction ID quantity. In SQL, how do we write it in the SQL? Okay, because you need to know, if we know the SQL, as I said before, SQL is one of the most important query language. If you know the SQL, it would be similar to work with other programming languages. Okay, you can compare. What do you want to do? You can compare that. So what do? We select the column one. Okay, here what do? We select the transaction ID. Okay, we select the transaction ID, comma, quantity. Okay, and what do? From table. Okay, after that, what do? We go for order by. Okay, what is the column that we want to order by? So if I go for the general quantity descending order, yes, we get it in a descending order. So here, instead of writing, we can directly include in a single line. Okay, so what do? We get it in a single line, simple, straightforward. But here coming, so how do you want to show? If you do not want to include the display, what you can do, instead of writing the limit, you can also show that. So that is the mistake that we did in previous thing. Okay, we are already saying to display this, and again we are trying to implement the show. Okay, let me take this off. For now, let me take this off and let me run this, whether it works or not. Okay, now you see, now it is running fine. So what we did, we are trying to say display show. So it got confused, which one to run, which one to execute. Either do you want me to run display? So that is the reason what it is taking. It is taking the display. And again, at the time of show, it is showing the error. Show doesn't work with the display. Okay, that's how it goes. Okay, that's how it goes. So this is kind of a sorting the data. Okay, we can sort the data ascending order or descending order. For example, you want to explicitly mention something descending order. We can also write it in another way. Okay, we can also write it in another way. So what is that way is, let me copy this. So here what do we see? We see this as a descending order. So instead of doing that, okay, instead of doing that, what do? I'll go for, I'll just give the comma. Okay, ascending equal to, I'll go for writing false and close the bracket. Okay, I'll give the false and let me click on execute. Let's see whether we get output or not. Okay, now you see we got the output. What we are saying, ascending equal to false, or we can go for descending order, DESC. Okay, so or for example, let me do one thing. So instead of descending, there is no need to mention ASC separately. By default, it shows the descending order data. Okay, so that's how. Okay, let me put it true. Okay, let's see how does it work. If you put true, whether we get it in the descending order, ascending order. Yes, we got it. Let me execute the product table. Okay, let's see. Why do we need to execute product table? Let's see that. So display product, df underscore product, PROD. Okay, let me click on execute. So there is no need to going up and see what is the name that we have given to that product data frame. So when we enter the first 2 letters or 3 letters, we get the suggestions of what we need to enter, what we need to select the tables. Now, if you see, now you observe what kind of a products do we have in this product table. We have the product ID. What is the product name? So looks like a beverages. And what is the category? Looks like a beverages and what is that? I mean, retail. Okay, it is a retail. Okay, we got the category beverages. We got the subcategory and what is the brand that we are dealing with. What is the unit cost, unit price, and what is the supplier ID. So if I want to see the distinct categories, okay, how do we see the distinct category? The next function is distinct. Okay, the next function is distinct. So how do we see that? So we need to enter the function called as a distinct. Okay, let's see that. How do we see? df underscore prod select dot select. Okay, open the bracket. Use the arrows on the keyboard and select that. Click on enter. Yes, we selected the category. So if we click on execute, we get the only category. Okay, we get only the category. So let me click on execute. Okay, so we get only the category. For example, on top of it, or if I click on show, we would be able to see the category column. Okay, now you see we are able to see the category column, but I want to see the distinct of the categories. I mean, it is repeated. I mean, it is just showing the exact data that we have it in the table. What do we need to do? We need to select the distinct function. Simple, straightforward, distinct function. Okay, simple, straightforward, distinct function. And let me click on enter. Okay, now we are able to see the distinct categories. What is that? Produce, beverages, snacks, dairy, personal care, households. Okay, these are all the categories that we have in that retail data. Okay, in SQL, what do? We just select distinct column name. Here, what we are trying to do, we are selecting the column, giving the function dot distinct, and we are trying to show. Okay, so this is a distinct. Okay, distinct. What is the next thing? Okay, what is the next function? For example, if you want to combine the distinct with order by, for example, now what do we see? Which we are generally seeing. I mean, whatever the data that we have, if you see whatever the data that we have, it is just displaying. There is no order, nothing at all. But if you want to see the order by, okay, how do we see the data by order by? So what do we need to do? Before the show, we need to enter the order by. Okay, what is the column that we want to see the order by? So let me enter the same category. Okay, close the bracket and click on execute. Okay, now we are able to see it in a, by default it is a ascending order. Okay, by default it is a ascending order. If you want to enter this as a descending order, how do we do that? So we can do it in multiple ways. I mean, 2-3 ways. What we can do, comma. So it takes two. Order by function takes two parameters, that is the column name and what is the order, ordered column. Or we can also enter ascending equal to false. Click on enter. Now you see we got the data. Where is that? Category, snacks, produce. Okay, it is going by the alphabetical order. Okay, it is going by the alphabetical order. The next function is, okay, the next thing is that one of the interview questions that you are going to get regularly is how do you find in the SQL or in the PySpark or in the Python, how do you find the duplicates? How do you find the duplicate records in the table? The most general question that you are going to get. What is your approach? So what do you do at that moment? First, let us go with the customer table, df underscore customer. Okay, let me go for display df underscore customer. So let us see what kind of a data do we have in this customer table. Okay, what do we see here? Customer 1 till how many customers do we have? Customer 30. And after that, what we have got? C001, C005. Okay, C001, C002, Z001, C005. Already the data is existing, the customer data. Again, at the end, we are able to see the duplicated data. What is that? C001, C005. Yes, you got a question again. Now we are only dealing with the 32 records. But if we deal with the millions of records, how do we get to know? How do we get to know the duplicates existing in the table? Okay, how do we get to know the duplicates in the table? So for that, what do? We have another concept. Okay, what do we do in such situation? We go for grouping the data. Okay, in the interview, what do you say? You say the customer ID comma group by. So then we get the count of customers. Then what do? We delete the duplicates. You need to answer like this in the interview. So how do we drop the duplicates? Okay, how do we drop the duplicates? Yes, now we got to know that there are duplicates existing in the table. Okay, that there are duplicates existing in the table. But we need to see the customer ID and first name. For example, I would like to see the customer name and the first name. Okay, let me enter display, open the bracket. So df underscore cust. Okay, df underscore cust. So let me go for select. So here what do? Customer ID, comma, customer first name. Okay, customer first name. So what do? I'll go for order by. For example, I'll go for order by the customer ID. Okay, I'll order by the customer ID. So here what do? Ascending, or let me directly go with it. Let me click on enter. Let's see what kind of a data that we are going to get. Now, if you see here, so I'm able to see C001 straightforward arrow is repeated. And if you see C005, Kabir is repeated. Okay, Kabir is repeated. But I want to see, okay, I want to see the specific duplicates, whether the duplicates are existing in that table or not. Okay, whether the duplicates are, I mean, we got to know that there are duplicates, but I want to remove the duplicates. Okay, how do we remove the duplicates? I mean, checking the duplicates, we will see that in further session. So based on the aggregate functions and the group by functions, we will see how to handle that. But here, what do? Let us df underscore customer. Okay, dot. We have a function called as drop duplicates. Okay, drop duplicates. What is the column that we want to drop the duplicates? Which column do we want to drop the duplicates? Okay, so we can drop the duplicates by mentioning the column name. Okay, mentioning the column name. Or after the dropping, we can also go for counting. Okay, we can enter the count function. So we get to know how many records are there before and how many records are there after dropping the count. Now you see, there are 30 records after the dropping the duplicates. So here what we can do? So here, let me go for duplicate. Let me enter the column name. Okay, always remember when we try for, let me go for customer. Okay, let me enter customer, whether we get it or not. Okay, we are not able to get that. Okay, what we can do? So let me go for directly drop duplicates. Okay, I can directly go for dropping the duplicates. Now what do? So I'll go for display, open the bracket, df underscore customer, and let me click on execute. Okay, still we have that. Okay, still we have that. What do we need to do in order to do? So we need to store it in some other data. Okay, df underscore 2. Okay, let me click on this. And after that, what do we need to do? df underscore 2. And let me click on execute. Let's see whether we get it or not. Okay, now you see we got 30 records. Previously, we have the duplicates. Now we entered the duplicates. Yes. Now we are able to delete the duplicates, and we can see the difference between the before deletion of the duplicates, after deletion of the duplicates. So what do we need to do? We need to go for sign up for free edition. So click on sign up for free edition. So it is asking us, do we need to go with the email, or we can also go with continue with Google. So it's better. I mean, each and every one of us have the Google mail and all, okay, Gmail, which is attached to it. So what do you do? It's if you want to make it so simpler, so click on continue with Google. So it would ask us to use whatever the account that we want to use. Let me click on the Gmail, okay, which is mapped with the Google. So let me click on this. So now we are into the Databricks. Okay. So simple and easy to create the Databricks Community Edition. So this is the view that we see in the Databricks. Okay. What do you see here? It's a free edition. So what do we have in here? So we have home. And if we click on the learn, we can see the recorded sessions of what we have it, the fundamentals and getting started with the data engineer, AI and BI. And we also have the workspace. If you see in the Microsoft Fabric or in the Power BI, what do we see? So we see the workspaces. And if I click on the recent, no recent, nothing at all. And the next one is catalog. So if you want to dump the data, so we can dump whatever the files that we can have, we can create, we can upload it in here. So these are all the sample sales, franchise, sales, supplies. These are the sample data set that we have inbuilt. And the next one is jobs and pipelines. Okay, so if you want to ingest the pipeline, ETL pipelines, orchestration of the notebooks or the pipelines, yes, we can have it. Runs, if you want to run anything, yes, we can trigger the run. Okay, so how much time? So if you see in Microsoft Fabric, we have a utilization capacity. So how many of them are using such report? So we can see it in the utilization metrics. So here also how many jobs are running. So which notebook is running. So how many, so what is the start time, what is the end time, and what is the run status, whether it is a completed, succeeded, failed or skipped. So we can see it in the jobs and runs. Next one is compute. But by default, what do we have? We have, I mean, there are multiple things. I mean, there are two things. So serverless, and also we have another one. So we will see that. We will see that. So by default, we get the serverless starter warehouse. So it will be ran. I mean, it is like compute engine. So we can run whatever the code that we run, it runs on this serverless starter warehouse. And if you see, the next thing is that SQL. So we can also go through the SQL editor. So we can select the workspace and we can click on new. So we can click on the SQL query. We get it into the SQL query and search whatever we want to, whatever the queries that we want to implement, yes, we can implement. So this is the view of the SQL server. The way we have SSMS SQL Server Management Studio, so we can also go for select to star from dummy. Let me check whether we have it or not. So we would also have something like, so let you see what it is asking. So it is asking us to attach the compute resource. Okay, what is the compute resource? So how do we want to run it? Okay, so if you see SQL warehouse and lake base post GR, and let me expand it whether we have anything or not. No, we do not have anything. I think this is for free edition. So serverless starter is given to us. So what do we need to do? In order to run any code, in order to run any query, what do we need to do? We need to attach the compute engine. Okay, so let me click on start, attach and run. Let's see whether we are going to get it or not output. I don't know whether we have the dummy table or not. So let me check. Let's see. So it's running. So it's running. Okay, the table is not found. Okay, the dummy table is not found. So let me check whether we have any data or not. So let me click on anything. Yeah, we have, we do not have anything. Okay. So there no data existing. Okay, we do not have any data. So that is the reason we are not able to see anything. So let me check whether we have anything. Yeah, in the sample we have something called as. Okay, let me check with this. Okay, we need to copy this. Okay. So what do we have? The next thing is that, so if you see, we also have a Genie code. Okay. So what do we have in here? So it works like, okay, it works like, so if you see each and every organization, they have built their own AI agents. So if you take Google, it's Gemini. So if you take OpenAI, ChatGPT, so Microsoft Copilot, Salesforce, Erwin. So each and every organization, each and every the big companies, they created their own agentic AIs. So here also, what do we have? We have Genie in Databricks. What do we have? We have Genie. So let me click on this. Let's try whether we get it or not. Okay. Maybe we are missing the database object. So we are trying directly pulling. Yeah. So if you see, okay, let me check whether we have it or not. I mean, these are all the shade. I mean, these are all the sample that we got from the Databricks. Okay. Now if you see, okay, now we got, let me click on accept. So what Genie is doing, so whenever we want some help, okay, so we can ask Genie and it can edit our code and it can give rectify and it can edit the code. So if you see here, what we are able to see, so sample.accuweather is the default or inbuilt data set that we have in the shade received in the SQL editor. So what we can see, we are able to see the table, okay, the complete table about the forecast hourly metric. Probably it is like weather. What is the weather condition? And we can also download this. Okay, we can also download this in the CSV format. So either CSV or Excel. We can download till 5 GB of data. Okay, then we can do whatever we want to do. Okay, top 1,000 records or top 500 records. We can go for top 10 records. Okay, so we can go for it. We can run it. And also we can select the particular columns. Okay, probably top 10 is not working in here. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, so this is about the SQL editors. We can go for the queries, we can go for the dashboards, we can go for the Genie spaces, we can go for the alerts. What is the SQL warehouse? What is the compute engine? Okay, it is already turned on. So if you see here, it is running. So if I want to stop this, yes, we can stop this. But whenever we get into the environment of the coding, the query environment, when we try to type anything and when we go for running the query, it would ask to attach the server. And what is the server? 2x small. I mean, by default, we got it. So we can go for a permission. So what is the permission? Admin can change all workspace users. Okay. So this can be query history. So what is the history that we are going to look into? So if you see here, select to start from, it ran. So it took 6.11 seconds for running. And now if you see, so it is initiated and we got the output. So this is about the query history in the SQL warehouse. So let us ignore other options. Now let us get into the home. Go to the catalog. Okay, the first and foremost thing to remember, if you want to get the data, so what do we need to do? We need to work on the PySpark. Okay, Databricks is the environment and we implement the PySpark. So I mean, there are different types of environments available in here. So first and foremost thing is that create the volume. Okay, what do we need to do? Okay, create the volume. Create the volume. So how do we create the volume? So if you see here, go to catalog. Once you get into the catalog, so what do we do? Click on create and click on create a volume. Okay, so let me name the volume as Databricks PySpark Masterclass. Okay, so we created the volume. So it is saying something to us. Name cannot include period, space, or forward slash. So what do I do? So let me go for giving underscore. Okay, it is not accepting the space or a slashes. Okay, and what is the next thing? Volume type. Okay, managed volume and external volume. So let us go with the default managed volume. And the next one, choose catalog and schema. Okay, so let me click on the catalog. For now, let me put it in the workspace. Okay, and schema is default schema. I do not want to create any schema. So let we upload the data or the files into the default schema. And what is the catalog? It's a workspace. What is the schema? Default. Let me click on the create. Okay, so the volume has been created. Okay, the volume has been created. So what do we need to do? The next step, we need to upload the files into this volume. Okay, the first thing is that we created the volume, and the next step is to upload the files into this volume. So let me click on what do we need to do? We need to click on upload to this volume. Let me click on this. And if you see, we can drag and drop the files. So up to 20,000 files are, we can add 20,000 files, or the maximum size is 5 GB per file. Okay, and let me click on browse, select files. Okay, so let me go to that path and have these files added. Okay, so what we are trying to discuss about, so we will go with the retail. So we have customer employee. So let me click on open first of all. First, let us upload and let's see. And let me click on upload. Yes, it is uploaded. And if you see here, let me click on close. So what is the path? The first thing is the volume that we created. Next thing, the catalog is workspace. And what is the schema? It is default. What is the name? Databricks underscore PySpark underscore masterclass. Let me click on copy the path. Why? When we try to execute the dim underscore customer.csv, what do we need to do? We need to know, enter the complete path. Now what do we need to do? Go to the workspace. Okay, go to the workspace. And let me expand the workspace. So what we are trying to look into, let me expand the user, expand the mail. So where do we have that workspace? Shade. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, in the workspace, let me create. Okay, click on the create, click on the notebook. Okay, click on the notebook. So this is, okay, what is this environment? Okay, so this is where we write the Python query and PySpark queries, and also we can also write SQL. Okay, so let me, yeah. Now what do we have? This is the cell. Okay, I think you found it so similar with the Jupyter Notebook or Google Colab, the same kind of environment that you see in that applications, in those applications. So what do we see here? So we have the environment Python by default, it is selected. We can also select the SQL. Okay, we can also select the SQL. So how can we select the SQL? So at the rate Python, okay, percentage Python, few of them work, few of them do not work. Okay, let me take this off. And also you can see, you can also select here. Okay, Python. So do you want to mark it down or Python default notebook and also SQL? Okay, let me click on the markdown first of all. Okay, so what do we have in the markdown? So it is, what is this command? Percentage MD. MD is markdown. Okay, MD is markdown. So let me do one thing. So let us discuss about the next function is select and conditional column. Select and conditional column. So let's see that. Let's see how it goes. So if you see what we have, so we have got TF underscore product. Okay, in the product table, what do we need to do? Now you see, so we are getting all the suggestions. So we want to go for group by? You see, GROP and B is capital. So let us not go with the group by. So let me go with the select. Okay, and open the bracket. Now you see we are getting whatever the columns that we want to pick, we are getting that. So first let us pick the product ID, comma. So product name, comma, and unit price. So unit price. So it is like we are choosing the columns. Okay, it is like choosing the columns. Okay, next thing, click on enter. Okay, so it follows the indentation. Okay, so wherever the functions that those are starting, we need to also go for indentation. Okay, what is indentation? What is the above select function or whatever the above functions that are starting with 3 spaces or 2 spaces, we should be following that. Okay, but when you take it in the SQL, so it doesn't follow that. So what we are trying to do, so we want to enter something like we want to enter a new column. Okay, what is that column? I would like to multiply. Okay, if you take any price, okay, we have a concept called as, for example, if you take price, okay, we have MRP. Okay, and what do we have? Pre-tax and post-tax MRPs. Okay, what is the pre-tax MRP and post-tax MRP? So what do we do in general? So in India, what do we have? So we have like 18% GST, or probably like before that tax, we have a service tax, we have some CGST, SGST. Okay, we have different types of taxes. But I do not want to include all the taxes. What would I do? I will take 18% GST. Okay, so what do we take? 18% GST. This GST is in percentage. If I want to make this into the number, okay, always remember percentage to number. What do we do? Simple, straightforward. Divide it with 100. We get the value. Okay, when we try to make the changes from the percentage to number, what do? We just divide the number, okay, percentage by 100. So that what do we get? We get the value, so that we can multiply it with actual whatever the column that we have. So what do we do now? We will create a new column called as a tax price. Okay, or we will go for price with tax. Okay, how do we create a new column? So how do we implement the conditions on the column? By using the function called as a with column. Okay, with column, and open the bracket. Okay, so what do we do? So here in the with column, when we write with column, here we need to enter the new column name. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to enter the new column name, price with tax. Price with tax. Okay, and what do we need to do? The next thing is that comma f dot round, and open the bracket again, f dot call unit price. Okay, we are getting the suggestions. Okay, we are getting the suggestions. So let me go for f dot call, open the bracket. What is the column that we are implementing this? The calculations. Okay, so we will go for unit price. Okay, unit underscore price. Okay, and after that multiply it with 18 percentage, 18 value. Okay, 0.18. Okay, the value is 0.18. But if you want to get the complete number, okay, if you want to get the 100 percentage plus 18 percentage, 118 percentage, if we divide that by 100, we get 1.18. Okay, 1.18. So this is the GST. Okay, this is the GST. Let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. And if you want to rename any column, so here what do we do in SQL? We directly go for select and we go for case statements. Okay, here what do? We write with column. And also we want to make some naming changes. Okay, how do we make the changes? With column. Okay, with column renamed. So what is that function? Renamed. And we can enter that what is the current column name, comma, and what is the name that we want to give. For example, if you see, we have a column called as product column, product underscore name. So let me go for just product. Let me click on the tab. So I would like to just go with the product. Okay, that's wonderful. And what do we need to do? The next thing is that, again, we can go for with column. With column. So we can go for changing, okay, the unit price. Okay, let me not go for this. So let us directly go for show. Okay, let us directly go for show. So how many number of columns, how many number of rows that we want to show? 5. And truncate, I would like to see everything equal to false. Okay, equal to false. So let me click on execute. Okay, let's see. I think we got some errors over here. So let me click on this. Let's see what are the errors that we are getting. Okay, what is that? Unexpected indentation. Okay, so it is saying that it should be starting from the beginning. Okay, let me click on accept and let me click on run the cell. Now you see we got one error again. What is that error? Name F is not defined. Okay, name F is not defined. You got a question while we are discussing about F dot round, F dot column. Okay, and also what do we need to do after F dot round? So we need to enter the number of decimals that we want to get. Okay, so 2 decimals that we want to get. Okay, 2 decimals that we want to get. Okay, we are missing. Yes, 2 decimals that we want to get. But now let us see why do we need to use the F. Okay, so let us go something like this. So let me go for doing something round 3 point some value. Okay, so let me give 0. Let me click on shift enter. Well, let's see what is the number that we are going to get. So what is the number that we are getting? 3.0. Understand the concept. Okay, 3.0. So let me take 4 and let me click on enter. So what it is saying? Round, it is 4.0. Okay, it is 4.0. So what is the round? So if it is less than 5, so it goes to the nearest lowest value. If it is greater than 5, point greater than 5, okay, 5, 6 is 5, 6 is greater than 5. It goes to the nearest highest value. And it is also based on the rounding value. Okay, rounding. So how many number of decimals that we want to see? Okay, so that is the thing. But why we need to use F in the PySpark? Okay, why do we need to use F in the PySpark? Now you need to understand the concept. Why do we need to use F in the PySpark? Okay, so in simple Python, yes, round the number comma whatever the number that we are giving, it is working fine. But why in PySpark it is not working? Why it is asking? Why do we need to enter F before any functions? So if you see here, what do we do before we directly get into the F functions? We go for from PySpark.sql import functions as F. So we are trying to import the functions and we are giving the alias name as F. Okay, we are giving the alias name as F. Okay, so we are giving alias name as F. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, so if you take the Python function, okay, PySpark functions. So what does it hold? Okay, PySpark.sql.functions. So it holds all the functions, column, round, lit, when, okay, sum, minimum, maximum, aggregate functions, filter functions. It holds everything. F, okay, PySpark.sql.functions holds all the related functions of the PySpark. Okay, but whereas going to the Python, it is straightforward. There is no need to import all the functions. We need to import the libraries. We would import the packages, but we do not explicitly import the functions. So here, if you see in the Python, what do we have? So we have, okay, data frame method. Okay, they belong to each and every data frame. Okay, what do we have? So we have the select with column, okay, with the column renamed. So we can directly use it. Okay, this is a data frame method. But coming to the column function, so we need to explicitly mention the F. Okay, we need to explicitly mention the F. Why do we need to use the F? Okay, why do we need to use the F? Yes, I know that you did not understand why do we need to use the F in the PySpark. So if you take any Jupyter notebook or any Python application, so what happens when we try to write the code? Okay, when we try to write the code, what happens? It simply runs the code in this system. Okay, it simply runs the code in this system, in this laptop or on the cloud or anything. But when you go for PySpark, okay, when you go for PySpark, what we are trying to do, for example, if you go to any restaurant, okay, buffet. So what do we do? So all the 400 items, 400 dishes are available. So what do we do as a human being? We do not directly get all the 400 items on the plate and have it at a once. Okay, what do we do? So first we go for salads, the first section. Second thing we go for snacks or the starters. Third thing we go for roti and other things. Fourth thing we go for, what do we say? The main course. Fifth thing, if you want to have some drinks, yes, we go for fifth. Sixth one, if you want to have the desserts, yes, we go for it. The way we have it, okay, sequentially designed when we go for having some food in the restaurant, especially in the buffet. Okay, we follow these rules. We do not directly go for sixth and have our stomach full. We go for one by one. Okay, here also in the PySpark, we have the computing engines. Okay, this is one engine. This is another engine. Okay, this is another engine. And this is another engine. What do we do in the f function? We are trying to only go for f dot round. Okay, whatever the data that we are working on, 1 million records are being split into 4 computing engines. Okay, 2.5 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs. Whenever we try to run the command display, it is going to split the data and it is going to run. Okay, so here everything runs on the Python. So everything runs on the Python engine. Okay, here it does not run on the PySpark engine. It runs on the Spark engine. Okay, it runs on the Spark engine. So what do we have here? Okay, if you see Python, plain Python. Okay, what is the difference between Python versus PySpark? And why do we need F function? Okay, F before all the functions. So plain Python, yes, simple, straightforward, runs on the cloud or runs on the machine. Okay, the data sits in that machine's memory, processed one step at a time. Okay, what is that? F dot round, yes, one step. F dot column, sorry, round, yes, it is a function. Yes, when we go for print df or display df, yes, it is going to show that. Next, we want to rename the columns. We are doing some transformations. Okay, it goes step by step. So it is like cooking alone in one kitchen. Okay, it is good. Python is good for small data. But when we deal with the PySpark, okay, we are running the Python on the Spark engine. Remember that. Okay, we are running Python on the Spark engine. So what do we have here? Python libraries that drives Apache Spark. Data spreads, data plus work across many machines. So the way we have seen here, many machines, it goes like that. A cluster and runs them in parallel. 2.5 million, 2.5, okay, 2.5 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs. So the way we have 1 million data that is being split into 4 parts, it runs parallelly. Okay, it goes parallelly. So it is like when you go to a big restaurant. So it's not like at a moment they are going to prepare the food. Okay, they already prepare all the, what is that, masala. So whenever they get order, they just, it's like a processed food. Okay, so what is that? PySpark code looks like Python, but does not run like Python. The data lives out in the Spark's cluster. Okay, what happens? For example, now you see what happens in the computes, okay, in the Python engine. So when we try to go for price equal to 100 rupees, what we are trying to do? We are trying to round the price and we are multiplying with 1.18, including the GST, and the value is 118 rupees. For example, you think the value is 118 rupees. When we go for rounding, when we directly give, straightforwardly give rounding, okay, what happens? Yes, it is going to round the data, directly working on the function. Okay, real number happens immediately on one machine. Okay, this is perfect, straightforward. Coming to the PySpark, okay, we will see that. Remember this, we will discuss in little later. Okay, it builds an instruction. Okay, f dot round. Okay, what we are trying to say, round this price column. But how do we, which? So it is asking, rounding is asking the question, which column I need to round? So again, the column, okay, f dot call. We are explicitly mentioning f dot call means you work on this column, okay, price. And again, it is going to, it does not show the results immediately. Okay, f dot call price is like referencing to the column, not a value. And Spark runs it on every record. Okay, later in parallel. So this is in the PySpark. So what do we have here? So if you take df dot with column, okay, comma f dot round. So what does it do? So it is working on the data frame method. Okay, here it is working on the column expression. Okay, so in one line, simply remember in one line, Python computes value now. Okay, immediately we get the output. But PySpark writes the instructions to the Spark engine. And whenever we try to execute that, it is going to give the output. Okay, it is going to give the output. Now let us see. Now let us see how do we implement this. Okay, it is saying that so f is not found. So what do we need to do in order to get the f? Okay, so we need to get, okay, we need to import the functions. So how do we import the function? So by using this command. Okay, what is that command? So let me go for code here. Let me write. Let me execute this. Okay, yes, it is executed. Now let me write this as f function. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to pull all the functions and we are giving alias name as f. So it is just like import pandas as pd, import numpy as np. Okay, every time I do not want to write function. So we are giving just the short name. Let me click on execute. So here we are getting again the error. So let me go for taking this and let me give it for the genie. Let me click on, oh sorry, generate. Let me click on accept. So let me click on execute. Yes, now we got the output. And again, one more thing, no need to worry about the code. So we have a lot of AI available. So it's all about knowing the concept, knowing the procedure. Now, if you see what we have got, so we got the product ID, product, there it is renamed to product. And what is the unit price, unit cost, we got it. And what is that unit price? Yes, we got it. And what is the next thing? Price with the tax? Yes, we got it. Okay, so this is what we have it in here. Okay, this is what we have it in here. So the next thing is that, okay, the next functions are filter functions. Okay, filter functions. Filter functions. Let's see. So how do we filter the data? Okay, so how do we filter the data? So before that, what do we have? For example, if you see, so in SQL, so what do we do if you want to filter the data? So what is the main command? One of the most important, one of the most used commands are like where condition. Where condition. So based on with this where condition, where clause, what do? We filter the data. Filter the data. Again, what do we have? In order to implement the where condition, what do we need to do? We need to know about the operators. Okay, we need to know about the operators. So everything runs on the operators. Okay, everything runs on the operators. What are all the operators that we have? So we have like arithmetic operator, arithmetic operator. Okay, so what do we do here? We go for, so we go for addition, subtraction. Okay, so plus minus, division, multiplication. Okay, these are all the operations that we perform. And what is the next thing? Arithmetic operator. The next operator is like comparison operator. Comparison operator. So what is the comparison operator? If I want to compare my value, so I would like to see the unit price greater than 100 or the quantity greater than 10. So what do I need to do? I need to use greater than, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, okay, or not equal to, or we can also go for like exclamation not equal to, okay, we can also go for this. Okay, this is the operators, comparison operator. The next operator that is very important operator is like logical operator. Logical operator. What do we have in logical operator? And or operators. So what is and operator? We all of us know, we studied when we were in college days, and also we regularly listen to this. Okay, if two statements are true, okay, if two statements are true, the output is true. The output is true. Then everything is false. Okay, so this is and operator. So how do we define that? Okay, how do we define? So if we go for true, again true, okay, then it is true. The output is true. So if we go for everything, okay, true, false, false, true, okay. So if we go for true, false, it is a false. Okay, so like this we go for. Oh, we got something. We got the suggestions. Yes. Okay, so this is, and now you see, let me click on the tab. Okay, if one statement is true, then the output is true. Okay, then the output is true. So everything is false. Okay, everything is. So if it is only false and false, then the output is false. Else the remaining statements would be true. If one of the statement is true, then it is true. If two statements are false, then it is false. The output is false. And what is not? So it's like a negation. So if it is true, then it is false. If it is false, then it is true. So this is in the and operator, I mean logical operators. Okay, we regularly use this when we go for writing the filter the data, okay, in the where conditions. The next operator, do we have any other operators? Logical operator and text operators. Yes, we also have the text operators between, okay, between operator, in operator, is in operator. Okay, we have some like operator, is null, not null. Okay, these are all the operators. Okay, text operators. Okay, now you see it is also giving some suggestions. Between is like finding the range of the value. In is like list of the values. Is in is like a list of the values. I mean, in we have it in the SQL. Is in the PySpark. Like is like a pattern matching wildcard operator. Okay, these are all the operators. We have it in the PySpark. I mean, in every programming language that we see, this is the static. I mean, basic operators that we have. Okay, when we deal with the filter functions, okay, when we deal with the filter functions, we need to know about all these operators. For example, let us go for making some changes over here. Okay, filter the data. So how do we filter the data? Let us go with df dot. Okay, df underscore sales. For example, let me go for df underscore sales. Okay, so if you want to filter the data, we go for dot. Okay, data frame dot functions we need to enter. Okay, so what do? We go for a filter, open the bracket. As we discussed, if you want to enter anything, if you want to filter the data, what is that? F dot call. Okay, f dot call quantity. So let me go for taking the quantity. So if the quantity is greater than 5, okay, if the quantity is greater than 5, so what I'm trying to do, I would like to take only two columns. Okay, select transaction ID. Okay, what is that? Transaction ID, comma, quantity, and I would like to only show, okay, 3 records. Okay, let me check whether it works or not. Okay, so now what we are trying to do, so we would like to filter the data where the quantity greater than 5 and I do not want to see all the columns. Okay, for example, if I take this off and if I only go for show, okay, we would get all the columns. Okay, for example, if I want to implement the selected columns, only selected columns I would like to see, yes, we can see it. Okay, this is filtering the data. Now the next thing is that let us implement conditions. Okay, so let us go for implementing the and condition. And condition. So what is the and condition? So we can only select, okay, if two statements are true, then the output is true. If one of the statements is false, then the output is false. So it should go with two conditions, okay, two statements. So let me go for writing df sales, okay, dot filter, open the bracket. So what we can do here, so we can go for writing the condition like f.call, okay, f.call. So what we can take, so let me go for taking the quantity, okay, quantity. So we are not getting the suggestions, but let me go for giving the quantity, okay, quantity greater than 5, greater than or equal to 5, okay, or greater than 3. For example, let us go with greater than 3. And if you want to implement and, let me go for writing and condition, okay, and symbol. And the next one is f.call. So here what we can do, we can go for writing some unit price. Okay, let me go for writing unit price. Okay, we are not getting suggestions. Okay, unit price, unit underscore price. Okay, greater than 50. Okay, greater than 50. And let me click on run the cell. Okay, we got the output. So what do we see? So we are able to see the quantity. I think we have missed. Okay, maybe the show is not working for that. Okay, so df and also f.call unit price, and I think we last at the end we are missing the brackets. So select. So here if you see what we are trying to do, so we are trying to go for and condition. So the quantity greater than 3. Okay, yes, if we have the quantity greater than 3, so it is true. Okay, the next condition, the unit price greater than 50. If this condition is also true, then we get the output. Okay, if either of the condition is false, okay, if either of the condition is false, for example, if I go for less than, and if I click on run, okay, let's see whether we have the data or not. Yes, we also have the data. Quantity is less than 3 and the unit price is also greater than 50. Okay, let me go for less than 50. Okay, the first condition is true and the next condition, let's see whether we get a blank or not. No, we have the data. Okay, we have the data. So what do I do? Instead of less than 10, 50. So let me go for less than 10 and run. Okay, let me run this. No, we do not have the data. So what is that? We have the data. Yes, it is true for less than 3, but it is false for less than 10. So we do not have the data for the unit price less than 10. So either of the condition is false, then the output is false. So this is and condition. For example, if you go for taking the same thing, okay, this is and condition. So if you go for taking the or condition, the same thing over here. Okay, sorry, or condition. So what do we do here? So we directly go for writing the pipe symbol, single pipe symbol. So let me click on execute. Now we got the data. Either of the condition, if, so what is this? So if it is true and if it is false, then we get the output. Okay, only if two conditions are false, less than 3 is not available and less than 10 is not available, then we get the way we got no rows found. So we get over here. This is or condition. Okay, this is or condition. And the next thing is that next condition is in function. Okay, the next thing is that is in. So what do we have? Is, in, between, and also what do we have? The next thing is like operator. Okay, like operator. So what, for example, if you see when we go for selecting multiple columns, okay, filter multiple data, okay, filter multiple columns or the data or okay, the data in the columns, okay, the data in the columns. So for example, if you see, so what do we do if you want to filter the category, okay, category equal to, so any data, for example, if I go for beverages, I want to filter the data for beverage. So what I do, I'll directly go for equal to beverage. And the next thing I can go for and condition, unit price greater than 100. So what I get? I get the category only beverages with the unit price greater than 100 rupees. But I would like to implement another category called as snacks. Okay, called as snacks. So what do we do in general? We go for writing or condition. Okay, or again category equal to snacks. Snacks. And we go for the next condition. We put it in the bracket. So what happens? Yes, we get the category both for beverages and also the snacks. Yes, it is good when we go for 2, 3 categories. But if we have multiple categories, many categories or list of items that we want to implement, what is that? List of items we need to include. We need to include or filter the data. So how do we implement that? Okay. So in SQL, what do? We go for the bracket in, open the bracket and we enter the list. Okay, this is in the SQL. In Power BI, what do? We go for the square bracket and we enter the list in, and also we enter the list. But in PySpark, what do? We go for is in. Okay, the same thing, but we go for writing is in. So how do we go for writing is in? So let me directly take this. Okay, let us not work on the transaction table. So let me go for writing the dimension data. Okay, df underscore prod. So this time let us go with the products table. So dot filter. Now you see we are directly getting. Let me click on the tab. Now what do you see? F dot category. It is in beverage, comma snacks. Select these columns only. Okay. Previously, what do we need to do? Okay. Category dot again filter. Okay. Beverage separate column, separate statement. Snacks separate statement. So there is no need of implementing something like this. We can directly go with Isin and we can go for executing the code so that we get the product ID, product name and category in the same data. Okay, let it load. So let me give the name as heading as is in. So let me go for the next thing, between. Okay, this time I do not want to write between directly. So let me go for df underscore product dot filter. Okay, so here what do? I'll go for f dot call. So let me go for writing unit price. Okay, unit price. So here what do? I'll go for dot between. Okay, dot between. So the unit price should be between 50 comma 100. So in the between, what we can do? We can give the range of data. Okay, between is meant for range. In SQL, how do we write? We go for writing between and with the condition and condition. Come down and let me click on execute. Okay, so the thing is that maybe if the data isn't in this format, okay, maybe if the data is in, okay, snacks, and let me click on execute. Okay, now you see it's a case sensitive. Okay, it's a case sensitive. So we need to enter the way we have it. Okay, so in the SQL, yes, it works. It is not a case sensitive. But in the PySpark, yes, it is a case sensitive. We need to enter the data the way it is. Yes, now we got the output. Now what do you see here? So we want to see the data, the unit price between 50 and 100. Actually in SQL, what do? We go for between value 1 and value 2. So here it is separated by the comma. Okay. So let me go for dot show 5 records. Let me go for executing the data. Now, if you see the unit price, if you focus on the unit price is in between. Okay, not unit price is in between 50 and 100. Now we are able to see the data. The next thing is that operator. Okay, what is that? Wildcard operator. Okay, like operator. So how do we enter like operator? So if you want to go for pattern matching, okay, pattern matching. What is that pattern matching? So I know the first 3 letters or first 4 letters of the data that is existing in the column, or I would like to see the name starting with the John, or the last name ending with some name, or I know the last 3 numbers of that. Okay, I do not know the exact zip code of something, but I want to see 5000. The numbers, the zip code or the pin code starts with 5000. So what do? We go for pattern matching. Okay, we go for pattern matching. For example, let us see one example. Okay, so let us go with the df underscore store sto, open the bracket. Okay, not the open the bracket. So let me go for filtering the data, open the bracket. So f dot col. Okay, so I'll go for store name. So what do? We go for dot. Okay, we directly give the like open the bracket. So we need to enter the store name over here. Okay, so now what do we need to do here? So here we need to enter in the double quotes, okay, percentage, okay, Mumbai. But I do not know, I do not want to write the complete statement. I would like to only see the data starts with okay, Mumbai. Okay, let me click on execute. Okay, now you see we did not get any data. Okay, why did we not get the data? So before that, let us execute what do we have in the store data display. Okay, so what do we have in the store data? Let me click on execute. So what do we have? Store underscore name. So do we have the data Mumbai? Yes, we have Mumbai. Okay, store name. Yes, we entered the same thing like MUM. Okay, so what is that? So here, what is the main thing is to remember. Okay, what is to remember here is percentage text. Okay, it starts searching the text from the ending. Remember, and the next one, percentage. Okay, text percentage. Okay, it starts searching the data, searching the text from the beginning. Okay, next, percentage text to percentage. Okay, it starts searching the whole text, searching the whole text from beginning to ending. So what is the reason why we have not got the output is like we gave Mumbai and we need to give this percentage after the text. Let's see whether it works or not. Okay, let me click on execute. So now we did not get it. Okay, let me put that percentage in between two text. Now you see we got the data. Why we have not got the data is like Mumbai is existing in between two text. Okay, and if you see Mumbai, the store name we did not get it. It got like a text wrap. Okay, let me go for false. Let me click on execute. Now you see we got Cool Bev Mumbai Andheri, and we got the store type, gross geography ID, and everything. Okay, so this is the usage of like operator. Okay, and the next one. Okay, let's end the session within 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay, the next one is not operator. Okay, not operator. If you say yes, then it is not, then it is false. If you say false, then it is true. True, false. It's like a negation. So simply, what do we do? It's like a negation. And if we go for SQL, what do? We use direct straightforward not. Okay. But here, what do we use? We use a negation symbol. Shift and before one, we need to click that. Okay. So let us go with the df underscore sales dot filter. Okay. So what do we do? Negation. Okay. F dot call. Open the bracket. Quantity greater than or equal to 15. Okay, greater than or equal to 15 dot show sales. What happens here? Excluding 15, okay, we get some other value. So what is that? Cannot resolve not quantity due to type mismatch. Type mismatch. Okay, we need to do the typecasting. Probably the quantity is not in correct format. Okay, let me check. How do we check? D types. Let me click on execute. Okay, what is that unit price? Yes, it is integer. Then why it is not working? F dot sales filter. F dot call. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me enter one more bracket. Okay. After that, let me enter, close the bracket, and let me click on execute. Okay, now we got the data. Now, if you see, so quantity, what we did, quantity greater than 15. Okay. So we said it should be not, it should not be. Okay. Then it followed that. Okay. Yes, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to give you the data which is less than 15. Okay, which is less than 15. So this is like, so most of the times we use it when we do not want to have the data in it. Okay, in the database, we go for this filter when we do not want to see any type of data. You would say that not equal to, yes, not equal to, and the negation, both of them are same. Okay, both of them are same. Let's do one. So this, okay, let me take one more data frame df2 equal to. So let me take a df underscore prod. Okay, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to take the data from the prod table. Okay, so what do we do now? So let me select the columns. Okay, let me select few columns. So let me go for selecting the product ID, comma. So let me go for product name, comma. So let me go for unit price, unit underscore price. Okay, so what we are trying to do, we are trying to select the product name. So we are trying to select 3 columns from the product table. Okay, let me click on enter. And the next step is we can also go for the next transformation. Okay, what is the next transformation? So we can also use the backslash, okay, to get into the next line. Okay, just a second. Okay, it loaded. Okay, no problem. So let me click on enter. And after that, let me go for selecting another columns. Okay, so it takes, what is that, indentation. So wherever we start the transformation functions, we need to start with the same thing. So let me go for with column. So what is that? Price with the tags. Okay, let me click on the tab. Okay, what we are trying to do, we are trying to take the column price with the tags is the column that we have created. So we are trying to multiply unit price with 1.13. Okay, and the next thing, I do not want to go for another transformation. Let me close the bracket. Okay, so here what do? I'll go for closing the bracket over here. and closing the bracket over here. Okay. So let me click on execute. Let's see whether it runs or not. Yes, it ran. Okay. So what is the next thing? This is called as, let me go for transformation one. Transformation one. Okay, this is transformation one. So what we did, we implemented the transformation. So let me go for another one, transformation two. Transformation two. So here what do we do? So this data, whatever the transformation that we did, we selected the three columns and we created with column. So it is like a conditional function. So the way we use case statements in SQL, so with column is also a conditional statement. So we created a separate column called as a price with tax, and we are multiplying unit price with 1.13. Okay. So here what do we do? So here we are going to take the df2 dot. Okay. So let me go for selecting the same number of columns. Okay. Let me select the same number of columns. Okay. So we selected the same number of columns. So here what I do? Okay. In place of unit price, I will go for f dot call. Okay. F dot call. In the unit price, I'm going to subtract 2. Okay. I'm going to subtract 2. Okay. After that, what do? I will go for display. Okay. For example, let me click on shift enter or execute this. Okay. Yes, it is executed. Okay. It is executed. Now what do? So let me go for display df2. Let me click on enter. Okay. Let me click on execute this. Okay. Let's see what we are going to get in here. Okay. Now we got the data. Okay. Now we got the table. So what we did here. Okay. So what we did here. So here we did. So here we did the transformation one. Okay. After that, what we did the transformation two. Okay. So we did not execute. We do not want to see the immediate. So what we are trying to do? So we did multiple transformations. And after multiple transformation, what we are trying to do? We are trying to see the data. How is the transformation done? Okay. How is the transformation done? So this is called as the concept is called as a lazy evaluation. Okay. So lazy evaluation. There are two operations in PySpark. So what are all the two operations that we have in PySpark is, the first one is transformation. Okay. The first one is transformation. So what is the transformation? So it is a lazy evaluation. So what does it do? So whatever we do the transformation, okay, we are trying to select the data. We are trying to filter the data. So we are trying to implement the with column. We are trying to implement the group by. So these are all comes under the transformation. There are two operations. So first one is transformation. So what does it do? The transformation build a plan, an action to run it. Okay. So before the construction of a house, the civil engineer gives the design. The way he gives the design, the civil engineer or the engineer gives the design. So here the lazy evaluation is also the same thing. Spark is a lazy evaluation. First, it builds the plan. Okay, whatever the transformation that we are trying to do, so it goes like a plan. Yes, the user is trying to select out of 100 columns, only 10 columns. The user is trying to filter the data. Yes. The user is trying to implement the conditional column. Yes. At the end, the user is trying to group by and aggregate. Yes, perfect. Till here, I plan it. And the next operation is action. So what is the action? So display is an action. What we are trying to do, after the completion of the transformation, we would like to see the data. Okay, that is display. And the next one is show. What we are trying to do in the show me the 10 records. Okay, after the transformation, show me the 10 records or the count. Now, what happens? Whatever we give here, okay, what we are trying to do here, so we use F functions. Okay, in the F function, what does it do in the F function? So out of 10 million records, 10 million records are distributed to 4 to 8 engines. Okay, 4 to 8 computing engines. Okay, so what does it do? So it distributes the data. Yes, it is trying to do, okay, f dot filter. Yes, whatever we have it, yes, it is building the plan. Okay, with column, yes, it is building the plan. And whenever we click on display, everything gets kicks. The operation starts. Okay, 2.5 million, 2.5 lakhs, yes. After that, 2.5 lakhs, another 2.5, the second compute engine. After that, third compute engine. After that, fourth compute engine. So like that, so we use f function so that it can understand what is the action that it needs to perform, what is the transformation it needs to perform. So that is lazy evaluation. So in the previous example, if you see, what is the lazy evaluation that we are trying to do? So we are trying to do the transformation one. Yes, it captured. So it understood the user is trying to select the columns and also implementing with column, the conditional column. And the second transformation, the user is trying to select the limited number of columns out of the above transformation, and he is trying to subtract 2 minus 2 from the unit price. Yes, second transformation it understood. Okay, it did not display the output. When we are trying to display the output, then it triggers, okay, the action. In that action, it is going to display the output. This happens within nanoseconds, within milliseconds. Okay, this transformation, this action happens within few seconds. So if you see again in the transformation, okay, again in the transformation, we have these concepts. We will see that in the later part of the session. And yes, it builds the plan. Okay, here it builds the plan. And after that, in the action, so it is going to run the whole data. Okay, so what are all the action plans? So these are all the action functions. So write, save as table for each. Okay, display, show, count. So these are all the action plans. Okay, so this is about the lazy evaluation. Okay, this is about the lazy evaluation. So now let us see the next concept. Okay, so what is the Apache Spark architecture? One of the most important concepts throughout the Spark. So whichever you deal, if you deal with Databricks, data engineering concept, Databricks in AWS, Databricks in Azure, Databricks in GCP, the Apache Spark architecture is throughout same in all three platforms. So what is Apache Spark architecture? So let us take one example. Okay, let us understand the concept, one of the most important concepts throughout the interview perspective. Okay, so what do we see? For example, we are working in an organization. Okay, so whether it is a product-based company or service-based company, it doesn't matter. So if you see, we have many product-based companies. So many beverages. We see in the summer season, we see it, we drank it. Okay, we had it. So we had the snacks and all. For example, if you see, Cool Bev Food and Beverages is one company which manufactures food and beverages. Okay, so what do we have? A lot of snacks in the food and also the drinks in the beverages, hot and cold drinks, cool drinks. So this Cool Bev is a product-based company which is searching for a service-based company to look after their data. They want to analyze or they want to see some results from the service-based company. Okay, so they reached one company, and that company HR department has come into picture. And what they said, so the HR department said that yes, we have many number of teams where these experienced people, experienced persons, they are going to handle your data and you are going to get the output within whatever the service level agreement that you have within 6 months or within 1 year. So we are going to deliver your project. Okay, so whatever the data that is generated, what is that data? Raw data. Okay, raw data. The raw data, whatever the raw data that is generated by the Cool Bev, okay, Cool Bev company, those raw data is given to a company. Okay, service-based company. They are going to provide service to this school bev company. So when HR team, what they said, we have a different teams, different departments. The first department is the marketing department. The second department is the supply chain department. Third department is the sales department. Yes, once you give the data to us, so we are going to market your product. We are going to do the supply chain. If your products are running out of, so we are going to inform you, and we also do the sales. No need to worry about it. Okay. And finally, we are going to give you the final results. Okay. So we are going to give the final results to you. For example, if you take it in a data engineering project, so what we do, so we take the pipelines, the raw data from the pipelines, and we ingest the data into the lakehouse. Yes, once the data is ingested into the lakehouse, then the transformation starts. So in the transformation, we go for the notebooks. In the notebooks, we go for implementing the medallion architecture. In the medallion architecture, we go for bronze, silver, gold layers. In the bronze layer, whatever the data, raw data is there, it is going to get it. And after the raw data is got, we push that into the silver layer where the data transformation happens, the business calculations we implement. And from the silver, we are going to push it into the gold layer. This gold layer data is used in the reporting tools and also into the AI. Okay, this is the end-to-end project of a data engineer. Overall end-to-end project of the data engineer. Coming to the main concept of the Spark architecture. Okay, what do we have in here? How a Spark job is run. The first thing, client. Client is a Spark application. So what do we have in here? The data source plus the app code that we submit. Second thing, the Spark is searching for a company, okay, which is called as a driver program. Okay, which is called as a driver program. So this company is called as a driver program. So when they reach the company, the HR department has come into picture because they are the people who are going to suggest them, okay, this is what the candidates that we have. This is called as a, HR department is called as a cluster manager. Okay, what is a cluster manager? The cluster, what is the first thing? Driver program. The company is saying that we have the people, experienced candidate. Okay, so this driver program is going to process the data. Okay, it does not process the data, it plans. Okay, this is what the plan that we have. Then it does not execute, it does not process the data. Okay, the company CEO directly do not work on the project, or the CIO, CFO, okay, they do not work. The general managers, no, they do not work. The managers, vice president, no, they do not work on the raw data. They give the plan. We have the people working in the organization. After that, they have the cluster managers. Okay, what does it do? It allocates worker nodes. Okay, it allocates worker nodes. And who are all the worker nodes? So marketing is a worker node. Worker node 2, supply chain is the worker node 2. Department 3 or the worker node 3. So what do we have in the worker node or in the department? Employees. Okay, so for example, the worker node 1 is a manager. So we are all the employees working on the different task. Yes, we are into marketing team. So whatever the task is assigned to us, yes. So do we need to cold call, or do we need to mail, or do we need to reach out the customers? Okay, do we need to market in a different way? Yes, the marketing, the employees working under the marketing department, they are going to do that. So here, the task 1, task 2 are called as a partition 1, partition 2. So here we have the executor. Manager is called as a executor. Okay, what does it do? So he holds the partition in the RAM. Okay, he holds the partition. What does the manager do? The department manager. So he assigns task to the employees. Or if the manager has the team leader, so he says to the team leader, and team leader is going to handle, yes, out of 3 projects or in a single project, yes, you work on the pipeline task, you work on the medallion architecture, you work on the data analysis. 4th person, you work on the Power BI report. Okay, so it is being divided into the task. Employee doing one task at a time. The same thing with the second cluster. I mean the second executor. And the same thing with the third working node. Okay. So here also the executor is there. So he is going to holds the partition in the RAM, runs the task and reports result. Yes, once the report is built, okay, once the project is completed, what we are going to do? We are going to see the final result, return to the client. So these are all the actions. Okay, so project delivered to the client. So what is the key idea of lazy evaluation? The transformations. Okay, select to filter join, just build the plan, nothing runs. An action triggers the whole job, results now flow back to the driver, then to the client. Okay, so this is about the architecture. Okay, so what happens here? So the way we see, okay, the way we see the cluster nodes, the whatever the data that is divided 1 crore, it can handle. Okay, for example, some simple example, let me tell you, this is what we regularly do when we work on the SQL server. Okay, for example, I opened the application called as SSMS. Okay, what do? I open SSMS to run the SQL server. I would like to go to SSMS. For example, let me directly go to SSMS to show what happens. What is the difference between? So what is the difference between these two applications? Let us find out that. Okay, so let me go to any databases. Okay, so we have one insurance premium and payout. Yeah. So let me go to the tables. For example, what I want to do. So I want to execute this. What do? I'll go to new query. So what do we do? Select to star from. Okay. So let me click on execute. So if you see here, what happened? So the 10,000 records are being executed. Okay. So we have the 10,000 records. It is being executed. Okay. Within a moment, we got this data that is executed. For example, if we have huge amount of data. Okay. For example, if we have huge amount of data. I think let me check another table. Okay, so let's see here. So what we are trying to do here. So we are trying to execute this. Okay, we are trying to execute this. And if you see here, what happens here? So we are trying to get 10,000 records. And the time is also recorded over here. For example, we only have 10,000 records, only 10K records. But we are trying to go with 1 million records. Okay, I clicked on select star from, or I selected few columns and I joined all the tables and I'm trying to execute this. So what happens here? The time is going to run from the seconds and the records are going to execute. So what is the operation going on here? So whatever the table that we are running, it is running on the SQL server. And also it is dependent on the computer's RAM. What is the speed? Okay, so this SQL server is dependent on my system, my application, my computer's processing, my computer processor. It is dependent on my system. If my system RAM and ROM is good and the SQL server is able to handle this, yes, within few minutes we are going to get 1 million records. It is dependent on my system. But whereas coming to the PySpark, okay, it is not dependent on my system. It is dependent on the Spark engine. Okay, it is dependent on the Spark engine. What does it do? So 1 million record or 1 billion records are running on the 8 virtual machines. Okay, virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, okay, till virtual machine 8. The data is going to be splitted into the clusters or into the virtual machines, and it is going to execute it. Yes, virtual machine, virtual engine or virtual machine, it is got executed. Then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one. It is not going to get executed. It is not dependent on our system's RAM or ROM. It is dependent on the Spark engine. It is dependent on the Spark engine. So when we try to execute anything, okay, what do? When we try to execute anything, what we get here? So we get the performance, okay, how it is going to handle it. So display how it is handling within 1 second, 127 milliseconds. So it read 20 records. So as it is a free version, okay, we are getting like this. But when we go with another session, okay, we have got serverless. We also have a compute. Okay, so what does it do? And based on the capacity also, whatever the capacity that we are going to do, so we would also get the task completed, okay, within a moment or within. So what we have it over here is, okay, so what we have it over here is, so why Spark is mainly, we are going to work on the Spark. So there are a few limitations, okay, there are few limitations. Spark has come into picture because it needs to handle huge amount of data. So previously we had data warehouse, data lake, now it has data lake house, and previously we had Excel. The first moment is like Excel. So what does Excel do? It can handle, for example, let me go for taking 1 million records. The Excel can handle 1 million records. So when we are getting huge amount of data, after that we got the SQL Server. SQL Server, what does it do? It can handle 1 billion records. For example, you think, okay, SQL can handle 1 billion record. But the thing is that when we need to handle billions of records, okay, when we need to handle billions of records, what do we need to have? We need to have the PySpark, okay, PySpark. So that is the reason what we have got the opportunity, or the functions are called as a F functions. Okay, that is the reason we got F functions in here. What does it do? F function, it is going to evaluate the functions only from the PySpark. Okay, so this is about the lazy evaluation and also Apache Spark architecture. Okay, so what does it do? The first thing, driver program. Okay, driver program is like a company. What does it do? It builds the plan, only schedules work, coordinates. It does not process. The HR manager, HR team, it's a cluster manager. So whatever we said, the cluster manager, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 8, these are all the cluster managers. Okay, what do they do? One cluster manager, above that, one cluster manager. Okay, they are going to split the work, okay, based on the nodes, executor 1, executor 2, executor 3. Okay, under the worker node 1, worker node 2, worker node 3. And again, under that, what happens? Whatever we have seen, okay, task 1, 1 million records, task 2, 1 million records, task 3, 1 million records. Okay, like that, it is going to split the data. Whenever we click on display, or whenever it is going to plan it. Okay, whenever we click on display, yes, the final result we are going to get. Whenever we click on count, yes, we are going to get the result. Whenever we click on save as table, yes, the trigger comes into picture. Okay, remember that there are two operations. First operation is a transformation operation. Second operation is an action operation. Transformations are all the functions that we implement to clean the data, to transform the data. Action is the operation which is used to get the output or save the table. So that is action. And how the architecture? Yes, be like a PySpark. Okay, there is a quotation from Abraham Lincoln. What is that quotation? If I get 8 hours to cut a tree, okay, if I get 8 hours to cut a tree, I sharp my axe for 6 hours. Only 2 hours I'm gonna cut the tree. Okay, it is the same way. So it is going to build the plan. The PySpark is going to build the plan with the transformation, and it is going to execute when there is an action. Okay, so this is about the Spark, Apache Spark architecture. You remember, okay, Spark application, driver program, cluster manager, and the executors. Under the executor, again, they are going to task one, task one. You just remember like the hierarchy, whatever the hierarchy that we have it, the employees are going to work. That's it. The managers are above them, they do not work, they plan it. Okay, you remember that hierarchy that we have in the organization. Okay, so this is about the Spark engine and the lazy evaluation. So that is the reason we implement the transformations, the F functions. Okay, are we good till now?
Yes, yes.
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 Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the next functions. Okay. Let us see one lazy evaluation technique. I mean lazy evaluation code, and we'll jump into the next session. Okay.
Yes,
Don't
sure.
worry about the code. Yeah.
One question.
Yeah.
You have said in SSMS, when you are going to the 10 million records, it will be divided in the 2.5, 2.5, 2.5.
Yes.
But in a PySpark also is the same like that only.
No,
divided.
the SQL, it is not going to split. It is going to run the whole query.
Okay.
So the split happens only in the PySpark.
Okay.
It is going to
1 billion record also is the same.
Yes, 1 billion record also, it is going to split it into 8 clusters or 8 executors, and we are going to get single cluster under the single cluster. Here we do not have a cluster actually. So here we have the cluster. I mean, we are using a serverless. Okay. But in the Microsoft Fabric, we have a cluster. Okay. So what is that? Cluster is important. So I think you heard about what is that? What is that? $6 million is being lost by the Elon Musk due to he did not turn off the cluster, the engine of AWS. Okay, so if you go to Azure or AWS, what do we do? When you run anything on the cluster, okay, we go for pay as you go. So we get charged by 1 hour. Every 1 hour we pay some $1 or $10. Okay, based on that cluster, we are going to get the bill. Okay, under the cluster, it is going to split the data. In the engine, compute engine, the internal Spark engine, it is going to split the data. 1 billion records, 250 million, 250 million, 250 million. So 4 parts, or if there are 8 compute engines, so 8 parts. I mean, last is 8 only. Okay. So like that, it is going to split and it is going to give the output. We'll see the concept. We have more concept in future. So what are all the transformations that we have? Narrow, wide transformations. So how the data is stored in the lakehouse, we'll see that.
Okay.
Okay. So let us see one thing over here about the lazy evaluation. Okay. So what we are trying to do. So let me go for from PySpark .sql. Okay. So import functions as F. Okay. So the next thing, let me import the time. Okay. It is just to import whatever the time that we have, the library, we are trying to import that. Okay. So what is the first thing is that, so let us go with the step 1. Okay. What is the step 1? So we are trying to go for a transformation. The step 1 is transformation. So what is that? Let me go for just get print. Okay. Transformation started, for example, something like this. Okay. Some heading, transformation started. Okay. So at the time of transformation, let us record the time. Okay, what do we need to do? Record the time. Okay, how do we record the time? T0 equal to time dot time. So what does it do? It takes the starting time. Okay, what does it do? It takes the starting time of the transformation. Starting time of the transformation. So what do we do? So let us go with the transformation. Okay, let me copy the above data, because why do we need to go again and again? So let me directly copy this transformation. Okay, let me copy the above transformation. Okay, we implemented the transformation. So what does it do? We are selecting the data, and the next one is we are calculating something. Okay, the next thing. Okay, what is the next thing? So let me go for printing the data. Okay, print F. Okay, don't worry. So done in. So let me go for time dot time. Okay, time dot time minus T0. So how much time does it take to transform this? Okay, how much time does it take to transform this? And 0.4f. 4f is like take the 4 seconds. Okay, consider 4 decimals, not the seconds, 4 decimals. And after that, we can go for second, and we can go for close the bracket. Okay, let me close the bracket. Okay, what is the next thing? The next step. Okay, so we can go for result dot. Okay, result dot explain. Okay, mode equal to formatted. So what does it do? It shows the lineage. So how does it start? So what are all the theory? Okay, so it shows the physical plan. You see, lineage of the transformation. Simply the plan. Okay, plan. It shows the plan, how it started and all. Okay, the next thing is that action. So let us go for the next step. Step 3. Okay, step 3. What is that? Step 1. Okay, let us go with the step 2. Okay, step 2 is the action. Okay, step 2 is the action. So what do we do in the action? So we can directly go for, okay, T1 equal to, okay, we can go for T1 equal to time dot time. So it is also going to give the time. So what do we do? So let us go for the result dot. Okay, show the 5 records, truncate equal to false, or we can directly enter the false. Okay, truncate equal to false. And after that, what do we do? Let us take the T2 time dot time. Okay, time dot time. So we can go for, yeah. So let me click on the tab, done in seconds. Okay, so let us go for taking that. So let me take this off. Let us run and see what is the output that we are going to get. So we get the lineage. So what is the output that we are going to get? Let me click on execute this. Okay, now we got the output. Okay, what is that output? So the transformation started. Okay, what is the next thing? Physical plan. Photon result stage. Photon columnar to row. Photon project. Photon row to columnar. Scanning the CSV. Okay, this is the plan that it gave. Okay, so what is it is doing? So it is identifying these information. What is the unit price? Okay, what is the location? So this is the location of the CSV. And the next one, photon row to columnar. So it is another next transformation. Photon project. Okay, so what are all the arguments? What are all the data that it has? Okay, it is reading that. Photon columnar to row. So it is again reading the data and the result. Okay, the query is fully supported by Photon. We will see that. What is a Photon? We'll see that. Okay, and what do we see? Done in 0.9054 seconds. Okay, this is the time it took to run the data. Let me scroll up. Okay, it started at 0.0553 seconds. Okay, the transformation started at 0.0553 seconds, and we got the result at 0.09054 seconds. So that means within a second we got the result. Okay, within a second we got the result. You can also expand the performance. You can also expand the result and click on this. We will get the optimization. We will get the result over here. So what do we see here? So what is query wall clock duration? So how much time does it take? You can also expand it. So what do you see in Power BI? If you click on view, and if you go to model, and if you click on query performance, you see what are all the calculations it is taking to execute. So here also, how much time is it taking to execute particular code? Okay, what is the start time? It started at this time. And what is the end time? Within a second. Okay, 96 milliseconds it took. So how many bytes read? How many bytes written? How many records read? 20 records. How many records written? We did not write anything. We did not enter any data. How many files read? 1 file. How many files written? 0. Okay. What is the source query? We can also expand. What is the cell ID? And what is the aggregated task time? How much time does it take? Task time in photon. We will see that. Don't worry. Input and output. What is that input and output? Reading and writing the data. So how many rows returned? 1 row. How many rows read? 20 records. How many bytes read? 1.12. I mean, how much memory it is taking to read this? Okay, bytes read from cache, 0%. So this is what, and we can also see the query profile, the complete query profile. How much time does it read? How much time does it took? So you see, limit, total time spent, peak memory, how much memory it is taking to read the data. Okay, and what is columnar to row? Aggregation of the metrics. Okay, aggregation of the metrics, and row to columnar, and at the end, scanning the data. So peak memory 130. I mean, it allocates some memory to us. As it is a free license, it allocates some memory. So aggregated metrics across all parallel tasks for this operation. Okay, you see, what do we have? Cloud storage. How much size? What is the input read data size? Number of files read, size of the files read. So how many, what are all the columns? We are only using 3 columns: product ID, product name, and unit price. Okay, how much memory does it take? So these are all we have it. Where do we need this? Okay, this is needed when we handle a huge project, when we deal with 1 billion records. Okay, so when we deal with 1 billion records, and if we click on execute, if we click on display, okay, here we get how much time does it take to see the data, whether it is taking the capacity, full capacity. For example, 100 GB is allocated, the capacity. Out of 100 GB, how much capacity it is taking to execute. So that is what it is being useful in the projects, main projects. So this is about the lazy evaluation in the PySpark. So now let's start with the next session, that is PySpark string functions. So what kind of a string functions that we have in PySpark? Let us see that. Yes, each and every programming language. So we have the string functions. String function, character function, or text functions. So here also in the PySpark also we have the string functions. So why do we need string functions or the text functions? So these string functions are also used for the data transformation. I mean, we do not know how the data is existing. Okay, so the transformation is based on the splitting of the data, or extracting something out of the data, or standardizing the data, standardizing the column. Most of the times the string functions are applied on the text data type. But if you want to extract anything from the number data type also, the first 4 characters, last 4 characters, or if you want to go for standardizing upper lowercase, or if you want to know the length of the characters, or if you want to extract the number of characters. So we go for different types of text functions or the string functions. So if you see here, we have upper lower cases. Yes, we can make the text uppercase or lowercase by using the direct straightforward function. And also we have init cap, okay, which is used for trimming, okay, trimming the leading or trailing spaces before or after the text. Okay, we will see with example, don't worry. Concatenate function. So if you want to concatenate two text columns or two text strings into a single column, yes, we can concatenate. And we can also find out the length, position. So what is the length, what is the position, what is the substring. LPAD, if you want to add any kind of a text before or after the string, and we can split the data, we can replace the text, and we can go for doing other things. Okay, if you want to go for the next line, we can use the slash, and also we can go for alias for renaming anything. Okay, so we have seen with column renamed or with renamed function, but we can also rename it with by using alias. So here we explicitly mention alias. Okay, so what is that alias? Dubai Sino alias Don Sino. Okay, something like this. Okay, so here what do we have? So we specifically may mention the command or the function dot alias, but in SQL there is no need of mentioning any alias. We can directly write as and the name, the new name. So here we need to mention dot alias. Then or there is no need of mentioning as while giving the alias name. We can directly go for giving the new name with space. So that is in the SQL. So here we explicitly mention alias. Let us see that. Let us see that in here. So before that, what do we need to do? We need to execute this, because within 15 minutes or within 20 minutes, so the cluster or whatever the server that we are using. So let us go with the customer data, because the customer data has, okay, let me go for df underscore cust. Okay, so let us see what kind of a data do we have in the customer table. Let me click on execute this. Okay, so let it get executed. Yes, so it executed the table. So what do we have here? So we have something like a customer ID, first name, last name, email ID. And if you see the email ID, so what do we see in here? So we have something like the leading text, leading space between the text. Okay, everything is good. Okay, and also you observe the pattern of the data. So everything is in lowercase, okay, except to two records. Okay, except to two records, there is a leading space, and also these text is in the uppercase. Okay, this is one observation that we did. Okay, let me come down. Do we have anything else? No, we do not have that. Okay, and also we have gender, we have the segment, geography, and the sign up date. So we can do a lot of things from this. Let us see what we can do with the data, with the text data that we have. So let me give the heading as the text functions. So df underscore customer dot. Okay, so we can select the mail. Okay, select. So we can go for email, so that we will get to know what kind of original data that we have. Okay, we can have original data that we can see. Let me click on enter. So what do we do? F dot. Okay, let us go with the functions. Upper, open the bracket. So what we can do? We can go for F, or we can go for first name directly. Let me go for first name. First underscore name. So what do we do? For example, if you want to give some alias naming. So previously what we did with column renamed function that we explicitly gave. So here what we can do, we can go for alias. Okay, alias, let me click on. So let me go for the upper text. Okay, I can go for writing upper text. Okay, upper text. And let me click on execute. For example, let me go for dot show. Let's see the 5 records. Okay, let's see 5 records. Let me click on enter. Or what we can do, for example, let me make backslash, whether does it take as a second or let me go for the indentation. Okay, let me put it over here. Okay, so let me click on execute. So, okay, what we have got, we got something like a indentation error. Okay, we click on execute. I think now it is running. Yes. Now, if you see what we have got, the first name has become uppercase. And if you see here, the third record, so we have like Vivan, okay, Vivan Verma. So where we have a leading space. Okay, leading means before, trailing means after the text, before the text and after the text. So what do we do now? So let me go for taking this off. Okay, let me go for taking this off and give the comma. So let me go for entering something like this. Okay, yes, now let me go for f dot. Okay, f dot init cap. Okay, what is the next step we are trying to do? We are trying to trim. Okay, f dot trim. So we have like in the SQL, we have like trim function. And also there is a specific function called as ltrim and rtrim, left trim and right trim. So here what do we do? So let me go for trimming the last name, last underscore name. Okay, or we can also go for email. Okay, let's see with the email. Email. Let me go for giving the email. Okay, dot we can go for alias. Alias. So what we can do? Cleaned text. Cleaned mail. Cleaned email. Okay, so here what do I do? Again, I'll go for show. Okay, 5 records. Okay, so let me click on execute. Okay, I think is it a backslash or this slash? Let me check. Okay. Yes, now you see. So what do you observe here? The email has been cleaned out. Okay, now we are not able to see the complete data. What we can do? Comma, so we can give false. Truncate equal to false, or we can directly mention false. Now we get the full text. Yes, we got the full text. Now if you see Vivan, now it is been, okay, based on the F trim, it is been cleaned out. Okay, the leading spaces are being cleaned out. What do we do now? Now let me go for, okay, now let me go for, let me take this off. Okay, comma, comma. Let me click on enter. Okay, so what is the next thing? The next thing is that let us find out the length. Length of, okay, what we can go? We can go for taking email, length of email. So we get the number of characters, okay, in from the email. Okay, from the email. Alias, we can go for length. Length. Okay, so let us go for the next functions also, one by one. F dot. F dot. So what we can do, we have, if we want to concatenate two functions, okay, what we do? Concat underscore ws. We have a function called as concat underscore ws. In other programming language, in SQL, we have like concat. In PowerBI, it is concatenate. Okay, or we can also concat two text strings into a single text string by using the and symbol, ampersand. Okay, so what do we do? So the first thing is that how do you want to concatenate two text strings? Do you want a space in between two text strings? It is like a delimiter comma first name text 1 comma text 2. So here what do we do? Let us go for giving a space between first name and the last name. First name comma, last name. Okay, first name, comma, last name, last name. So what we can do, we can go for alias full name. Simple thing. Alias, we can go for full name, comma again. Let me come down. The next thing, f dot. What we can do, the next string is that substring. Okay, string within a string. So what do we want to do here? So if you want to extract something out of the text string, okay, in the text, okay. So let me go for writing the customer ID, comma, 2, comma, 3. Okay, we get the number of text. We get the number of text. We can extract 3 text strings from the customer ID, 3 letters or 3 characters. So that is substring, alias. Okay, alias. So what we can do, we can go for writing the customer number. Customer number. Let's see whether we get the output or not. Let me directly go for seeing the output. Okay, let me click on Shift Enter. Okay, till here we are getting the output or not. Now you see the length is 19. Full name, yes, we got the full name. And we are also extracting the first 3 characters. Okay, where is that? Okay, from the second string. Okay, 001. What is that? 001. C001. After 2 characters, it is extracting the 3 characters. Okay, after 2 characters, it is extracting the 3 characters. Okay, that is after the second position. Maybe it starts from 1, 2. Okay, it starts from 1, 2. From the second character. Okay, C is a 1. From the second character 001, 003, 004. Okay, it is extracting from the second position, extracting 3 characters. Okay, so that is substring. So let me take this off. Okay, let us continue the next function. Okay, f dot split. Okay, if you want to split the character, okay, f dot split. So what it is doing, so we can split the text. Okay, we can split the text. Just a second. So what do we want to split the text? Okay, how do we want to split the text? Okay, so we want to split the text. Okay, so for example, I want to split the text email, comma, and I want to split the text at the rate. Okay, I want to split the text at the rate. And what we can do, so we can go for get item. Okay, get item, and we can give the column, we can give the 1. And after that, what we can do, we can go for alias, and we can give domain. For example, if you want to extract that domain at the rate Gmail, at the rate or some domain. So whatever the domain that we have. So let us go for show, let us see the data, how we are able to see the output. Okay, how do we see the output with the domain? So let me give the domain. Okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, what we are able to extract, mail.com. Okay, mail.com. So whatever we have from the at the rate, we are trying to extract mail.com. For example, if you are working in any organization and you get the domain name, okay, so John at the rate, the company name.com. So the way we have it, we can extract that domain name. So that is f dot split. And let us go for the next function, comma, and the next function is regex. Okay, expression. For example, in the organization, if you work, okay, so what do we want to do if you want to replace something? Okay, how do we replace? So we have a straightforward function called as a replace. in Power BI. So we can replace the text with any other text. Okay, here what do we have? So in the regex function, generally if you want to extract the numbers from the combination of text and alphanumeric numbers, or if you want to extract the particular information, we can use the regex function. Okay, here also we have regex underscore replace. Okay, what is the text that we want to replace? For example, I would like to replace the email. Okay, I would like to replace email, comma. So what do I need to replace? I would like to replace, okay, I would like to replace mail.com. Okay, @mail.com with what is the text that we want to replace. Okay, what is the text that we want to replace? For example, I can replace it with coolbib. Okay, that is the organization's mail domain. Okay, .in. So I can go for alias. So we can go for new mail, new underscore email. What we can do, we can also go for show top 5 records. Let's see what is the information, what is the output that we are going to get. Okay, so we got, okay, we have not closed the bracket. Let me click on execute. Okay, what is that? We got one error. Okay, what is that error? So f.regex, okay, reg expression, okay, probably that is not the regex, it is a regular expression. Okay, now we are able to see the data. Yes, now you see it is been getting replaced. Okay, what do we need to do? Comma false. So we can go for comma false. Let me click on execute. Yeah, now you see, so it is been getting replaced with coolbib. Okay, so coolbib. And if you see, this is not getting replaced. Okay, so what is the reason? It can be the leading or whatever the text that we have. Okay, so what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? The next thing is that, so let me take this off. Okay, why do we need to go for it? So let me click on, oh sorry. So let me click on enter so that it can be having, so we can use it regularly. Okay, f dot. So what do we need to do? We want to go for example, I want to extract something from the email. Okay, I would like to extract something from the email. So what do we need to extract? So the email contains, if you see, the email contains rf.ir@mail.com. So you got a question like, I would like to extract the text from this email. Okay, we do not have a first name. Okay, we just got the email. So what do we need to do? We need to extract the name, first name from this. So how do we extract? So we can go for regular expression. Okay, reg exp. Okay, reg exp underscore extract. We have a function called as underscore extract. So what do we do? So here we go for email, comma. So what do we need to do? So here we need to write the expression. Okay, well, how does it go? The syntax. So it goes like R quotes. So what do we have? Exclude. We are trying to excluding the things. A to Z. Exclude whatever the text that is in between in the mail A to Z. Please get me that. Okay, please get me that. Plus close the bracket. And what we can do? We can go for backslash dot. Okay, close the bracket, comma 1. Okay, we are trying to extract the first dot alias. What we can do? First name. We can go for writing first name. Okay, first name. And let me close the bracket. Let me click on enter. Okay, we missed one thing. Let me take this off. Now let me click on enter. Let's see what is the output that we are going to get. We missed one comma. Okay, so the errors are good. So if we get the errors, we get to know what kind of a mistake are we doing. So here we have the genie. Okay, here we have the genie, that's well and good. And also we have the different types of AI, that's well and good. We can debug easily. So here if you see what we are able to see the data, okay, where I can see, I think I'm not able to scroll right side, but here if you see K Kabir, we are able to see Kabir, Ananya. So here we have not got any output. So what we need to do, let us go with the truncate equal to false. Okay, yes, it is right. So let me take this off. And let me click on execute. Okay, yes, we are able to extract the first name. Diya, Ananya, Kabir. Okay. So this is how we can extract, okay, the first name based on this regular expression. Extract, what we are trying to do here, we are trying to say that extract only the text A to Z, whatever the text from the first, okay, from the starting of the position. Okay, so this is extracting the data. The next one is f dot, what we can do here, what is the position? Okay, I would like to see what is the position. Okay, f dot imstr. Okay, so let me click on tab. So what we have got, let me enter the bracket, open the bracket, email, comma, @ I want to see where, what is the position of @ okay, what is the position of @ dot alias. So we can go for at position. So where this @ is located, okay, where this @ is located. So we can go for understanding the position of the @ in that complete text. Okay, so here if you see 11, 12, 15, 14, and 11. So what we can do here, so we can directly, let me go for display. Let's see how we are going to get the output. So let me go for taking this as a display, whether we get it right or not. Okay, now you see we got the output. Now it is a clean output. Now what is the position of @? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So @ in Arav is 11th position. Okay, @ for Arav is 11th position. So 1, 2, Diya 4 letters. Dot is also considered as one character. Pillai, PILLAI 6 letters. Okay, 12th position. So this is at 12th position. So this is, we can extract or we can see the position of the text. Okay, we can see the position of the text. The next thing is that, okay, what is the next thing? The last one is comma f dot lpad. Okay, f dot lpad, f dot call customer ID. So what I want to do in here, comma, for example, I want to add the zeros before something or zeros after something, or I want to add some text before existing text. Okay, what do we have? Prefix and suffix. Okay, lpad works like a prefix and suffix. Do you want to add Mr. before any text? Yes, we can add Mr. anything before the text. For example, I want to add 5 zeros. For example, I would like to add 5 zeros. What do? I'll go for clicking on tab. Okay, what we got? So we got 5 zeros. Okay, how many number of text that we want to repeat? 5 is the number and 0 is the text. I want to see 5 zeros before customer ID. Okay, I would like to see 5 zeros before customer ID. Let me click on execute. Yes. Now if you see, let me scroll to the right side. Now what we are able to see? We are able to see 0. But what is that? Okay, so we are not able to see 5 times zeros. Okay, we are not able to see 5 times zeros. But why it is not 5 times zeros? Okay, let me go for 6. Okay, 8. Let us go with 8. Okay, we got only 4. When I gave 8, we got 4. I'll check that. Okay, I'll check that. Okay, let me ask Genie. Okay, what we can ask? Okay, can I take this and ask it to explain? Let me check. Okay, explain. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know whether it works to explain or not. No, it is not working to explain. Okay, let me click on reject. Okay, so these are all about the text functions. Either you can give the display or you can write a show. Okay. Any doubts? Any doubts? So I can go for LPAD in. So we also have it in SQL in PySpark. Let me go for LPAD in PySpark. Okay. To left pad. Okay, we can add the string. Okay, we can add the string. So what does it take? It takes the column length and pad. Okay. And let us go with one thing. ID 5, 0. What is the output? So it is giving zeros. ID column exactly 5 characters wide. Okay, maybe it is making the number of characters. Okay, it is making 6 characters or 8 characters with adding the zeros. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, yes. Okay, this LPAD is trying to make 8 character text string. The whole padded ID becomes 8 characters. It's not like adding 8 zeros to a text. It is like adding 4 zeros and making it to 8 characters. So that is LPAD. Okay. So now let us go with date and time functions. Date, time, or date functions. Okay. So why the date functions are important? For example, in any data that we take, when we work for the data domain, the time dimension is very important. What do we have? We have something like date dimension. Date dimension. What is the date dimension? So in every organization, we have something called as a date table. So what do we do with the date table? The date table contains all the date, comma, year, month, quarter, okay, week, or whether it is a weekend, or whether it is a weekday. Okay, these information we have everything. Okay, we have all these information in a single table. So what it is used for? In the analysis, these date functions are very important. So if you want to see the sales growth, or if you want to see the last quarter data, and also if you see here, what do we have in here? Our year has, okay, 365 days. 365 days, 12 months, 4 quarters, okay, 52 weeks. 52 weeks. So this is what the complete data of the date. Or if you can also each quarter, okay, each quarter has 3 months. Okay, again each month has 30 days on an average, okay, and 4 weeks. So these are all the some dimension information. In the data, in any table if you take, okay, in any table you take, so what do we see? So we see the dates. Okay, it can be like the dates can be like sale date, sales date, order date, or deliver date. So we only have these kind of a estimated deliver date or shipping date. Okay, what do we have? Shipping date. So if you work for the e-commerce, okay, or some other dates. So what do we do here? So we need to find out the date. Okay, we need to find out the dates like, so if I want to see the shipping date, what do I do? I only have the shipping date, but I want to see the month, I want to see the quarter, I want to see the day of the shipping day. So what do we need to do? Either we need to have a separate table, or we need to extract the date from extract whatever the requirement from the date column. Okay, so that is the reason date dimension is important. So what do we do here? So here we have in the date, what do we have? In the customer, we have birth date and also sign up date. So let us work on the sign up date. Okay, let us work on the sign up date. Let's see one thing like, okay. So df underscore customer dot. So we can go for selecting the columns. What kind of a columns we can select? Customer ID. As we are dealing with the dates, let us go with the birth date, comma, sign up date. Okay. So what we can do? We can go for, okay, we can go for comma. So comma, click on enter. So what we can do? F dot current date. Let me go for F dot current date. Okay, current date. So what is a current date? Current date means it gives the today date. Dot alias. Okay, dot alias. So I'll give the name as today. Okay, I'll give the name as today. So what I can do? So I will go for closing the bracket dot show. Okay, I'll go for first 5 records. Let me click on enter. Okay, now what do you see? We are able to see the customer ID, birth date, sign up date, and what is today. Okay, current date is, okay, so it is get date in SQL, current date in PySpark. The same thing, we also have a HANA SQL. Okay, SAP HANA SQL. So in the SAP HANA SQL also, it is a current date. And if you take Power BI, we have now function, and we also have today function. So what does it do? It gives the current date. Okay, what is today's date? So this is about the current date. So let me come down. Okay, so what do? I'll go for giving a comma. After today, we can go for the next functions. What are all the next functions? For example, if I want to go for extracting year, okay, what do? F dot year, open the bracket. Okay, let us go with the sign up date, comma, okay, sign up date, dot alias year. So let me give the name year. What we are trying to do? We have a straightforward function called as a year, which is used for extracting current, the year from the date column. Okay, extracting year from the date column. So let me click on execute. Let's see whether we are able to extract the year from this date column or not. Yes, we have extracted year from the date. So similarly, we can work for the other things. Okay, what we can do? Okay, let me go for, okay, F dot month. Okay, so what I can do? I'll do one thing. So without typing this, I'll go for copying this. Okay, F dot year, Control C, Control V, Control V. Okay, what I can do here? So here I can go for month. Okay, here I can go for month. So here I can go for quarter. So what we can do? Here we can just rename this as month. Here we can rename this as quarter. So let me click on execute. Okay, we are missing one thing. It's a comma. We are missing the comma. Yes, we are able to extract the month. Okay, if you see 12. Okay, and what is the quarter? Fourth quarter. January, February, March, first quarter. April, May, June, second quarter. July, August, September, third quarter. October, November, December, fourth quarter. Again, if you say that there are two types of periods. Okay, two types of periods. What are all the periods? So we have like calendar period and also fiscal period, financial period. What is a calendar period? So from general, whatever we see it in our regular day. Okay, what is that? Calendar period starts from Jan to December. This is a general calendar period. And what do we have? The next thing, we have something like fiscal period. What is a fiscal period? For example, if you take the Indian financial period, which starts from April to March. Okay, Indian financial period, April to March. Let me confirm this. Indian financial year, April to March. Okay, April 1st to March 1st. March 31st. Okay, what do we have? March 31st. Whatever the accounting, whatever the financial year ending, okay, whatever the taxation, okay, whatever the ITR that we want to perform, so it should be performed before the 31st March, any claiming or anything. So the company follows, or each and every organization follow their own financial period or the calendar period. Okay, that is also one thing that we have. So what do we see here? April to March. So from the January, okay, if you take Jan is the calendar period. So if you take Jan, February, March, okay, plus 3. So calendar period plus 3 is the financial period of India. Each and every country has their own financial period. So that is also one more thing. So what we can do, the next thing, let me go for comma. So here what do we do? So we can go for formatting the date. Okay, f dot date underscore format. Okay, date underscore format. So if you see here, so we have a format. Okay, what is the format? So the general format of the date should be like we generally see. Okay, Indian date format or Indian UK date format is like, okay, day, month, year. The Indian date format and UK date format is day, month, year. But if you go for US date format, what do we have? Month, day, year. Okay, month, day, year. So we want to format the date. We have got some date. Okay, what is that date? We have got the dates in this format. In general, in the SQL or in the HANA SQL, so it goes with the format like year, month, day. That is the standard format. When you go for a Power BI, it is a general format, day, month, year. But if you want to change the format of the sign up date, okay, we want to change the format of the sign up date. For example, let me go for changing the sign up date, comma. What is the format that we want to change? And also one more thing to remember, when we change the format, that date data type changes into the string data type. Okay, what do we do? I will go for changing this into dd hyphen mm hyphen year. Okay, and I can go for giving the alias name. Okay, alias name as what I can do, date, formatted date. So let me click on execute. Okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, now if you see what we are able to see, we are able to see the month in a number format. No, I do not want to see the number in the month number. I want to see it in a text. I want to see Jan, Feb, March. Okay, what do we do? In place of this, we can go for adding one more M so that we get 4th December, DEC 2022. Okay, 4th DEC. For example, I want to see, let me add one more M. Let's see whether we get the complete month name, December or not. Now you see, 4th December. We are getting the complete month name. Okay, we can play around with it. Don't worry. Okay, or for example, I want to see the last short year. Let me click on only 2Y. Let's see how we are going to get the output. Now you see the short year. Okay, the short year. Or let me also go for only single D. Let me click on enter, whether we get zeros are eliminated or not. Yes, the zeros are eliminated. This is a short day, 4/12/2022. But we may get confused. This is not a standard format, but the standard format, D, MM, it should be the 4Y. Let me click on execute. Okay, the date is formatted. Okay, now the date is in a correct format. This is the date format. Now let us go for the next thing. Okay, what is the next thing? I would like to find out the difference between two dates. Okay, I would like to find out the difference between two dates. This is very common with any OTT platforms. For example, you opted for one OTT platform where you can watch the movies for 1 year. You took the subscription for 1 year by paying some dollars, $10 or $20 or 1,500 rupees. And from the day of the subscription, before the ending of the subscription, you get auto notifications to your mobile phone that your subscription is going to expire within 2 months or 3 months. So how do you find out? So this can be found out by using the function called as date difference, which is a straightforward date difference function, which is used to find out the difference between two dates. This date difference takes two parameters. The first parameter is the date one, second parameter is the date two. What do you want to take? I would like to go with the current date. F dot current date. Current date is today. From today, what is the subscription? I would like to minus current date minus sign up date. Okay, I would like to see how long. I would like to see the customers who are been renewing every year. So I can see the loyal customers. Yes, for this OTT platform, this customer is been using it from the past 5 years, from the times of COVID. What I can do? I can go for the sign up date. Sign up date. Okay. Current date is the date one. Sign up date is the date two. So what I can do? I can go for dot alias. I will go for giving subscription. Okay. Days or subscription period. I can go for subscription period, something like this. Okay, let me click on execute. Let's see whether we get error or not. Okay, the column is not defined. Okay, what is that it is saying? The column is not defined. Okay, okay, we have something like this. Let me click on execute. Now it is running. Now you see the subscription period is these many days. Okay, 1293 days. And this one is a loyal customer from the last couple of years. He is using this 1593 days. Okay, here we got number of days, subscription period, how many number of days that the person is using. So if you go for Power BI, what do you see in the Power BI is like in the date difference function. So we have something called as an interval. We can give, how do you want to see the data? How many months, how many years, how many days? That is the interval and number of intervals. So that is what you can see. So here also we have that same date difference function. Let us go for the next function. Okay, what is that next function? I would like to add some year, number of months. Okay, I would like to add the month. You want to move forward or you want to move the backward. Okay, you want to move forward or you want to move backward. So if I want to see the renewal date, okay, I have subscribed, but I want to see the renewal date. So how do I see that? We have a function called as add months. Well, the name itself says that adding the number of period, adding the months to a date. So what we can do? So let me go for sign up date. Okay, comma. I can add 12 months so that after 12 months we get the exact date when it is going to get expired. Okay, dot alias. Okay, alias. I can go for writing renewal underscore date. Okay, I'll get to know when it is the renewal date. So, and also we can write some condition. If the renewal date should be less than, the month of renewal date should be less than or equal to 2 months. What happens with that condition? So automatically, if you need to renew your subscription within 2 months, you are going to get the notification. Okay, that's the logic, that's the condition they would write. Or we regularly see when we go for our mobile subscription, your data is going to get expired within 2 days or 3 days. From a week, they are going to send the notification. Okay, that's the condition. If the day of renewal date less than 1 week, then it should trigger the what is that the notification. So that is add months. So we have like date add function in Power BI where we can move the dates forward or backward. Okay. So the next function is day of a week. So how many number of days in a week? Okay. How many number of days in a week? So let me go for the same sign date. So here sign up date. So here what we can do, we can directly go for dot alias. Let me go for giving the name DOW, day of week. Let me click on execute. Okay, 1, 2, what is the day? Okay, which day of that week? It's not like 7 days. What is the day of that particular week? Okay, what is the day of that particular week? So, I mean, and also it is also based on the whether the day is starting from the Sunday. Okay, Sunday is considered as first day or Saturday is considered as first day. So based on that, we get it. Okay, so the next one is we can go for week of year. Week of year. So same thing I can go here. So let me copy this and paste it over here. Okay, W week, we can go for week. And let me click on execute. Okay, so this is where do we have week? No, we haven't got. Now you see what is the week? Okay, 12th month, 4th day belongs to 48th week. In the December, 48th, the 4th day of 2022 becomes the 48th week. It belongs to 48th week. Okay, 12th day, 12th February 2022 belongs to 6th week. So this is the week of year. You can play around with this, whatever you see, day of month, day of year, day of week. Okay, you got plenty of things you can play around. Okay, day of week, day of month. Okay, you can play around. So this is what the date function. Now let us discuss conditional column. Okay, the conditional column. So let us go with one small example. So let me go with one small example. So what is that small example? For example, we have visited one, there is a hospital, a big hospital, multi-speciality hospital. Multi-speciality hospital. So what do we have in the multi-speciality hospital? 0 years to 99 years, the people are visiting that hospital. 0 years, probably like 3 months, 6 months. Okay, from the kids, from the infants. Okay, till 99 years, the patients are visiting. So there are many doctors available, different departments, orthopedics, different departments. So eyesight or dentist, neurologist, okay, different gynecologists. There are different types of doctors available in that hospital. And for this hospital, so you think there is a functional manager or operational manager. So for that functional manager, for that operational manager, what they are trying to do is they have reached out to the analyst. So what they have asked is like, so can you please let us know how many patients are visiting the hospitals? This hospital, how many number of patients, the count of patients, and also what is the age group there? Age group. I want to see the age group of the patients. Okay, age group of the patients. So I want to see age group of the patients. For example, when we go to hospital, what do? We fill the that what is that form? Okay, they would ask what is the age, what is the name, what is the problem, and they test all. So at the time of the age, they are going to write the age. Okay, so that functional manager, they want to see what is the which age group is visiting the hospital more. Okay, what do we need to do? We can't directly give 0 age, 1 age, 2 age, 3 age. So like that, it takes like many number of records. So this data is not in a summarized way. So what do we need to do here? So we need to go for grouping using the conditional column. What do we do? So we go for 0 to 3 years. What do we do? We go for writing infants, for example. I'm just taking for example. 4 to 10 years, okay, we can go for kids, okay. And the next one, 13 to 19, so we go for teenage. And 20 to 30 youth, for example, or adult. 20 to 35 adults. And the next one, 36 to 45 mid-age. 45 to 60, okay, 60 old age, for example. Okay, so what do? We write some conditional formatting. Okay, we write some conditional column. So how do we do that conditional? If age is in between, or if age is less than or equal to 3, we go for another column name called as this filter is called as infants. If age in between, or if age less than or equal to 10, kids. If age less than or equal to 19, teenage. If age less than or equal to 35, adult. So we write if else conditions. Or what do we do? In SQL, we write case statements. Case, when age less than or equal to 3, infants. So we use when condition, case statements. In SQL, what do? We use case statements. Case statements. So what do we write? Case when column 1 equal to something. Okay. Then what is the name? Name 1. And again, when column 1 equal to something. Okay. Next step. Then. So what do? Then name 2. And at the end, last, end as. Okay. End as. So we give the name. Or we go for writing else condition. Else. What do you want to give? Name 3. Name 3 and end as. What is the name of the column? Okay. Name of the column. So like this, we write the conditional columns. We create conditional statements in the SQL. So how do we write in PySpark? Okay. We use the same thing. We use the same concept. So when we go for what is the column name? Okay, whether we go for greater than or equal to or less than or equal to, then what do? Comma. So we go for giving what is the name. Okay, name 1. Name 1. Again, we go for the same thing when column. Okay, greater than or equal to something. And here what do? Name 2. Name 2. And what do? In place of writing else, okay, we go for otherwise. Okay, instead of writing else, we go for otherwise. And what do we want to add? We can go for giving the name again, dot alias. We can also go for giving the name as alias, the new name, new column name. So this is how we write the conditional columns in PySpark. So if you observe here, so what we are trying to do, so we use the same thing, the if, elif, else of the columns. Okay, we can directly go for when condition. When the unit price greater than or equal to 100, then make it large. Unit price greater than or equal to 80, medium. Otherwise, in the else condition, so instead of using else, we use otherwise. Okay, so if, how does it work? So based on the numbers, yes, whatever the numbers that is greater than 100, equal to 100, then it goes like large. 80, medium, otherwise small. If it doesn't fall in between 80 and 100, less than 80, then everything is small. So let us see that in here. So let me come down at the last one, last cell. So here let me write conditional column. Conditional column. Okay. So how do we start with conditional column? First of all, let me do display df underscore sales. Let's check whether it is displaying the data or not. Okay, df underscore sales is not defined. So let me go here. So let me click on execute this again. Maybe probably we took 15 minutes for the explanation. So that is the reason it is turned off. Okay. And if you see, let me scroll down and come here. Let me click on execute. Yes, now we are able to see the data. What do we have in here? So we have something like unit price. Okay. So what do we need to do? We need to segregate the unit price. Okay. How do we segregate the unit price? So let us see that. df underscore sales dot. If you want to select the columns, we can go for selecting the columns. Select. So let me go for transaction ID, comma. So what is the next thing? Let me go for unit price, comma. Go for the promotion ID. Okay. Let me click on enter. F dot sales, F dot when. Okay. So we can go for F dot when and F dot call. So what do we need to do? We can go for unit price. Unit underscore price. So what do we do here? Here we go for greater than or equal to 100. If the unit price greater than or equal to 100, make it large. Okay, make it large. So if you see, so we are directly getting otherwise small. Okay, let me click on execute. Let's see whether we get the output or not. Okay, F is not defined. So what do we need to do? So let me go to the first session. Okay, let me click on execute. Yes, it is executed. Let me come down. So when we leave this environment idle for 15 minutes, so it is going to freeze out. Okay, now you see column case. Okay, we got something, but we did not see, we are not able to see that output. So let me click on show. Okay, so let me click on execute this. Okay, now we got the transaction ID and what is the unit price, product ID and the size category. So what do we see here? So whatever the data, whatever, if you see greater than 100, so what do we have? So whatever we have, so here we are able to see that size category, whether it is small, if you see large, 140, which is greater than 100. Okay, this is what we have it. So we can write the conditional formatting or conditional columns by using when condition. And we need to specify the column and whether what is the column, what is that number it falls under, and else condition otherwise. For example, if I want to go for another condition, okay, another condition. So let me click on enter. Okay. F, okay, there is no need of dot when. Okay, let me go for another condition. So dot when, F dot call, F dot call. So let me copy this. Yes, we are getting the, what is that suggestions? Let me click on the tab. Okay, so the previous one was only the single condition. So now we got more than one condition. So let me click on execute. Yes, now we are able to see. So small, okay, 20 small, 40 small. So now we are able to see the next condition also. Okay, this is about the first conditional column. The next one is, okay, so we use another column, another function called as coalesce. Coalesce. Okay. So what does it do? So it is going to return the first, returns it can fill the data. Okay, it is used for filling the data. So what we can do here, we can go for f dot coalesce. Okay, so what we can do, we can go for promotion ID. So we can go for promotion underscore ID. Okay, if it is null. Okay, if it is null, sorry. So what we can do, we can go for f dot lit. So if it is no promo, then no underscore promo. So what do we get? We can go for writing alias promo. So we can go for writing promo. Okay, we can go for writing promo. Let me click on execute this. So let's see whether it executes or not. So, okay. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to get this df dot, or we can directly mix this. So we can directly go here. We can put the comma and we can. So here at the end, I can put the comma and I can give the coalesce. Okay. So let me take off one bracket, I think. Promo. Okay. So when it is empty, okay, when it is, the next thing is that we can fill the nulls. Okay, f dot when. So we can go for f dot call promotion ID. Okay, we can go for promotion underscore ID. Okay, if it is null. If it is null, so what do we need to do? Comma true. Okay, otherwise, we can go for false. And we can go for promo flag. Okay, let me take this off. Let me take this off. So let me click on execute. Okay, here also we are getting the same thing. So what is that f dot coalesce promotion ID? Okay, here we are missing something. So we need to go for comma. So let me click on execute this. 13. Let me take this one. Are we missing any bracket? Okay, we can do one thing. So we can directly ask to generate this. Let me click on accept. Okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, so if you see here, so it is giving us the promo flag. Okay, so if it is null, okay, what it is doing? So if it is null, okay, it is going to fill the missing promotions, and it is giving the promotion ID. If it is null, then make it true, else false. Okay, so if you see here, if it is null, so what it is doing? It is showing no promo. So that is what it is doing. So this is about the conditional column. You can work around with the different kind of the conditions. You can implement different kinds of conditions. Then I'll give you some assignments. You can go through that assignments and you can see. Are we good? Okay. So let's see the next one. So what is the next thing is, next concept is, so it's aggregate functions, and group by, So let's see what is aggregate functions and group by. So what is aggregate functions? So if you see the data, why do we need to aggregate? Okay, the first and foremost question is why aggregation is required when we work. Okay, most used concept, regularly we use these aggregate functions in Power BI, in SQL, and also in the PySpark. So most of the times we use it in the SQL. Okay, generally in order to analyze the data, we go for aggregate functions. Okay, so what are all the aggregate functions? So there are, the aggregate functions are sum, minimum, maximum, count, average. So these are all the aggregate functions. So direct, straightforward, we know what is the sum. So it is going to add all the row data. Okay, add all the data in a row. When we are dealing with the integer data type, number data type, when we go for sum of that column, so it is going to add all the rows and gives the output. Minimum, yes, we get the minimum number. Maximum, yes, we get the maximum number out of the column. Count, it is going to count the number of records. Average, it is going to give the average of that particular column. So if you see, why do we need to go for grouping the data? Why do we need group by column or group by function? Okay. So for example, if you take, there are many regions, there are many countries, there are many, for example, let us take the live example. Okay, let us take the live example of the organization. So what do we have? The hierarchy: CEO, CFO, CTO, and CIO. Okay, executive officer, finance, technology, and information officer. Okay, so what we have, these CEO, they are going to interact with the vice presidents. Okay, what we want to see, what we want to give them is like, CEO want to see the number of employees working under the vice president. Okay, so each department there is a vice president. Vice president 1, vice president 2, vice president 2, vice president 3, vice president 3. And under each and every vice president, there are general manager 1, general manager 2, general manager 3. Under the general manager, there are managers: manager 1, manager 2, manager 3. Under the manager, there are team leaders: TL1, TL2, TL3. Under the team leaders, employees: employee 1, employee 2, employee 2, employee 3. So if you take, for example, the CEO said, I want to see the employees working under the vice president, the count of employees working under the vice president. So what do we do? So I mean, or if he wants to see the number of vice presidents, yes, he can see the number of vice presidents are 4. Only vice presidents 4. Sum of vice presidents group by vice presidents, or any, if we have any column, so we can get the 4 number. And if he wants to see the next level data, the CEO wants to see the next level. Yes, I want to see the number of general managers under each and every vice president. Yes, he can see the people. The next level data, managers under the general manager. Yes, he can see. Team leaders is the last level data. Sorry, employees is the last level data. Okay, this is the first level. This is the second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, and the last one is 6th level. Okay, so when we go for sum of vice presidents, yes, that is the second level. Yes, So simple, so easy. There are 4 or 5 or 10 vice presidents in the organization. Now he wants to see the next level data. Okay, what is that? General manager 1, general manager. Who are all the general managers working under the vice presidents? Yes. So for John, yes, 3 general managers. For Michael, 4 general managers. For Phillips, 5 general managers. Yes, till general manager, yes, it is good. Okay. And he wants to see the next level data. Manager, manager 1, manager 2, manager 3. Yes, he can see. Team leader and employee is the last one. Okay. In order to see the each and every level data, okay, what do we use? Okay, we go for group by concept. And group by comes with the combination. Okay, always remember, always remember that when we use aggregate function, okay, it is important to use group by function. Okay, when we use aggregate functions, it is important to know to use group by function. In the SQL, what do we do when we go for select? Okay, when we go for selecting the columns, when we select the dimension column, dimension 1, dimension 2, sum of sales, okay, from table, what do we need to do here? We need to definitely use group by dimension 1, comma dimension 2. So what do we get? We get the dimension 1, dimension 2, comma sales table, sales data. So that is the group by. Always remember. So when we use the dimension, okay, when we use the dimension, so when we use the dimension 1, dimension 2, we need to use the same thing in here in the group by. Okay, we need to use the same thing in the group by. Always remember, when we use the aggregate function, aggregate and the group by functions are like twins. Okay, they are like a twins. When we use the aggregate functions, group by function should always include. Do not forget this. Okay, so group by function is used to give the summarization of the data. Okay, group by function is used to give the summarization of the data, overall data. When you go for a country, when you go for example, in the India, the population is 1.4 billion. What I'm saying the population of only India, overall population. When we go for the next level population, okay, for example, 1.4 billion population, overall data. I'm not giving the explicit state-wise data, the country 1.4. I want to see the state-wise data, okay, group by state, okay, each and every state, okay, state 1, 25 crores, state 2, 30 crores, state 3, 50 crores, okay, that is the state level data. No, I want to see the district level data also under each and every state. Yes, the next level, we go for like the next level. Okay, and again the next level. So what do we have in here? Again the next level. Okay, so whatever we see the higher level, we go for group by. So this is about the group by. So how do we implement the group by? Okay, how do we implement the group by? We go for writing the aggregate functions. Okay, and we implement the group by. Okay, this is how we go. df.groupby. Which column we want to group by? The column name. This is the column name. Okay. This is the column name. And what are all the aggregation functions that we want to implement? Okay. Simple. What is group by? Buckets. The summarization of the data. Okay. And sorting the data. Okay. It is just used for summarization of the data. Let us see with one example. You will easily understand. Let us see with one example. df underscore. So it's a case sensitive df underscore sales. Okay. Dot group by. Okay. So what do we need to do? Which column do we need to go for group by? So let us go for transaction ID. Okay. For now, let me go for transaction ID. Let me click on enter. Yes. Let me go for a tab. Okay. Dot group by. GroupBy, open the bracket. Okay, sorry, dot aggregate. Okay, how do we implement the aggregate function? In SQL, it is so straightforward. So if you want to implement the aggregate, sum of the column, sum, column, minimum, column, maximum, column. But here what we need to do is, we need to go for dot aggregate. Okay, open the bracket, f dot. So here we can go for implementing the functions. Okay, f dot sum. So we can go for unit price, unit underscore price, dot, okay, alias total price. Okay, let me click on, let me go for total price, total underscore price, total underscore price. Okay, and after that, what we can do? So here we can go for enter dot. Again, here we can go for sum of quantity. Okay, f dot, f dot. Again, we can go for sum of quantity, and we can go for alias, alias total quantity, total underscore quantity. So here what we can do, the next thing, we can go for show. Okay, here we can go for show. So let me click on execute. Okay, here also we got the same thing. Are we missing anything? F dot sum quantity, or let me go for taking this off. Or we can do one thing. We can directly give it in a single. Okay, again, df underscore sales is not defined. So what we can do, we can go here again. So let me come down and execute this. And I think it would also go. Let me also execute this. So let me come down. So here, let me go for executing this. Okay. So now we got the transaction ID and what is the total price. So here what I can do, here let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, we are not able to see that. So let me go here. Let me click on execute. Okay, here we are getting the indentation. So for solving this indentation, what we can do is we can go for asking the genie. Okay, don't worry about that. So we have the genie to help. So let me click on this. Let me click on generate. So we clicked on a tab. Okay, so let me click on accept. So here, instead of showing, it is directly giving us the display. Display, probably this is a tab, I think. Okay, let me come down, click on the tab. Yes, it is a tab. And when we are going for the second line, the next line, so it is taking two tabs. Okay, it is taking two tabs. Now, if you see, we are able to aggregate the data. But here, if you see, let me go for only display of the sales. Let's see whether we have any dimension information or not. Display sales. Let me see whether we have any dimension data or not. So if you see here, we do not have any dimension data, promotion ID, quantity. Yeah. So after joining the tables, we can go for taking any dimension data so that we get the dimension. We can directly enter the dimension data over here and we get the dimension data. Okay. So this is sum. Okay. So what we can do, so the way we are doing the same thing, we can also go for taking this, a comma. So let me go for f dot sum. Instead of sum, we can go for minimum unit price. So here I can go for minimum unit price. So let me go for f dot. Yes, we are getting. Let me click on the tab. We have got directly. Okay. So what we are trying to do, we are taking the minimum, taking the maximum, average, count distinct, which is used for counting the distinct product IDs. Okay, count distinct is like count only the distinct product ID. If you remember from the previous session, so there are 32 product IDs, if you remember. So there are 2 product IDs which are duplicated, and also the count of product ID. Now you see, you will understand once we click on execute. So you will understand the count. Oh, what is that? What happened? Okay. So we got transaction ID, total price. Where is the count? The next one. Okay, we have it. We need to scroll down. What happened? Why others? Okay, instead of display, let me go for show. Unexpected indentation. No. Okay, just a second. Group by f dot aggregate f dot minimum. Transaction ID dot aggregate f dot sum. Okay, that's right. Unexpected indentation. Yes. So now we got the output. So if you see, now we have got all the data. What is the distinct product and what is the total product? So if you see this transaction, so we have 2 products. T001, there are 2 products for this transaction. So another one, do we have any other one? I think only one product that we have. So which has 2 products. Okay, this is about the aggregate functions. So when we use the aggregate functions, so what is the thing that we need to remember? Group by, we need to remember the group by concept. Click on execute. I think now it is running. Yes. Now if you see what we have got, the first name has become uppercase. And if you see here the third record, so we have like Vivan, okay, Vivan Verma. So where we have a leading space. Okay, leading means before, trailing means after the text, before the text and after the text. So what do we do now? So let me go for taking this off. Okay, let me go for taking this off and give the comma. So let me go for entering something like this. Okay, yes, now let me go for f dot. Okay, f dot init cap. Okay, what is the next step we are trying to do? We are trying to trim. Okay, f dot trim. So we have like in the SQL, we have like trim function, and also there is a specific function called as ltrim and rtrim, left trim and right trim. So here what do we do? So let me go for trimming the last name, last underscore name. Okay, or we can also go for email. Okay, let's see with the email. Email. Let me go for giving the email. Okay, dot we can go for alias. Alias. So what we can do? Cleaned text. Cleaned mail. Cleaned email. Okay, so here what do I do? Again, I'll go for show. Okay, 5 records. Okay, so let me click on execute. Okay, I think is it a backslash or this slash? Let me check. Okay. Yes. Now, if you see, let me scroll to the right side. Now, what we are able to see? We are able to see 0. But what is that? Okay. So we are not able to see 5 times zeros. Okay. We are not able to see 5 times zeros. But why it is not 5 times zeros? Okay. Let me go for 6. Okay. 8. Let us go with 8. Okay. We got only 4. When I gave 8, we got 4. I'll check that. Okay. I'll check that. Okay. Let me ask Genie. Okay. What we can ask? Okay. Can I take this and ask it to explain? Let me check. Okay. Explain. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know whether it works to explain or not. No, it is not working to explain. Okay. Let me click on reject. Okay. So these are all about the text functions. Either you can give the display or you can write a show. Okay. Any doubts? Any doubts? So I can go for LPAD in. So we also have it in SQL in PySpark. Let me go for LPAD in PySpark. Okay. To left to pad, okay, we can add the string. Okay, we can add the string. So what does it take? It takes the column, length, and pad. Okay. And let us go with one thing. ID 5, 0. What is the output? So it is giving zeros. ID column exactly 5 characters wide. Okay, maybe it is making the number of characters. Okay, it is making 6 characters or 8 characters with adding the zeros. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, yes. Okay, this LPAD is trying to make 8 character text string. The whole padded ID becomes 8 characters. It's not like adding 8 zeros to a text. It is like adding 4 zeros and making it to 8 characters. So that is LPAD. So today we will discuss about the main important concept throughout in the SQL and also in the PySpark is window functions. So considering the interview also, the window functions are one of the most important functions. So you are going to get one of the questions in the interview. So first of all, what is a window function? Yes, throughout SQL and PySpark, so they are similar. The concept wise, they are similar. So this window function is known as analytics function or windowing function. So which is used for grouping of the function that allows to perform the calculation across set of tables. So what do we have? We also have aggregate functions or GroupBy functions. So what do they do in the aggregate functions or GroupBy function? We are going to see the data in a summarized way. Okay, but here in the window function, the data will not be seen in the summarized way. We will go by the row by row. Okay, we will see the data by row by row. So first of all, why do we need the window function? why window function is needed. The thing is that if you want to see the rank or any dense rank, or if you want to implement the row number is just like the serial number. Okay, if you want to see the serial number, so we can use it. So in order to calculate the running total, or in order to make some other calculations to see the data by category or by the product, okay, so we use the rank or window functions. Okay, so window functions. So what is the syntax of window function is? So first of all, we need to import the window. So what do we have? 3 things to remember while applying the window function. So what is that? The first thing is that when you get the window function, when you listen to window function, the first and foremost thing that you need to remember is like partition by. So partition by is like, how do you want to divide the data? How do you want to segregate the data? Segregate the data in the sense, do you want to split the data by category? Or subcategory, something like that. The next thing is that, okay, how do you want to order by the data? So do you want to see the data by the descending order or ascending order? And the next one is over. Which column you want to implement? So this is the thing that we need to remember when we apply the window function. So what is the syntax of window function? Window.partition by, what is the column name and what is the order? Okay, order by, and what is the column name? And the next one is we implement the row number, rank, dense rank. And how do you implement? Over the previous step. Okay, so before we directly jump into the window function, so let us join the table and let's see what is the output that we are going to see. Okay, it's a simple join. Don't worry about it. It's a simple join that we have in here. Okay, what we are trying to do here, we are trying to join the sales table with product table. How are we joining? We are joining by the product ID. And what is the join type? Left outer join. And in the next step, we are trying to see the data of only consider these columns and display the data. So let me click on execute this. Okay, now if you see, we got the data, 308 records that we got. What do? I will click on this and I will download this. So let me download the retail notebook into the Excel. Let me click on enable editing. So what do we see here? We see the data by the transaction ID, product ID, category, subcategory, brand, product name, unit price, and quantity. So there are many columns available, but I do not want to see the data by the complete columns. I want to only select the category, unit price, and quantity. Control C, and let me go to another sheet and let me paste it over here. So I want to delete the duplicates. What do? I'll go to data and we have an option called as remove duplicates. Let me click on OK. So there are 174 duplicates, so which is deleted. Let me highlight this in some good color. And if you see the product category, so it is not sorted. So what do we need to do? We need to sort the data. So how do we sort the data? We can sort the data by A to Z. Okay, so let me click on this. Now what do we see? Now we are able to see the data by category from beverages, dairy, household, and we have nulls, personal care, produce, snacks. So these are all the categories that we have. Okay, these are all the categories that we have. So in general, what do? We go to insert and we click on pivot table. And what do? So we select the range and click on C. Okay, let me do it over here. Okay, Now, if you see what we are able to see the data, so it is just like group by of the data. So simply, this data is a group by data. So this data is group by data. So what do we see here? So till here, okay, till here we got the beverages. Okay, I think we got. Yeah. Now, if you see, so we got the beverages and we got the dairy. So what we are able to see here, so if you see the count of unit price, okay, it is 4511. Okay, beverages, if you see, okay, let me come down. 4511 unit price. But why are we getting more unit price? And the quantity, if I go to the quantity, so it is 254. Probably like we are using on this. So that is the reason it is giving us. Don't worry. So this is the summarization of the data. Okay, what do we see? This is the summarization of the data. So what do we need here? Okay, if I want to implement some row number. Okay, if I want to implement the row number. So what do? We go for 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it goes on. Okay, it goes on. Okay, so what we are trying to do? We are trying to implement the serial number. Row number is nothing but the serial number. Okay, 308 we got it. So this is row number. The next thing is that, okay, we want to see the rank or dense rank. Okay, we want to see the data by rank or dense rank. So how does it go with rank or dense rank? So it goes by, okay, it goes by the number. Okay, again, what do? So here we got sorting the data, largest to smallest. Okay, so what we got in the beverages, we got 160 as the largest number. So what do we do here in the 160 as the largest number? So we are going to give the ranking. Okay, give the ranking, because we got the data. So we are able to give the ranking till 140. We are going to give the ranking. Okay, till 140, it is going to give the ranking. So in the rank, what happens? Okay, in the rank, what happens? So rank function, okay, rank function, it is going to skip the next consecutive rank, next consecutive number. Okay, you simply think of our school days or our college days. Okay, our school days and our college days. When we were in school, okay, out of 10 students, okay, 10 students, if you take the student, so for example, let me take the student name as something like John, Grisham, okay, and the next one is Jimmy, okay, Ron. So we have something like Scarlett, for example, okay, and we also have the marks. So what do we do here? For example, let me take John got 300 marks, and Grisham got 300 marks. Jimmy got 290 marks, and Ron also got 290 marks. Scarlett got 240 marks. Okay, according to the madam, okay, according to the school, according to the madam, what do? They are going to allocate the rank to the people. Okay, they are going to allocate the rank to the people. So how do they rank the people? So simple, straightforward. Yes, John got first rank, and as per the Grisham also got the first rank. Okay, Grisham also got the first rank. But coming to the Jimmy, okay, rank is saying that, okay, rank is speaking to the Jimmy. Jimmy, I already allocated 2 ranks to John and Grisham. Okay, in my perspective, John is the first ranker, Grisham is the first ranker. I already allocated 2 ranks to the John and Grisham. I'm not going to give you the second rank. I'm going to give you the third rank. Okay. Rank is thinking that I already allocated 2 ranks. I'm counting it as a ranks. I'm not counting it as a consecutive numbers, the same similar numbers. Rank is not counting the same similar numbers. It is counting it as a number of ranks. Number. Okay. It is counting it as a number of ranks. Okay. And again, Jimmy is third rank. Ron is also third rank. Coming to the Scarlet, rank is saying, I already allocated 2 ranks to John Grisham. I already allocated 2 ranks to Jimmy and Ron. I'm not going to rank you 4th rank. I'm going to give you 5th rank. Okay. This is rank function. Okay. This is rank function. So whenever there is a consecutive number, okay, rank is going to skip the next consecutive number when there is a tie in between the numbers. Okay, what is the definition? Rank, it is going to skip the next consecutive number. Next consecutive number when there is a tie in between the numbers. When there is a tie in between the numbers. Whereas coming to the dense rank, okay, coming to the dense rank, you think logically, okay, when we were in school days, so if 2 students got one rank, okay, or the same marks, they are going to allocate the first rank. Okay, this is the school concept. Okay, dense rank is like a school concept. Dense rank is like a school concept. What is dense rank? Yes, madam, for John and Grisham, yes, they are allocating the first rank. But for the Jimmy, okay, so they are not going to, the madam is not going to allocate the 3rd rank. She is going to allocate the 2nd rank. And again, the same thing to the 2nd rank. And here is the 3rd rank. Okay, so this is the difference between, okay, when there is a tie, it is not going to skip the number. Okay, when there is a tie, dense rank does not skip the number. Okay, it is going to give the next consecutive number. Next consecutive number. Okay, it is going to skip the next consecutive number. Okay, you got a question. Okay, what is the question? Okay, in general, you heard when you are attending the SQL interviews. Okay, so when you are attending the SQL interviews, you got a question like, I execute the 3rd highest, okay, 3rd highest salary in the IT domain. Okay, in the IT domain. So how do you execute the 3rd highest salary in the, or 3rd highest ranking? For example, let me go for 3rd highest ranking. Okay, based on the dense rank, you are going to say that Scarlet got the 3rd highest rank. Okay, based on the dense rank, you are going to see what, how do we create again? So based on the CTEs, we create and we filter the data. We filter the data. So at the time of SQL, we will see in detail how do we filter the data. And okay, one of the interview questions like, so find out the 3rd highest salary in the IT domain, find out the 2nd rank, find out without using rank or dense rank. Okay, without using rank or dense rank, you can use ascending or descending order, top 10, something like that. With descending or ascending order, or by rank and dense rank, we can give the 3rd highest or 4th highest of the salary or of the rank. Now let us implement that. Okay, now let us go practical. So how do we implement? That? Okay, so what do we do? So let me directly take that. So first and foremost thing is that we need to import the window function. What we are trying to do here, nothing. We are trying to join the tables of the product table and we are trying to execute this. So only select particular columns. Okay, so DF sales is not defined. What do we need to do? So let me go for join. So let me just name. So we need to go to the data and we need to read this. So let me execute this. The session ends when we continue for when we put it idle for 10-15 minutes. So let me click on execute. So let me read all the data. Okay. So now let me go down to new join. Yes. Now let me click on this. Yes. Now what is the next thing? Okay. So the next thing is that, so let me go for writing window. Okay. Let me go for writing win equal to. So what we can do, how does it start? Window dot partition by. Okay. Window dot partition by. So open the bracket. So how do we implement, which column do we want to implement the partition? Okay, the first thing partition, second part order by, third part over. Okay, so let me click on the tab. Okay, we already got the suggestions. Let me click on the tab. So what we are trying to do, partition by category. Okay, so when you go here, it is going to partition by category. Okay, after one. So what does it do? Okay, it is going to allocate the second number because this is the second highest number after 160. Okay, so this is going to separate it. This can happen based on the order by. Okay, based on the unit price. What we are trying to do, allocate the numbering based on the unit price, and it is descending order. Okay, after the second number. Okay, after the beverage, after the dairy, what does it happen? Again, it is going to allocate different number. Okay, let's see that. So first of all, let us implement that. Let me click on execute this. Okay, so let me go for the next thing. Okay, and after that, now let us implement the ranking of the form, ranking of the data. Okay, rank equal to. So what do? We directly go for taking the prod sales, prod underscore sales dot, okay, prod underscore sales dot with column, open the bracket. So what do? We need to give the name over here. Okay, what is that? First thing is that row number. What is a row number? It is going to allocate the numbering based whether it is a descending order or ascending order. Okay, row number, f dot row number is the function. Okay, over the win. Okay, over the win. So let me take this off. And after that, what we can do? So here we can go for order by. Okay, dot order by, and we can go for category. Okay, we can go for category. Let me click on execute. Let's see what is the output that we are going to get. Okay, so now we got the output. And what is the output that we are going to get? So what it is giving? So based on the unit price, okay, it is allocating the numbering 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, based on the descending order or ascending order. Now you see, okay, after the beverages, you observe it carefully. Okay, after the beverages, again the number started, the dairy category started. What we did? We did partition by category. Okay, so what we did? We did partition by category. So based on this partition, okay, at the dairy, it started the numbering from the 1. Okay, numbering 1. So let me come down again. Yes, at here the dairy is completed. The next thing is that household. Again the numbering started because it is trying to divide the data based on the categories. Okay, based on the categories. Beverages is the first category, dairy is the second category, household is the third category. Okay, based on the category. Okay, and what we are trying to do here, we are trying to order by category. Okay, we are trying to order by category. So that is the reason we are getting at each and every category, it is changing the rank. Let me come down here. And if you see here, personal care again, 130, descending order, we are able to see the row number. Okay, so this is the rank. Sorry, this is the row number. The next thing is that, okay, the next thing is that we can go for ranking the data. Okay, so previously it is a row number. Actually, this is a row number. Row number, and the next one is row number, row number. Next one is rank. So what do we do here in rank? So simple, straightforward. So let me copy this. Let me copy this. Okay, with column, here what do we do? We go for writing the rank. Okay, so here what do we need to do? We need to go for rank. Okay, here also the same thing. So let me go for executing this and click on OK. Okay, rank doesn't exist. What do we need to do? We need to enter it in a small letters. Let me click on OK. Okay, now you see the output. Let me scroll to right side. So for the beverages, you observe it carefully. Or let me do one thing. So here we will not be able to see this. So let me download it to the Excel and see what is the output. Okay, see what is the output. Now you observe here. Now you observe here. So what do we see for the beverages? Okay, it is allocating the first rank. Okay, for the beverages, it allocated first rank. How many number of ranks it allocated? 16 ranks. If you see on the down, there are 16 ranks it allocated. Okay, you can also see the 16 ranks, excluding the column headers, 16 ranks it allocated. After the 16 rank, okay, what it is doing? It allocated the 17th rank. Okay, it allocated the 17th rank. Okay, how many number of 17? 24. Okay, 24 plus above 16 ranks, 40 ranks. And what is the next thing? It allocated the 41st rank till here. Okay, it allocated 41st rank and again 51 rank. And after the beverages, okay, till 62 records, 63 records, there is a beverages. Okay, there is a beverages. And after the beverages, the dairy started, and from the dairy, it allocated first rank. Okay, this is rank. Okay, this is rank. What does it? If there is a tie in between the numbers, rank is not going to allocate the next consecutive number as a rank. It is going to skip the rank. Okay, that is the rank. Let us also implement the DenseRank over here. Okay, let us also implement the DenseRank over here. So what do we do after the category? Okay, let me take off the category. Okay, so let me click on enter. With column. Okay, here what do we do? We go for DenseRank. Okay, so we got the suggestion. Let me click on the tab. Okay, let me click on the tab. So what we are able to see? So we are able to see. Okay, we are able to see the rank and DenseRank. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me directly. Okay, let me. I think probably the indentation. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put it down. One tab. Okay, let me click on execute. Let us see the difference between rank and DenseRank. Okay, now you see we got it. Okay, if you want to understand it, what do we need to do? We need to download it in the Excel. Okay, we will clearly understand what is the difference between rank and DenseRank. Let me click on enable editing. So what do we see here? In the rank, okay, you focus on these two numbers. In the rank, it allocated the first rank. That is perfect. Okay, it allocated the first rank. Okay, after the rank is completed. Okay, after the rank is completed. So we have an option. This is the older Excel. Okay, we can freeze the first row. Okay. Now, if you see, what do we have? We have the rank, DenseRank. Okay. Let me come down. So rank, what it is doing? It is keeping the next consecutive number, and it is allocating the 17th rank, whereas DenseRank allocated the second rank. This is our general, the school people they do. Okay. School colleges, based on the percentage, based on the ranking, based on the number, they are going to allocate the next consecutive number. Okay. And if you see the next one, okay, it allocated the 41st rank. Here, if you see, it allocated the third rank, whereas rank allocated the 41st rank. Okay. And here, if you see the next ranking. So this is the difference between rank, row number, rank, and DenseRank. Okay. So this is the difference between row number, rank, and DenseRank. We can also add the row number, and we can also see the, so we can also see the row number as well. Okay, row number, as usual, it is going to assign the serial number, and it is going to break, it is going to split at category. If the category changes after the beverages, if the category changes, it is going to split. If you see 62 row number, and at the dairy, it is going to change. Okay, at the dairy, it is going to change. And after the category dairy, if there is another one, it is going to start. Okay, so what we can do here, what is the topmost household? Okay, the filter condition. Okay, where category equal to household, row number equal to 1, we are going to get the unit price, the first unit price of the household category. Okay, the first top unit price of the household category. Okay, that is perfect. The next one, ranking. Okay, if we go to the ranking, so what is the ranking over here? From till here, it is going to, we are going to get first rank. Okay, till here, we are going to get the first rank. And after that, we are going to go for the 17th, next rank. But in general, in real time, in the interviews, so we are going to see, we are going to use more about the DenseRank. Okay, so if you see here product name, after the product name, what is the second highest product name is in the beverages is orange. Second highest unit price of the product name in the category is orange juice, 1 liter, 95 rupees. Okay, this is the numbering that we got. Okay. Are we clear till now? All of you, are we clear till now? Yes, no, maybe.
Sir.
Yes.
Okay. So we can also filter the data. Okay, if you want to filter the data, we can also go for filtering the data. So dot filter, open the bracket. So we can go for row number equal to 1. so that we get only the row number 1, it is going to get filtered if you want to see the data. This is one of the interview questions. Okay. In SQL, we use where condition, where row number equal to 1, we will get the row number equal to 1. In here, when I scroll right side, what is the row number? Row number 1, only row number 1 we are going to get. Row number equal to 1, we are going to get. Okay, which are all the row number equal to 1. So this is general, okay, this is actually general. But if you go for, instead of row number, if you go for the DenseRank, okay, so we are getting all in the row number 1, we are getting the top. Okay, if you see the top, okay, if you see the beverage, the highest unit price of the beverage is 140. In the dairy, the top unit price is 120. In the household, 160. In the personal care, 130. In the produce, 75. In the snack, 65. So top unit price of the category we are getting when we are trying to filter the row number equal to 1. If it is dense number equal to dense rank equal to 1, so we will get the number 1 products, number 1 category, only the first rank. Okay, the complete first rank of the dense rank. So this is about the rank, dense rank, and row number. So we need to start the join concepts. So joins. So before we directly jump into the joins, I mean, there are multiple joins: left outer join, right outer join, full join, inner join, left anti, right anti. So there are different kinds of joins in the database and also in the SQL and in the PowerBI and also in the PySpark. So the next thing is that, I mean, before directly jumping into the joins, we need to know about what is a dimension table and fact table. So before going through what is a dimension table and fact table, we need to know about what is normalization. Yes, we have been through what is a normalization at the beginning of the session, but let's see what is normalization. But the question is like, why database tables are divided into fact and dimension tables. So you should get a one direct straightforward question like, why the tables are divided into fact and dimension table, and what is a star schema and what is a snowflake schema? Why do we need to implement these? The first and foremost question. So let us see with one example in the Excel. So this is what the data that we are working on. Okay, what are all the data that we have? So if you remember, so we have the information about the supplier information and the promotion information, employee information, product information, and we also have a transaction data. So what is the order, quantity, unit sale, okay, unit price. So, and we also have the product information, category, subcategory, brand, and the unit cost, product price, and who are all the customers that we have. What is the gender? So what is the customer segment? And the next thing is that who are all the employee information? And the next one is promotion information. Next one is supplier information. Next one is customer region and customer city, supplier state, and what is the amount, and all these information is available in the single table. Okay, all the information is available in the single table. So how many records are there? If you observe, there are 303 records are there. Okay, there are 303 records are there. So if you see, for example, when now it is good, we can easily change whatever the information that we have. Tomorrow, for example, the name, the personal care, okay, the category, considering the category, the personal care name has been changed into some other name. Okay, personal care new. For example, the name changed into personal care new. So what do we need to do? So for 301 records, for 303 records, I need to go in each and every personal care data and I need to change the data. So each and every personal care for the category. So I need to change that personal care into personal care new. Okay, personal care new. Yes. Now it is good. In the Excel, it is good. Okay, in the Excel, yes, we can add some if else condition. We can go for VBA, we can automate this, or we can manually change the name if we have limited data. Okay, and tomorrow someone tried changing the subcategory from oral to oral care, for example. Okay, so oral to oral care. So where do we have? Let me type. Okay, so the name should be changed into oral to dental, for example. The name has been changed. The business changed. Business is trying to make some changes. So they want to make the change of oral to the dental. Now it is good. Okay, now it is good because how many number of records are there? There are only 12 records. But when we deal with humongous records, 1 million, 1 billion records. Okay, so we cannot manually go and change each and every record. So that is first thing. The first and foremost thing is that this is the thing. The second thing is that, okay, the second thing is that, okay, now if you see, okay, now if you see in the product, okay, product name, product category, subcategory, brand, okay, so product name, category, subcategory, and brand are coming from the product table, okay, are coming from the product table. If you see here, product name, category, subcategory, brand, these are all coming from the product table. So if you see here, how many records are there in the dimension product or product table? So I can simply say there are 21 records. Okay, excluding the column header, 20 records. Only the 20 product names are there. 20 product names are the unique products and category is repeating. I mean, subcategory and what is the brand it is falling under, unit cost, unit price, and supplier ID. Okay, this is what we have the limited data. Whereas in the retail data, this product name is repeating for 303 records. Category, subcategory, brand, it is repeating for 303 records. So this is another condition, another flaw. Okay, another flaw. So that is the reason. That is the reason. Okay, what do we have? The first and foremost thing is that the real thing is that eliminate the repetition of the data. This is the first thing. The second thing is that one place to fix thing. I cannot directly go to the main table and I can fix all the data over there. Okay, all the data in a single data, in a single table. 1 million records or 1 billion records. I cannot go each and every record and make the changes. Third one is performance and grain clarity. Okay, if you see here in the main table, so what is the fact table? What is the fact table contains? So only fact table contains the number data, number measures. Okay, the fact data. The fact table contains the measurable values. So what are all the measurable values? So it contains the foreign keys. Okay, it contains the foreign keys. We will see what is the foreign key, what is the primary key and all. Okay, it contains the foreign keys. It only contains the measurable values, which is like unit price, unit cost, sales, amount credited, amount debited, only the number. Okay, so what do we have? Only these IDs and the store ID, customer ID, product ID, transaction ID, order date, quantity, unit price. That's it. Only it contains, okay, foreign keys and the measurable values, measurable columns. Other than that, it does not contain the dimension information. That is descriptive information. Okay, so performance, why do we need to have all this data in a single table? Okay, why do we need to have all this data? For example, so what we have the data? So we have the data, stored data. Okay, there are multiple tables. Okay, we have the stored data, customer data, supplier data. For example, we are working on a project. We are working for a project. The client requested us to get only the required tables data. So why do we need to have all the dimension information in a in the table, in a single table. So the client only requested for 100 columns, but in that table, 1000 records, 1000 columns are there. Why 1000 columns are needed in that table, that main table? Why can't we separate the dimension table and fact table? So if we separate, if we only have the limited data in the fact table and whatever the required data that we have in the dimension table, we can easily pull that. So what is that? We can improve the performance and grain clarity. And the fourth one is consistent reuse across the fact table. So we can reuse this fact table in the sales report, in the marketing report, in the in the revenue report. So we can use this in there. So that is the reason what we have got. The tables are divided into the fact table and the dimension table. So what do we have in the fact table? Okay, what do we have in the fact table? The first and foremost question you need to ask, the second question you need to ask, why the tables are split into fact and dimension, and what kind of information does the fact table have and the dimension table should have. Okay, what is the definition of fact table? Okay, fact table contains the measurable values, measurable columns. Okay, what is the measurable columns? So the measurable columns are, if you take an example, we can go for the quantity, unit price. The next one is units sold. How many units are sold? Amount, debited, credited. What is the balance? And what is the next thing is like metrics. Okay, metrics are nothing but some ratings. Okay, how something is performing. Okay, so fact table contains the measurable columns. So it contains the foreign key. So what is that? It contains one thing to remember. It contains the foreign key. Okay, it contains the foreign key. So foreign key is referring to the primary key. Primary key. And another question that you got, what is a primary key? Okay, what is a primary key? So the next table is dimension table. Okay, the next table is dimension table. What is a dimension table? So dimension table contains the descriptive information. Descriptive information about the fact table. About the fact table. What is the descriptive information or some information about the fact table? So customer name is the descriptive information. City, state, and the region, country. So these are all the descriptive information. Product name, category, brand, subcategory. These are all the dimensions information. Okay, it contains the descriptive information. What does it contain? It contains a primary key. Okay, it contains primary key. What is a primary key? Primary key is a unique key which is used for identifying each and every record uniquely, which is used to identify each and every record unique, in a unique way. In a unique way. So what is the quality of primary key? I mean, what are all the attributes of primary key is? So it is a unique key. The first and foremost thing is that it is a unique key. Second thing, it does not accept null values, or next one is duplicate values. So this is the attributes of the primary key. Okay, this is the attributes of primary key. So what is the attributes of primary key? The first and foremost thing is that it is a unique key. It does not accept the nulls and it does not accept the duplicate values. Whereas coming to the foreign key, okay, foreign key can have null values. Foreign key can have null values. Foreign key can accept the duplicate values, duplicates, and it can have, it is referring to the primary key. It refers to the primary key. So this is the difference between the fact table and the dimension table. Okay, fact table and dimension table. So if you see here, okay, so the one which you see here, if you see, when I come down, if you see personal care is repeated, produce is repeated, household is repeated. Every time in the category, subcategory, brand, the data is getting repeated. Okay, redundancy of the data. So in order to overcome that redundancy, okay, the first thing is that same text. So in if billions of duplicates and huge data storage, okay, billions of data and huge data storage. Why do we need to store all the data in a single table? First thing. Second thing, rename a category. Every time we need to make some changes to rename something. And easy to get inconsistent spellings. So that is the reason it is painful to make some changes, a lot of changes. So that is the reason. What if you see, there is a sales ID, product ID, customer ID, quantity, and amount. So in this, we are not trying to pull the name and category directly into the fact table. Okay, this fact table will not be containing the product information and customer information. So what do we need to do? We need to make the relation between the fact table and the dimension table, product table and the customer table. This relationship or this modeling is called as a joining the tables in the database and modeling in PowerBI. So we go for semantic model. We build the semantic model. We make the relation between the tables. And if you see here, sales ID is the foreign key, primary key, product ID is a foreign key, customer ID is the foreign key. And here, if you see product ID, customer ID is the primary keys. Okay, so here we join the tables. So how do we join the tables? So we join the tables. So based on the primary key and foreign keys. Okay, so why no redundancy? If I want to make some changes, for example, if I want to go here, so the way we discussed, okay, I want to change something over here. What is that? Personal care. In the personal care, there is an oral care. I can directly go and make this into dental care. Dental care or dental. So here I directly made some changes in the dental care. There is no need of going here and changing the dental care everywhere in the subcategory. Once we join the table, automatically whatever the changes that we have in the dimension table, we will get it. If you see in the product ID, which is a primary key, each and every primary key, each and every has coming to the product name has a unique data. It is each and every record is identified by the primary key. There is no duplicates in the dimension table. Okay, there will not be any duplicates in the dimension table. If there is any naming changes in the brand, for example, we see many cola in the market. Some of them changing their name of the colas. Okay, their drinks, their beverages. So if I want to change something, Frizz Cola, so I can easily go and change the brand name. So this is the reason we will divide the data into the primary key, dimension and fact table. Okay. So what do we have in the dimension? Yes, we discussed about the primary key and foreign keys. What is the definition of primary key? Uniquely identifies every row in the table, unique, never null, and stable. It will not change anytime. That the primary keys will not change. So it's a natural key. Okay. And we also have a surrogate key. We will see that. What are all the keys that we have? So what is a dimension table? The descriptive data. So what is the descriptive data? Who, what, where, when. It questions and it answers all these questions. Text data, which is used for filtering the data. Small rows, wide columns, has its own primary key. Okay, and also we have slowly changing dimension. We will see that in further session. Coming to the foreign key. So what is this? This points to the primary key. Links two tables together and can repeat many rows. For example, if you take one example, okay, what is that example? We log into e-commerce website. Okay, we log into e-commerce website. When we log into e-commerce website, what we get? So we get to log in, we enter our details, and in the front end, welcome. We get welcome. But in the back end, in the front end, you are called by your name, John. You are called by your name, John. But in the back end, you are called by the customer ID. So customer ID, this customer ID gets into the database and the ID is created. So the primary key is created and your details are entered, your name, your address. So when you fill the date, when you fill the address, when you check out, those data is stored in the customer table. Okay, and all the transaction data stored in the fact table. Whenever someone is trying to enter, whenever someone is trying to get the information about who are all the customers, the highest paid customers or highest ordered customer, so they go for joining the tables via primary and foreign keys, and they get the information about the customers. So that is the foreign key. We join the tables. What do we have in here? The measurable information. Okay. So grain, what one row represents. One fact table can join multiple dimension table. Okay. One fact table can join multiple dimension table. How do we join? We join like this. Okay. We join like this. Okay. This is how we join the tables. So based on the IDs, based on the tables, we join the tables. So this is about the difference between the dimension table and the fact table. Now, if you see here, what these are all the architectural information. So the data architect or the database engineer, they are going to work on these things. How you make the relation? I mean, how do you have the primary keys and foreign keys to get the data from some other dimension tables? If you see here, so there are dimension table, and this dimension table is connecting. How it is getting connected? It is getting connected by the product ID from the product table and product ID in the fact table. Store ID is the primary key, and here also we have the store ID. Same thing with the promotion table, and same thing with the employee table, and same thing with the customer table. And again one more thing. Okay, the dimension table contains many columns, many descriptive columns. It's up to you. It's up to the business. It's up to the analysis whether we want to pull the information of that particular dimension or not. For example, if you take one example, okay. So what do we have? We have the employee table. What are all the data that we have in the employee table? Employee ID, employee name, and what is the role. Only if you want to pull the employee name, yes, we can pull the employee name. I can ignore the role. So I can reduce the redundancy of the data. I can reduce the performance of the data. Okay, there is no need of pulling all the information. Okay, we have the customer name and customer segment. So what do we have? We joined the fact table and the dimension table customer, and we only want to pull the customer name. Yes, we can only pull the customer name. We can ignore the segment data. Okay, so this is the reason the tables are divided into the fact table and the dimension table. So if you see here, so we discussed that there are multiple keys. Okay, there are many number of keys. Those are available on the data or on the dimension and fact table. The first and foremost key is primary key. Okay, what is the primary key? Uniquely identifies each and every record. Okay, uniquely identifies each and every record. So the product ID P020 is a primary key. Exactly one product for each and every record. Okay, P020, the product ID, whatever the product ID is there, representing, okay, these product ID representing the product name. Okay, these product ID representing the product name. So this is primary key. Next thing is that foreign key. So what is that foreign key? So if you see the sales ID C007, okay, which is this fact table can hold many number of transactions. For example, today I ordered one product AC. Okay, I ordered the product AC. In the product table, this is called as a AC. Okay, in the product table, this is called as a AC. In the foreign key or in the transaction table or whatever the e-commerce website I went, okay, this is we can go with the customer ID. For example, I am trying to order the AC, so my customer ID is C007. Okay, the same C007, the customer ID, in the evening he is trying to order fridge. He is ordering the fridge. So it doesn't mean that the primary key, the foreign keys, or the fact tables are going to get the duplicated value, because the transactions are different, the products are different, but the customer is same. Okay, a customer can order multiple. The customer can make multiple transactions. The customer can make multiple orders. But coming to the dimension table, every time when the customer is trying to order the product, okay, when the customer is trying to order the product, the dimension table does not get the repeated value. Okay, for example, if you see here, the customer tried ordering the product name Coca-Cola or Cola 500 ml. Okay, Cola 500 ml. When each and every customer, 100 billions of customers is trying to order the same product, okay, this dimension table does not get the repeated value. Why it does not get? We are defining this product ID as a primary key. So that is the reason this dimension table will not get the repeated values. It is fixed value. Whereas in the transaction table, okay, this customer, if the customer is trying to order, where is that? For example, if you take Nikhil, this customer is ordering all the products. Every day he's trying to, he's the new customer. He got in touch with the website and he is interested to try all the products. Every day he's ordering. What are all the products? These are all the products that he's ordering. Okay, every day he gets the quantity, the sales unit price. That is in the fact table. But in the dimension table, okay, when the Nikhil is, okay, where is that? Nikhil, this customer is ordering multiple times. In the customer table, the Nikhil will not be repeated again and again. Okay, it is fixed, because it is being, each and every record is being identified by a primary key. Okay, each and every record is being identified by primary key. So that is, the foreign key or the fact table can have multiple transaction information by a single customer. It doesn't mean it is a duplicate. Next one is a composite key. Okay, what is the composite key? So it is like joining two columns into a single column to get the data from some other table. What is that? Let us see in here. Let us go with the customer data. Customer, do we have? Yes, customer table. Or let me check. We have it in here. Yes. What do we have in here? We have a product ID and we have a supplier ID. For example, in the fact table, we do not have a product ID or supplier ID. There is a combination of one ID. Okay, what is that? So it is a combination of product ID and the supplier ID. Okay, product ID and supplier ID. Whatever you see, this is called as a composite. Okay, it is called as a composite key. Why do we use composite key? We will see that in further session. But this is another key, which is a combination. Okay, which is a combination of the IDs together. Okay, one transaction holds many products, so transaction ID alone, it repeats. Okay, this is to avoid many-to-many relationship. We will see that. Next one is degenerate dimension. An ID is kept inside the fact with no dimension table of its own. Okay, what does it mean? For example, in the retail table, if you see, we have a column called as a transaction ID, but there is no data for this transaction ID. Okay, when you go to ATM and you withdraw amount, okay, you get some ID, which that ID, it is a uniquely identification ID, but it does not contain any description of the data, but it contains the ID. Okay, so that is the transaction ID, which does not have any dimension data linked. Okay, so nothing extra describes a transaction. So it gets into dimension table. It just writes along with the fact table. Next one is surrogate or natural key. What is a surrogate key? Surrogate key is a duplicate of primary key. Okay, surrogate key is the duplicate of primary key, which is used to protect the main table, main primary keys. Okay, so that is, and this is a natural key is based on the business. For example, if you are dealing with a customer, so the key should start with C. If you are dealing with the product table, it should start with P. Store, it should start with S. So based on the naming conventions, they are going to give the naming. And the last one is mirror rule. What is the mirror rule? The primary key is equal to the foreign key. Or every dimension primary key appears in the fact as the foreign key. Yes. So this is how we have it. Okay. So this is about the number of keys that we have in the schema. Yes. The next thing is that, okay, the next thing is that star schema and snowflake schema. Okay, what is that? Star schema and snowflake schema. What is the star schema? What is a snowflake schema? Yes, we all of us know that how do we have the star? This is the shape of star. Okay, this is the shape of star. The one which you see in the middle, which is a fact table. Okay, and the next one is we will have the dimension table. Okay, these are all the dimension table. It is surrounded. So what is a star schema? Fact table is surrounded by the dimension table, where these fact tables and dimension tables are connected via foreign keys and primary keys. Okay, foreign keys and primary keys. The same concept over here. Okay, how these tables are connected. How these tables are connected. When you take a look at the sales table, how the sales table is connecting to the store based on the store ID. Okay, and the fact table, how this fact table store ID or the product ID is connected via product ID and customer ID. And here if you say the date ID. Okay, what do we have? The date ID. So that all this information can be pulled easily. The date, when we combine everything, we can pull it easily. Okay, so this is about the star schema. But what about the snowflake schema? Okay, what about the snowflake schema? For example, Here we have the customer details. We also have one more customer, one more information. What do we have in here? We have the customer data. Okay, we have the same thing like customer. We have something like customer ID, customer PAN card, customer Aadhaar card, customer some other information, customer employee information. So customer date of birth. So if you want to get the information about the PAN card, Aadhaar card, government ID information, what do we have? Our dimension table is connected to another dimension table. Then this is called as a snowflake schema. Okay, a dimension table is connected to another dimension table. Then this is called as a snowflake schema. That's the reason we have a snowflake, the company. Okay, so most of the companies are also asking the snowflake schema. But out of all the, out of two schemas, star schema or snowflake schema, most of the companies, they prefer to go for the star schema only. So I think, what is a gross amount? It is quantity multiplied by unit sales. So it can also be called as a net sales or revenue. And the next one is net sales. Net sales is like how much are you getting after deducting all the transactions, after deducting all the amount. So net sales, how much are you earning after you paid all your debts and all. So that is like gross amount. The above amount, gross amount is nothing but the sales or revenue. So we are excluding the discount. So then that is net sales. And the next one is gross profit. Gross profit is based on the net sales. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to exclude the quantity multiplied by unit cost. Unit cost is the amount that took to manufacture a single product. So overall quantities that we are taking and the unit cost. So this is the net sales. This is the sales. This is the net sales. This is the gross profit. How much profit did you earn from the business of the last year, last quarter, last month? So this is all the calculations. Yes, after joining the tables, what do we need to do? Yes, we have the table. We have joined all the tables. But the thing is that we need to save the table. Okay, what is the next thing? We need to save the table. So how do we save the table? So in order to save the table, we have something called as a OBT dot. Okay, so we can write the table dot. So what is the format? Format of the table is delta format. Okay, what is the format of the table? The delta format. And after that, what do we need to do? Dot mode. So do we want to replace? Do we want to override? Do we want to make some changes? Okay, replace, override. So what do? We go for overwrite. Okay, we don't worry about this. We will discuss about this. We have in the lakehouse concept, we have what is a delta table, what is a Parquet format, how the data is stored in the lakehouse. So we will discuss all these things. Dot save as table. Save as table. So what is the name of the table? We can give a retail underscore sales underscore table. So what is that? OBD dot write. And what is the format? So the format we see CSV dot text dot whatever the format that we see regularly. So here in the Databricks or in the PySpark, the data is stored in the format of delta tables in the lakehouse. What is the delta table? It is the combination. It is the combination of the transactional logs plus Parquet files. So the data is stored in the Parquet files. The way we have .csv, Parquet is advanced than the CSV. We will see this information in the further session. In the 5th case study, we will see that. And after that, mode we can override and we can save as the table, retail sales table. Let me click on execute. Yes, it is running. So it is trying to create the table called as a retail sales table, retail underscore sales underscore table. So what do we need to do now? So we need to read the data. So how do we read the data? df equal to, so spark dot read dot table. Okay, this is in the table format. Previously we read dot csv. So let me click on tab. So we got it. So what do we need to do? Let me click on the run the cell. Yes, it is. So now we are able to see that data. What is the next step? Okay, after creating the table, actually in the Microsoft Fabric, we have a concept called as medallion architecture. So what do we do? All these transformations that we do in the silver layer. Okay, now the data is saved. This, whatever the table that is saved, it is pushed into the golden layer. Okay, it is pushed into the golden layer. So the next step is, how can we get this table, retail sales table, into Power BI? Okay, so how do we do that? Go to the compute. Go to the compute. Click on the serverless starter warehouse. Click on the connection details. Now you see server name, host name, server host name, HTTP path. So we see JD, BC, URL, okay, and O authentication URL. So what do we do now? So now let me open Power BI in my desktop. So in the interview, if you get a question, okay, what is the source that you have in the organization, you can say that. So we have the Databricks as the data source. So we connect to the Databricks and we get the data or the tables into the Power BI. So that is how you can explain in the interview. So how do you get the data into the Databricks? So what do you need to do? Click on the get data. Okay, from the Databricks to Power BI, click on the more. So once you click on the more, we will get all the data sources that are available to connect from Power BI. So search for the Databricks. Okay, search for the Databricks. There are two kinds of Databricks over here, Azure Databricks and Databricks. So we are working on exclusively on the Databricks. Click on the Databricks and click on connect. Let's see what it asks. So it is asking the server host name. So let me go here. What is the server host name? So this is the server host name. Okay, let me paste it over here. And next one is HTTP path. Okay, let me copy this and let me paste it over here, HTTP path. Okay, after that, what do we need to do? We need to enter the tokens over here. Okay, we need to enter the tokens. Okay, let us go over there. You see Power BI, click on the Power BI connection. So what do we have? We have a download connection file. Let me click on download connection file. Okay, yes, we created that. What is the next thing? The next thing is that the connection file. You see the open the connection file and sign in. So we have personal access tokens. Click on this. Okay, we need to get that personal access token. By the tokens, we can connect. Okay, what do we have? We have got generate new token. Let me click on generate new token. So let me rename this as retail underscore sales underscore tokens. Okay, and the lifetime, yes, let it be the same thing. And let me click on BI tools and click on generate. Okay, now you see we got the token. Okay, we got the token. Let me come now. Do we have anything? We can add the queries, select star from something like that. Okay, whatever the table name that we have. So let me click on OK. Let's see what we are going to get. Okay, now we are able to see the tables. Okay, so what do we have? Midstream healthcare, and we also have default. Okay, now you see in the default, whatever the table that we created, okay, we are able to see the table. Okay, now we are able to see the table. Now the data is loading. We can see the preview of the data. Okay, we can see the preview of the data. So what we can do, let me directly click on the load. So I'm trying to load the same table into this Power BI. Now the connection is being established in between the Databricks and Power BI based on the server and HTTPS. Now the data is loading. And what we did, we pulled it through the import mode. So there are three kinds of mode in Power BI: import mode, direct query mode, and the live connection. We will see at the time of Power BI. Let me go to the table view. Now you see we got the same data: supplier table, store ID, customer ID, okay, 308 records and customer. So whatever we have the table, so we got it. Okay, the same table, whatever we have it over here, we got it. Okay, now we can create. So what is the next step? Now let us go and create the visuals over here. So how do we create the visuals? Okay, how do we create the visuals? So we can create the visuals. So what are all the key performance indicators over here? Okay, what are all the key performance indicators over here? So what we can do, we can go for changing the color. Okay, we can go for changing the color. So formatting the page. So let me go to the background. I can change the background color to any dark, any light darker, make it into 50% or 80%. Okay, it looks little darker. Okay, on this, what we can do, we can create the title. How can we create the title? So we can create the title by using the text box. Okay, by using the text box. You see the text box? Yes, in the text box, what I can do, we can write something called as sales performance. Sales performance. So let me increase the size. Increase the size a little bit and make it bold. Okay. Yes, we created the sales performance. Okay. After that, what do we need to do? So if you go to any, okay, if you go to any company, there are few things called as a key performance metrics. What is the data that is driving this table? What is the main columns, main measurable columns, which are driving the business? Okay. So if you go here and let me scroll to right side. Okay. So product name, category, subcategory, these are all the main business, main thing, main division in the business. Now you see we have unit cost, product list price. Okay. And what is the next thing? What do we have here? Let me scroll to right side. Okay, we have something called as a gross amount, net sales, and gross profit. Do we have anything? Yes, we have the net sales, and we also have the gross profit. So first and foremost thing is that we need to go for the net revenue. What is the overall net revenue? So in order to do that, what do we need to do? We can take the card visual. Okay, so these card visual act like a key performance indicators. Okay, key performance indicator. So if you remember that we have gross amount. Okay, this gross amount is called as a net sales. Net sales. This gross amount is called as a net sales. Okay, so let me go here. If you want to format any effects, if you want to make some changes, we want to have some background. Yes, we can add some background color. Okay, this is net sales. Okay, we added net sales. What is the next thing that we can add? Okay, what is the next thing that we can add? Next thing that we can add is gross profit. Okay, we can add gross profit. Let me copy paste over here. Remove this gross profit. Okay, I can add gross profit. Okay, $10.86 are the gross profit. $114,000 are like net sales. Okay, this is gross profit. The next thing that we can add is margin. Okay, margin. Do we have anything margin? Let me scroll down. Gross amount, net sales. We have gross amount, probably like the margin. Okay, what is the name that we gave over here? So if you remember, so where is that, where we can go? Let me scroll to left side, get to the previous. So gross amount, net sales. Okay, and gross profit. Gross amount, we have something called as a gross amount. Actually, gross amount is the net sales, and we also have a net sales. Okay, let me take that net sales. Yeah, so let me take this off and let me add it. Okay, so here what do we have? So this is called as a net sales. Okay, this is called as a net sales. This is the sales amount. Okay, this is general sales. Okay, actually we need to put like this. First one sales, next one net sales, third one is the gross profit. Okay, and after that, what do we have? We can also go for the next thing called as a unit sold. How many units are sold? Unit cost. Okay, do we have anything like unit sold? Let me come down, let me check. Net sales quantity. Quantities are like, so let me add the quantity. So how many number of quantities that we have? Okay, how many number of quantities that we have? Employee salary, gross profit. Okay, let me scroll down. Unit price. Okay. Okay, we can add the quantity. We can add that quantity. Okay, till here, okay, that's good. That's well and good. We can have the data. We are able to see. We are able to build the report. What is the next thing? Okay, what do you want to show to the clients? If someone is asking, show me something from the data. Okay, show me something from the data. So what we can do better from the data? Let me scroll to the left side. Okay, here what I can do, we can add the slicers over here. Okay, slicer is meant for filtering the data. Okay, slicers are meant for filtering the data. So what are all the slicers that we have? We have something called as a brand. Okay, I can go to the format your visual slicer settings. Okay, in the vertical, in place of vertical, I can go for drop down. Okay, I can have the brand. So we can increase or decrease the size. Let me drag it down. So here what we can do one thing. We can go for giving something called as a, let me go to insert. We can enter the shape over here. Okay, I can enter the shape over here. Okay, in here what we can do, we can add the slicers over here. So go to shape, we have something called as a fill. Okay, in the fill, let us add the light colors. Okay, let us add some light colors. Let me go and bring it over here. Okay, we can add something like this. But we are not able to see that. So it is going down. So what we can do, go to view. We have something called as a selection. Shape slicer, okay, pull this shape down so that we will be able to see the slicers on the top of the selection, on the top of the, what is that, the text box, the shape. Okay, so in the brand, okay, let me increase the size for your understanding. Let me increase the size. Brand, let me make the first letter B, capital B. Okay, brand. And what we can add the next, what we can do here, we can enable or disable the background color. So if I disable the background color, so it is going to get mixed with whatever the background color that we have. Okay, whatever the background color that we have. So I can select some other shape, some other color. So let me click on the, I can select whatever the color I need. Okay. Okay, let us go with this color. So let me click on this and go here, go to general effects and uncheck this. So what is the next thing we can add is the category. And let me also copy and paste it. And here, let me add, let me come down, brand, let me come down. We have something called as a product name. Yes, we can add the product name. So let me increase the size. Okay, we are not able to see the size. Go to text, increase the size. Yes, we are able to increase the size. Values. Yes, now we are able to see this. I want to apply the same thing in the next two slices. What we can do, we have something called as a format painter that we see in the WordPad or in the document. So we will be doing the same thing over here. Yes, now you see, we are able to see the same thing. Yes, now we are able to see the same thing over here. So product name. So copy this, pull it down. We can add, if we have anything, we can add another one. Store name, we can add store name. And let me copy Control C and Control V. And what is the next thing that we can add? Store region. And what we can add the next one? We can add something called as a, let me come down, subcategory. Okay, we can add subcategory. Yes, we have added all. So if I go for changing anything, aqua pure, okay, yes, it is changing. Whatever you see, whenever we are making some changes in the slicer and the values are changing, then that is called as an interactive dashboard. So basically, in the what do you see in the job description, you would see that build an interactive dashboard. So that means that whenever you make any changes, it should be interactive with the values. Yes, we have added that. What is the next thing that we can do? Okay, what is the next thing that we can do? So we can go for line chart. Okay, in the line chart, what we can do here is we can go for, okay, we can go for having the trend analysis. Okay, do we have anything like year month? Okay, we do not have anything called as a year month. Let me add year over here. Order date, and let me go for month. Order month. Or what we can do, we can also do something. Okay, let me add the revenue. Revenue means net sales, not the net sales, I think. What is this? What we added? A gross amount. Okay, let me add gross amount into this. Okay, now we are able to see this. Okay, so let me go here. Okay, let me go here. So let me move this. Let me increase the size. Yeah, now you are able to see this. So we are able to see the trend of the data from the last year, whenever the data started or whenever the transaction started. Okay, what did we add in here in the line chart? In the x-axis, we added order date. In the y-axis, we added the gross amount. Gross amount is nothing but the sales. Okay, we added the sales. What changes that we can do? So go to the line. Okay, we have category. The line is solid. Let us make it into round. Let us make it into some other changes. Okay, we have something called as a linear. Let me make it into smooth. Now you see we are able to see it in a smooth way. Okay, we are able to see it in the smooth way. And color, if you want to make changes to the color of the line, yes, we can make the changes of the color of the line. Okay, or I can go for selecting some other darker color. Yes. And shade area, if you want shade area, yes, we can add the shade area. Marker, yes, we need the markers. Let me click on markers. And data labels. We want to see the number over the markers, enable the data labels. Yes, now we are able to see the data perfectly. Yes, now it looks good. Okay, sales by year and month. Okay, sales by year and month. Okay, this is the first one. The next thing is that we can go for revenue by region. Okay, if I turn off the background color, for example, if I turn off the background color, it is going to get mixed with the. So let me also add the what is that visual border, so that we get to know that it is getting separated. What are the corners? Okay, now you see it is getting separated from other visual. Okay, it can get separated from the other visual. The next thing is that let me go for selecting the donut chart. In the donut chart, what we can do is we can add, okay, we can add revenue by region. Okay, the same sales. I think what is that? Gross amount, I think, yes. Gross amount. And what we can do? Region. Okay, so what are all the regions that we need to consider? Okay, so we can consider the store region, because store is the main thing that we need to check. Okay, let me go here, expand the legends. Okay, legends are something like region, south, west, north. These are all the legends. So let me come down, slices. So here, if you see, I can select the south and I can change the color of the south. Okay, let me change the color of the south and select the west, and let me make the changes of the west color to something else. Okay, and north, let me go and change the color of the north. Okay, and the client prefer the light colors only. Okay, client always prefer light colors. Let me go to general, turn off the background color, and the visual border, we can expand and make it into 5. Yes. So let me change the naming of this. How do we change the name? So we can change the name by going into the detail label or the detail label. We have something called as a title. Yes. So what we can do, revenue by region. So we can go for writing revenue. We are taking the sales by region. Okay, sales by region. Yes. The second visual is also completed. And if you want to see the revenue by category, okay, I would like to see the revenue by category. So how can I do that? How can I get revenue by category? So let me select the bar chart. Okay, let me add the sales gross amount. Okay, and let me add the category. Okay, now you see we are able to see the revenue by category. So let me increase the size. This size, let me little bit increase the size. Yes. So let me do one thing. So let me go here. Let me go to the format your visual, go to general. First and foremost thing is that, so we need to change the title, revenue by category. Okay, revenue by category. After that, what do we need to do? Take off the background color and enable the visual border so that we get the borders of the visual. Okay, what is that? Borders of the visual. So we get to know where it is going to have the borders. Okay, let me decrease the size and let me increase the size. I can change the color. We can change the color. So go to the columns. We have in the columns, we have the categories. Select household and change the color. Beverages, change the color. And dairy, change the color. And go to produce, change the color. And go to personal care, change the color. Go to snacks, and if you want to change the color, yes, you can go and change the color, light colors. Yes. And what we can do, we can enable the data labels, we get the numbers on the top of it. Okay, so that is the revenue by category. And we can also go for by the customer segment also. So what is that? Category, and the next one is subcategory. So I can also copy, or I can also use some other visual. Okay, I can go for use the tree map. Okay, I can also use the tree map. So let me increase or decrease the size. Okay, let me move this little above. Okay, I can increase the size. Now you see alignment. So let me bring it down. So here I can add, in place of category, I can add subcategory. Now you are able to see the subcategory. Colors, we can change the colors. Okay, whatever the color that we like, we can change the colors. Okay, now we can change the colors. Yes, now you see I can go to store region, I can select the west. Now you see we are able to see the changes in over here. Okay, I can go to the subcategory, I can click on biscuits. Okay, now you see I'm able to see what is that, what do we have in here. Okay, so this is about, let me control save as this. I can save this as on my desktop as the retail sales. Retail sales. Okay, retail sales analysis. We can go for retail sales analysis, or we can go for retail sales dashboard. Let me click on save. Okay, let me click on save. So this is what we can go for having the data, or we can scroll upside. We can put it on, if we feel that we are we can put it on the right side, we can change it. Okay, we can increase or decrease the size. Okay, if you feel that we can increase, okay, I can increase the size and I can arrange something. Okay, I can put it over here if I feel that. Okay, I can increase or decrease this. Okay, so I can put it over here. The KPIs, once the client gets in here, so he can easily understand what he's looking into. I can move this by arrow. I can move this by arrow. So I can increase the size a little bit. And this one also I can move this little bit above. So I can also move this little above. Now you see, it is perfect. There is no gap that we are leaving over here. So we can add the company logo. We can save this and we can also publish this report. Okay. So this is how we create. I mean, it's a just mini report that we created within 30 minutes or whatever the time that we got. We can do a lot of things. Okay. We can do a lot of things. I can go here. I can go for taking the, what is that? Line and clustered column chart. Okay. Line and clustered column chart. It's a combination of bar chart plus line chart. What we can do here, I can take order date. For example, I can go for taking the order date, not the complete date. I can go for taking year, month. And what we can do here, so here we can go for taking three things over here: gross amount, gross profit, and what is that? We have considered one more thing, net sales. Okay, gross amount, gross profit, and net sales. So out of this, what is the net sales? Or I can pull it down into the y-axis. Okay. So what do we see here? In here. Okay. The order month 2025 January. Okay. The gross amount is 4414. Or I can click over here. Okay. What we can do here, we can go for enabling the headers. Okay. Data labels. So 509 that we got, gross amount. Let me go for drilling up. Yes. So what is that? We can go for sum of gross amount is 4114,275. Okay. Sum of gross amount is nothing but the sales. Okay. And the next one is net sales. And the next one is gross profit. Okay. So what do we see here? The sales is 1147. And what is the next thing? Net sales is 28,000 and 10,900 is the gross profit of that complete 2025 year. I can drill it down to the next level. Now I can see 509 is the $509 is the gross amount in that particular month, January. And do we have anything here? 12,000. Yeah, $1,407. $1,408 is the gross amount in the February month, and 1.8K, or sorry, $707 is the $707 is the gross amount in the March. So we can also add something like this, and we can see what is the gross profit, net sales, and the sales in a single visual in the line and bar chart. What is this? Line and stacked column chart. Okay. So what we can do the next thing? Okay, the next thing is that we need to go here. We need to publish this report. So how do we publish this report? We need to go to the Fabric workspace and create a workspace for this. Let me click on the workspace. Click on the new workspace. What we are trying to do? We are trying to create a new workspace called as a retail sales workspace. And let me click on Fabric trial. Why am I not getting? Okay, retail sales is not available. I think probably it has been picked by someone else. Retail sales analysis. Let me go and check. Yes, it is available. Let me click on apply. So we have created a workspace for the retail sales team. So what do we need to do here? Let me go here and click on publish this report. Okay, so let me rename this as sales performance, and we can also have the profit sales. Okay, we can go for margin, sales margin. So what I can do here, let me click on publish this report, click on save, and whatever we have created, it will be available over here. What is that we created? Retail sales analysis, and click on select. And let me click on OK. Got it. And now we need to go there and click on the refresh the page and see whether we have the report published here or not. Yes, we have got the data, the report. If you see here, the one which you see in the yellow color where I highlighted, it is called as a report, and the dotted lines is called as a semantic model. Let me click on the report. Let's see whether we are able to see the report visuals or not. Yes, we are able to see the visuals. Okay, we got sales performance and sales margin. Let me click on the sales performance and let me click on the category and click on beverages. And what is the performance of beverages? I can see the category: juices, tea, soft drinks, and water. Juices is the one which has more gross amount, which is a sales. Gross amount is a sales. Okay, so beverages has, what is this? In the category we have $21,000. And how it is performing? What is the trend line of this? Say the beverages, the category beverages, and which region is performing well. I can do this analysis. And also what we can do, we can also click on this. We can also go for focus mode. We can click on this. We can add alerts. We can share. We can export the data into our Excel files. Okay, these are all about creating the report in Power BI.